but welcome to day 2 of the inaugural AfriCaribbean Trade and Investment Forum. We trust that you had a pleasant night and are ready for another day of discussion on strengthening cooperation between Africa and the Caribbean. One people, one destiny, uniting and reimagining our future. We begin today's program with Session 6, a panel discussion on improving logistics between Africa and the Caribbean for the promotion of tourism, trade, telecommunications, and investment. It's a topic which was touched on by several panelists yesterday. So this session is devoted to discovering practical ways of improving logistics between Africa and the Caribbean. And I invite the opening statement by the Honorable Vera Songwe, former Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, to come to the stage and make her remarks. Okay, well, it seems that that's another no-show. So, then we begin with the first panel, and we invite the panelists on stage. Senator the Honorable Lisa Cummins, Minister of Tourism and International Transport of Barbados. The Honorable Herbert Krapa, Deputy Minister, International Trade, Ministry of Trade and Industry of Ghana. Ms. Ola Wright, Chief Executive Officer, West Africa Tourism Organization. Mr. Neil Walters, Acting Secretary General, Caribbean Tourism Organization. Mr. Jens Trenhart, Chief Executive Officer of the Barbados Tourism Marketing Incorporated. And Mr. Mike Ogbalu, Chief Executive Officer of the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. And our moderator.
She's here.
She's here, okay. Excellent. Thank you so much. And I now turn the proceedings over to you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
It's not the mask.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
No, I think it's on now. Oh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You can hear me now?
Could you?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We've made it. Okay, and an especially warm welcome to all of our delegates, especially those of you joining us from abroad. Welcome to beautiful Barbados and to the Caribbean by extension. My name is Alicia Nichols, Junior Research Fellow with the Shreda Franfal Center for International Trade Law, Policy and Services of the University of the West Indies. And for those who are not aware of our work, the SRC is the leading center for international trade policy research and outreach in the Caribbean. It is my pleasure this morning to moderate this session on improving logistics between Africa and the Caribbean for the promotion of tourism, trade, telecommunications, and investment. In other words, we've heard a lot yesterday about how do we go about constructing these air and sea bridges and the concomitant supportive frameworks to actualize more meaningful trade and business between our two regions. What is currently happening? What's the state of play of these discussions? And what more needs to be done? To help us unpack these issues and more, we have a truly all-star panel for you guys this morning. We will try to leave enough time for a Q&A session to address your burning questions. And now I'll introduce my panelists. Senator the Honorable Lisa Cummins, Minister of Tourism and International Transport of Barbados. The Honorable Herbert Krapa, Deputy Minister, International Trade in the Ministry of Trade and Industry of Ghana. Ms. Ola Wright, Chief Executive Officer, West Africa Tourism Organization. One moment. Mr. Mike Okbalu, Chief Executive Officer, Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. And Mr. Jens Trehart, Dr. Jens Trehart, Chief Executive Officer, Barbados Tourism Marketing, Inc. And Mr. Neil Waters, Acting Secretary General, Caribbean Tourism Organization. Panelists, a warm welcome to you all. So let's jump into this discussion because we have a lot to talk about. Many of us are wondering, when will regular direct flights between Africa and the Caribbean be established? So we want to see the pyramids, we want to see all of these lovely things that we see on TV about Africa, and I'm sure our African brothers and sisters want to come to the Caribbean as well. So are there any updates you could share with us, ministers, Minister Cummins, Minister Krapa, about what are some of these state of play that's going on with these discussions? And are there any challenges that have been encountered so far? Minister Cummins, I'll start with you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Of course, Barbados welcomes all of you. Yesterday was amazing. We've had a wonderful past few days with all of you here. And the question that Alicia is raising here as our moderator about whether or not we are in a position to make some significant progress about airlift between the two countries is really meant to make sure that what we do here today continues throughout the course of every day of every month over the course of the coming years. Now, we have historically had any number of discussions with carriers around what should be the opportunities for lift between African countries and here in the Caribbean. We've had a number of attempts. None of them have been able to yield the kind of results that we're hoping for. But in the last year or so, I'd like to think that we've made a number of significant steps to be able to bring us closer to the thing that we've all been looking forward to. So I don't think that it gives any of us any pleasure when we need to be able to go to an African country, or you coming to the Caribbean. Many of you talk about having to spend 28 hours, 40 hours moving between the two regions, going through London, having to navigate the difficulties of transit visas in the US and in the UK. And so what we're hoping to be able to do is to identify where would be the points of reference that would be the starting points to originate airlift. We started conversations with Air Rwanda, we started conversations with Ethiopian Airways, we've had conversations with Etihad as well, and we've also had discussions with Kenya Airways. We have already signed air services agreements with Kenya and with Ghana. We should be signing further air services agreements with our partners as we move forward, and that in itself will then lend to negotiations with our commercial partners. But airlift, as you know, and certainly from my perspective, this is about air services for cargo and for people. So the top and the bottom of the plane. And so discussions around trade and investment, the business relationships that give impetus for people to move between countries and between regions, that's the basic platform as well. And so I'm expecting that the collaboration between our countries and our region over the course of the coming weeks, coming out of this conference, and of course with the support of the Africa Exim Bank, will lend itself to a platform that allows for trade to be increased between our two regions, business travel to be increased between our two countries, and then as many of you who have come here before have said to me over the course of the last few days, and some of you who are coming back for holiday a little later on in the year with your families, that those things when combined will create the commercial case for airlift and for airlines to be able to say we are willing to fly a 133-seater plane across the Atlantic from a West African jurisdiction, from an East African jurisdiction, and potentially, hopefully also onward to the United States so that we have a strong commercial basis on which we can proceed.
Thank you so much, Minister Cummins. Very exciting also. Minister Krapa, Please tell us what have been the updates from your side.
Thank you very much, and I should also join my voice in thanking the government of Barbados for this very significant forum. I was telling a colleague yesterday that I have not attended any forum that has seen so much friendship, camaraderie between the participants who are willing to engage in an open manner and willing to see that the engagements produce positive results. And I think to that extent, government of Barbados and the AfriCaribbean Bank deserve to be commended for putting this together. The issue of logistics to ensure that we have a dedicated carrier between our two regions is as crucial today as it should have been a couple of years ago. Thankfully, there's a lot of cooperation agreements that are being signed to ensure that we see some degree of dedication in terms of transport, air transport between our two regions. What would drive it is really the investment that we're able to make to ensure that we're shoring up trade between the two regions and tourism between the two regions. I think governments across the divide must put our money where our mouth is. We must make the right investments and we must provide the incentives. And the private sector as well, while government is making the investment into those areas, the private sector also needs to complement the capacity building that the government's put in place to ensure that they also see and seek opportunities that are available in this sector. We are not going to be able to do this if we do not have a commercial case for it. The reason why it has not been successful all these years is because there's not been a viable economic commercial case for it. And so we have to look at it from that standpoint. And I'm very encouraged by the approach that the AfriCaribbean Bank is taking, the practical approach to see that we are actually putting deals on the table. Yep. And that's the way that, because any carrier who knows that there's frequent movement on the corridor would put a vessel, an aircraft on the corridor. But if there is no commercial case, I don't see how that happens. And I'm encouraged also by the fact that the current heads of state of the AU are gathering a lot of momentum for the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. We've moved into actual implementation. We have what we call the guided trade, which involves a couple of countries, Morocco, Egypt, Ghana, Tanzania, Tunisia, and Cameroon. And I probably would make a case to the AfCFTA Secretariat and the AfriCaribbean Bank to probably consider putting the Caribbean on that guided trade that is currently going to happen, because then we can use that as a test module to see how the transport service, air transport service between the two regions can be expedited. But I think the approach that we are using currently, the practical approach which AfriCaribbean Bank is using, I think is the way that we are going to be able to drive trade and tourism to the levels that will ensure that there can be a dedicated air service between the both regions.
Yes.
Thank you, Minister. And you raise a good point. We need that these things wouldn't just come about just like that. There needs to be a commercial and economic case for them. In other words, there needs to be demand pushing that move for the supply of those services, etc. So we're going to move now to Dr. Trainhart and Ms. Wright. With respect to your perspectives, what has been happening from your end, Ms. Wright, in terms of the West African Tourism Organization, and Dr. Trainhart with regard to BTMI, what has been happening on your end with regard to fomenting Africa-Caribbean tourism links?
Thank you very much, and I'm going to echo what my brother have said. That it is a privilege to be here. And I'm very, very glad for this forum. Personally, this is something that I have personally been advocating for several years. I come from a family where my great-great-grandfather was taken a slave and taken to the Caribbean. He was lucky enough to trace his route back to Nigeria, so it's a subject that is extremely dear to my heart. And as an organization, we actually do have someone from the Caribbean, from the CTO in the UK, who sits on our board. So we see the importance of the synergy. We see that it is extremely important. In Africa, we have the great numbers. And I always say, it's a conversation I've had with airlines in terms of, when they ask, okay, so what is the benefit, how can we be sure that we will get our money's worth if we do have, exchange? Africa has the numbers, that is number one. Nigeria alone, is a people of, over 200 million people. So, what we've always advocated, even within, the sub-region of West Africa and Africa at large, and then, taking the Caribbean and, in fact, the African diaspora at large, with it, we believe if we trade between ourselves, you don't even need any other, continent or any other, place to actually travel. We have, enough numbers. So I believe this is the time, this is very key for us, that this is happening at this time. So when I have a meeting, later on with the doctor, so we're already, strategizing on how to, make sure that we drive this forward. One thing that, in fact, I'm going to use this forum, and I thank AfriCaribbean Bank, because they have been taking the lead on that, is we need, strong, government policies. That is the difference between the Caribbean and Africa. And I always, joke with my Caribbean friends as well, you guys have no choice. You have to make tourism work, that's all that you have. Now, unfortunately, some of the things that are a blessing to us in Africa has also been a hindrance. Because we have so much going on and there's so much blessings, governments have, literally put, tourism on the back burner. But there's been a lot of talks. I'm glad that, my brother from Ghana is here. So we're going to make sure that we drive all this. So we need strong, government policies, that will also drive, innovation from the private sector. But the private sector needs something to really encourage. I always tell people tourism is a private sector driven industry. We don't need to wait for governments, and we definitely do not wait for governments. However, we do need that policy, and the infrastructure for tourism to, thrive. So that is one thing that we're going to be learning a lot more with the Caribbean. From our end, our capacity building is also an issue. We have a lot of tourism practitioners, but that know how to really understand what tourism really is very key. So these are the areas that we're working on and we're pushing on. I'm going to seize this opportunity as well. As an organization, there's a few, projects that we have coming up. We're launching the West Africa Ecotourism Network. It will be held in Ghana end of the year. So I think that is also a platform to get the Caribbean to actually come. So we're going to, initiate a trade tourism visits, and public exchange. So we're going to put out the invitation to actually make this probably the first, so that we'll get the Caribbeans to come, into Africa. And though we're having the launch in Ghana, but we'll make sure that we do show you a few more countries in the same block. So we'll probably do something like Ghana, Togo, Benin, and Nigeria. So that's 4 countries. So at least you will see, and I think that will kickstart the relationship. We have had some charter flights in the past. And this shows you that people are eager and people are willing. And some of them have actually been very successful, but we need a continuous thing. So it's not just a one-off charter flight, whether we need something continuous. So I'm glad that my sister has mentioned that there's been talks between Ethiopian Airlines and Kenya, Rwanda. Those are actually good African airlines. So we'll make sure that that happens. From our side, we're totally ready. We know that the diaspora is actually the 6th region of Africa, and this is something that we've always been advocating for. So there's not going to be, a slack on that side at all from our side. So we're ready to, take this forward.
Again, that's very promising news. And Dr. Reinhardt, I'll bring you in here, and also Mr. Walters with regard to the CTO perspective. But before I go to you, Mr. Walters, Dr. Reinhardt, with regard to BTMI, could you tell us a bit about what you guys have been doing?
Good morning, everybody. It's an honor to be here on this panel with my minister. I think we have tremendous opportunities to really leverage the ties between Africa and the Caribbean, especially Barbados and West Africa. So I'm very excited to, later on today, discuss with Ola how we can actually collaborate. Barbados tourism is always looked at as a seasonal destination. And I don't understand why it is. Well, I understand, but I think there are opportunities to get away from it, because this should be an all-year destination. And I actually believe that what people call now the low season is the new luxury. It's really the new high season, because these are the opportunities where really people can experience the local people, the local communities. And with the commonalities between Africa and the Caribbean, I think we can really make sure that we drive inclusivity with that. So when it comes to ancestral ties with Africa and the Caribbean, and particularly Barbados, I think we can look at new products and not just focus on our now core markets, which is the UK, the US, and Canada, but really making sure that we look at new markets. And I think Africa is one of these new markets, emerging markets, where we can making sure that Barbados becomes an all-year-round destination, and we drive value to all our stakeholders on the island.
Thank you so much, Dr. Reinhardt. And Mr. Walters, you could give us the regional perspective as the head of CTO.
Good morning to everyone. Like everybody else said, thank you very much for this opportunity to be here, to lend our voice to the discussion. As was mentioned already, the CTO has some links to the African continent through our chapter in the UK. But as an organization of varied members, once that information, for instance, the best practices, the concepts of linking are spread around, it is basically up to the individual countries to come on board. We already have a level of travel between some countries and Africa, and in some cases very specific countries in Africa along the same lines as have been mentioned already, based on investment links, links in terms of diaspora, links in terms of other cultural, etc. realities. But we have always seen Africa as a region where we should expand into. Of course, as a membership organization, it depends on the thrust of the membership, but we've always put it out there as almost an untapped source, or nearly untapped source of people to be able to fill in the gaps, not only in terms of the seasons, but in terms of diversifying individual tourism sectors. The idea of linking the links between the continent, Africa, and the Caribbean. And I don't have to go into details on those. Over the years, for instance, we've had routes linked to our historical trade with Africa, one mentioned in this forum as well. But we have tried all of that and put those things out there as best practices that our members can look at in terms of trying to drive those linkages with the African continent. That will continue. Of course, the pandemic we're coming out of kind of put a little stymie to that, but the intention is to go back into looking at what we still see as an emerging market, and a market that has a significant potential for growth.
If I can, sure. If I can come in on where Neil said, I am the outgoing chairman of CTO. Not yet, but imminently. And next month, I will hand over to the next chairman of CTO. And over the last 2 years, I've had the opportunity to chair CTO's Council of Ministers. And in our most recent meeting, I did say to my colleague ministers and across the region, and I think I want to share that here now, because we are here among a number of agencies that represent our regions. We have the Caribbean Development Bank, who's been a partner with us, Africa Exim Bank that has been here, we have the West African boards, and we have the CTO. One of the things I said in my last meeting with the CTO was this: I don't know if I believe that individual countries in the Caribbean, including, when I speak in this instance for Barbados, we have offices around the world. We have offices in the US, offices in the UK, offices in Europe. We're now preparing to set up offices even in other markets through our embassies, using the footprint of our ministries of foreign affairs. We now have a presence in Kenya. We have one in Ghana. And I've said to the CTO members, I believe that the time has come for the CTO to take the opportunity to go as a first mover into the emerging markets and to represent our countries in those markets where we do not have an existing presence. I don't need, as Barbados, for example, to have an extended reach even beyond what Jens and the BT and my team, for example, are spending in the UK. So what is the value added that the CTO is going to be bringing in a new incarnation of Caribbean and African tourism? What is the value added that is going to be brought in terms of raising awareness and building relationships between our two regions? And I believe that this is the time for the CTO and potentially Africa Exim Bank and the various regional tourist boards across Africa to collaborate. And the CTO may need to have, for the first time, an established office based in Africa that focuses on white labeling the entire Caribbean and then having dedicated regional tourist boards from each country share their experiences and the product that Jens spoke about earlier, to then build that traffic and that commercial case that we've been making reference to that will support airlift. That has to be a thrust that potentially we can agree on coming out of a forum such as this, and potentially coming out imminently of the CTO Council of Ministers and Executive Council meetings coming up in another couple of weeks in Cayman Islands. But I think perhaps Neil and colleagues, I'm going to throw out the challenge in the waning weeks of my chairmanship of CTO. I really would wish that before we leave this place today and tomorrow, that we open those conversations around whether the CTO needs to now collaborate with our regional African partners and establish a presence in the African region.
That's good.
And I agree with that challenge, Minister. Thank you so much. And I see from the audience they appreciate the wisdom in that as well. So I'll move now to Mr. Okbalu. And as you would know, the title of this panel looks at logistics. And we're not just talking about logistics in terms of shipping, we're looking at the wider scope of logistics, so the financial logistics, etc. And Mr. Okbalu is a payments expert. He is the head of the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. So Mr. Okbalu, can you tell us a bit about this payment system? How does it work? Can it assist Greater Africa Caribbean trade and tourism? And would a similar system between our two regions be a possibility, and would it be useful? I know that's a mouthful, but I'm sure you can handle it.
That's fine. Thank you very much. And once again, thank you for the warm welcome to the Barbados. We've had such a wonderful time so far. When you talk about infrastructure and logistics to support trade, tourism, investments, and so on, one key element is payment. Trade doesn't happen without payments. Tourism, when people move, they have to be able to spend. You know, investment is also the movement of funds. So clearly, if we do not have payments sorted, then the integration that we would like to have may not happen. Now, we begin to look at Africa, we begin to look at the diaspora Africa, and we say to ourselves that it's important that this payment infrastructure that will drive trade, that will drive investment, and of course, Prof talked about intra-Caribbean and African marriages. When that happens, payment is also involved. So clearly, everything that we do in life is about we create content, We consume some of them, and we exchange some with the rest of the world. And the only way we exchange them is payments. So what has PAPS done? PAPS has created a payment rail that will be able to guarantee that member states are able to trade with each other in their domestic currencies. And what that will do is begin to lower that hunger for third-party global currencies. So we've said to ourselves, can we look at payment and trade? How can we bring more efficiency to payments? If payments take 5 to 7 days to clear and settle, if we bring it down to 1 day, or in our own case, 120 seconds, what that means is going to allow businesses more time to be able to trade and to turn around their inventory, okay? So what we've done basically is to put in place a world-class payment infrastructure that is able to clear and settle transactions in local currencies, that cuts out all those expensive correspondent banking relationships. It's like, and I talked about a simple idea in my last panel discussion. If today, when we travel, in traveling from Lagos to Accra, we don't first of all travel somewhere halfway around the world before going to Accra. We don't ship goods that way. We don't communicate that way. Why should money travel those parts? So we think that by bringing efficiency to payments, okay, we can actually accelerate trade, accelerate tourism. When people travel, they want to spend, and they want to know that those transactions can be settled. We also find that the cost of doing transactions or doing business among African countries is very high. So if, for example, you look at person-to-person remittances around the world, you find that in sub-Saharan Africa, that's where you have the most expensive corridors. So you find that people who are neighbors, who live right next to each other, find it much easier to pay for and do business with counterparties thousands of kilometers away. And we think that we can solve that. Now, bringing it to the Caribbean, again, beautiful islands, and I'm hoping that my family will come see the Caribbeans. If we're able to put in place an infrastructure, first of all, or support CARICOM and the ECCB to put in place an infrastructure that brings together all the central banks in the Caribbean, and then put an infrastructure that connects that platform all the way to the PAPS infrastructure, such that not just guaranteeing that transactions can take place on the African continent in 120 seconds, but we can also guarantee the same to the Caribbean countries. That will have a major accelerating effect on everything that we do together as a people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we do look forward to that, don't we? Okay, so shifting gears again. So as I said, this panel is about logistics in its entirety. We talked about the tourism aspect, the airlift aspect. We just talked about payments. What about the legal and regulatory aspects now? Fortunately for us, again, we have Minister Krapa, who is not only a minister, he's a trade and legal expert, especially in one of my favorite areas, trade and investment law and policy. So, Minister Krapa, if I may, what are some of the legal conditions that need to be in place for greater Africa-Caribbean trade? So, things like trade agreements, greater bilateral investment treaties, you tell us.
No, thank you very much. I think the legal regulatory framework is crucial. We have to be intentional about the framework that we put in place to drive investment across the two regions. We haven't seen so much of it yet, but I think going forward, we have to put in place those treaties and bilateral agreements that identify where the investment opportunities are, and also that harmonize the policies between the both regions and countries that are involved to ensure that there's seamless trade, tourism, investment across the regions and across the countries. We have to overhaul, for instance, the business regulatory framework in most jurisdictions across the regions to ensure that they are business friendly, to ensure that the private sector is able to appreciate what they need to do and the legal regulatory framework that needs to be put in place to be able to take advantage of those opportunities. We will not be able to make the investment if the regulatory framework is not there. The government's business is not to do business. It's to put in place the architecture, the regulatory architecture that allows business to thrive. And I think that out of the treaties, for instance, the latest one that has just been signed, out of those treaties, we have to start to take steps to set up joint business councils. For instance, a Ghana-Barbados joint business council. That crystallizes some of the obligations in the treaty to ensure that we're looking at investment opportunities, to ensure that we're looking at dispute resolution, to ensure that we're looking at tariffs and non-tariff barriers, to ensure that we're looking at an incentive regime that allows the private sector to take advantage of the council and the treaties that are in place. But we're a bit all over the place with signing of these treaties and bilateral agreements, and we sign them and we go to sleep, and not much happens afterwards. I think that the countries in the two regions need to take advantage of these treaties, enter into bilateral business councils, and governments have to ensure that the policy that we put in place need to be harmonized. One of the factors of the boosting intra-African trade, one of the clusters that we're using is the trade policy cluster. Now, what that means is that we need to start harmonizing investment policy across the regions. We can't have policies scattered all over the place and expect that we can derive optimum results and benefit from it for the private sector. And that's why I'm advocating for harmonizing these investment policies, putting in place, for instance, a legal regime that is not only for the host country, but that makes sure that the business climate in the respective countries across the region is suitable for the private sector. The private sector will shy from venturing into business if the regulatory framework is not there. We know what the challenges are. People complain a lot about setting up businesses, about tax regimes, about land tenure, about we know what the problem is, and we know what the solutions are. I think we have to just be more practical and pragmatic about how we implement those solutions. As a young minister, I attended one of my very first assignments was to attend a dialogue series on the Abidjan-Lagos corridor in terms of trade facilitation. And you can imagine, young minister, I'd spend nights preparing my notes. And then my colleague who took the stage just before me said he had been involved in conversations about this corridor since 1992. So I scrambled for my notes and just put, as you have just heard, because I thought I had prepared all the solutions and all the, what the case that will help us to resolve the problem on the corridor. I think we know what the problems are. We know what the solutions are. I think we should be more pragmatic and more practical and intentional about investment policy and setting up the business councils that would ensure that the climate is suitable for business. And when we do that, governments do that, and put in place the right incentives, the private sector will come on board, and I'm sure that investment will thrive between the two regions. Okay. Thank you.
Indeed, there's really nothing more I could add to that. Well said. So ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to near the end of the panel. At this moment, we are going to transition to our Q&A. I know our panelists will have a lot to say, and I know you have many questions. So, yes, please. I'm not too sure if a mic is going to go out there.
And then we have 2 more questions.
Okay, so a mic will be passed around. We could take 3 questions because we only have about 7 more minutes. Yes, please.
So thank you. I
Yes,
just
ma'am.
want to comment. I am Dr. Asfour, President for the Africa Business Council. And just yesterday, we signed to establish the Africa-Caribbean Business Council. So it's really responding to the minister who was saying we really, as a regional Caribbean Business Council and also the Africa Business Council that's established in line with the Heads of State Decision Summit to be the voice of the African private sector that includes all the APEX organizations. So on our board is the COMESA Business Council, the SADC Business Council, East Africa Chambers of Commerce, West Africa Chambers of Commerce, Pan-African Manufacturer Association, Union of Industries. So it is really the continental private sector. That's why it's response to what you have been saying that business linkages already started yesterday. We have a company with us from Egypt that is interested into fishing and fish farm and have the aquaculture that already has a business linkages with the Caribbean private sector organization to start this in the Caribbean, in the blue economy. So exactly as you said, we need the regulatory framework, we need the incentives in order for the private sector to be able to achieve these linkages. And in response to the tourism, under Africa Business Council, we have a tourist cluster that will be happy to promote all the Caribbean tourism as one destination. On the other hand, to also promote the African continental tourism from Cairo to Cape for a Grand Africa tour for our brothers and sisters from here from the Caribbean. So it's an ongoing process that we just started, but we'll be happy as Africa Business Council to support with reference to all the business linkages. Thank you very much.
And thank you for sharing that with us. Thank you. Okay, we have a second hand here. We can only take 3 questions, unfortunately, because of the time. A mic is coming to you, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Ben Okoye. I'm the ambassador of Nigeria in Cuba. The discussions going on are very interesting, and it's giving us a lot of hope that the issue about logistics will be settled very soon. You've talked about the numbers. The Nigerian colleague talked about the numbers. We have the numbers. We're talking about commercial and economic case. The numbers are there. But the issue has always been the willing investors talking about these numbers, whether they will break even, whether they will make profits. I am thinking that the initial investment required for the airline operators to take off is important. In the governments of the Caribbean, both in the African, are they willing to support this initial takeoff? So the panelists, do you think that is necessary, or you think a discussion should be stimulated along that line in terms of the government supporting the initial takeoff? Maybe for supporting payments in subsidy or whatever form it may come for about maybe 6 months or 1 year, when people know that flights are beginning to go this direction of Africa and Caribbean. Then we will see how viable this business is for the operators. This is what I'm trying to reflect on. Thank you very much.
Sir, could you just repeat your exact question again, please?
Well, I just made a comment, and also wondering if it would be necessary for the governments of the Caribbean and the Africans to support the initial take-up of flight operations, initial investments that is required. You know, the aviation industry is very expensive, we all know. So this is part of the problem. I have also personally contacted Ethiopian Airlines and other airlines on the ongoing discussion. This is what they are saying. They don't want to start something that they can stop immediately. They want to have a sustained business. in this
Understood.
direction.
Okay, thank you, sir. Minister, comments?
So, yes, I can. The short answer to that from the Barbados perspective, on whose behalf I can speak, we invest in a model that focuses on either a combination of cooperative marketing or incentive marketing. We do have also a behind the gateway marketing strategy that helps to build the demand that all of us have been talking about. What we typically do not do, however, what was the model when I think back in the 1990s and in the early 2000s, the model of a minimum revenue guarantee being provided to airlines is a model that many countries, including Barbados, have moved away from. And there's a basis for that. So if an airline, if you are a company and you are not incentivized to fill the seats, for example, and you are just flying because someone is giving you a minimum revenue guarantee, there's no return on it really for any of the destinations, because empty seats that are paid for but no one's in them, they don't book hotel rooms, they don't book restaurant reservations, they don't use taxis, there's no local spend in the domestic economy to be able to justify a minimum revenue guarantee that goes to a privately owned company. That benefits shareholders, but it doesn't create a sustainable commercial model. And so we have evolved over the past few years into a model that does behind the gateway marketing, cooperative marketing that has incentive regimes, where we invest all of the resources that typically used to be spent in minimum revenue guarantees to airlines behind the gateway to fill the seats, so that the airline is guaranteed to have their yields where appropriate, the seats are filled, and the destinations also benefit. So from Barbados, the short answer to that is that we can do it by way of supporting marketing, and we're committed to doing that in the various markets as long as our partners come alongside. We will be having some conversations, Jens mentioned this afternoon, with one of our partners. We are preparing to go off to Roots World to engage with negotiations there with the international airlines, and we will be meeting with some of the partners there. We just came back from Roots Europe, where some of the carriers were there. We met with them as well. So those negotiations will continue based on us providing behind the gateway marketing support.
Okay, thank you, Minister Cummins. Unfortunately, I would have loved to go to you, Minister Krapa, but we have to wrap up. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry we couldn't get to all of your questions, but we are running on a very tight schedule today. But I'm sure you agree that this was a very insightful session, and I would like you to please join with me in thanking our esteemed panel, and I thank you, the audience, for joining as well. Enjoy the rest of your day.
And let me thank you, moderator, Ms. Alicia Nichols, Junior Research Fellow at the Sridhar Ramphal Center for International Trade Law Policy and Services at the University of the West Indies. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, she wasn't here for the opening statement, but she will close. Can we please... Thank you, photographers. Can you find your photo opportunity off the stage? We're trying to get the program moving. Thank you very much. The Honorable Vera Songwe, former Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, had been scheduled initially to give an opening statement. Before the panel began, we now invite her to the stage to give the closing statement. Ms. Songwe? You're welcome.
Good morning, good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you today. I came in at 4 a.m. this morning, so I'm still trying to get my bearings right, but it's a wonderful place to be, and I think a really important place to be having this conversation on tourism, trade, telecommunications, and investment. I just wanted to talk maybe about something concrete that we actually did, which began to give a sense that our continents, our countries, our markets are not so far away. When COVID hit, and there was a big conversation about how we get the COVID vaccines to the continent. Of course, AfriCaribbean Bank launched a program to put out the COVID vaccines and to see how Africa could procure COVID vaccines. We started thinking about Africa because that's where we were, and that was the natural thing to do, was to say, how can Africa get the vaccines to itself? But as we were doing the work, and as we very clearly and very quickly realized, it was not just Africa that was shut out of the COVID vaccine market. It was all the developing countries, and of course, the island countries as well. And I think the fantastic thing that AfriCaribbean Bank, the African Union, were able to do was to come together, Strive Masiwia, Africa CDC, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and many others, was to say, and I must start by thanking the Prime Minister of Barbados, Prime Minister Mia Motley, because it does take somebody to say, why don't you add us to your list? Yes, we may not be on the African continent, but if we're going to be buying vaccines, why can't we come together to buy vaccines together? And this is what happened. We came together as the African continent and we said, the Caribbean is not so far away. The Caribbean countries are not getting vaccines. How can we ensure that the Caribbean countries get vaccines? By the Caribbean countries buying vaccines with the African countries, we were able to do three things. The first one was, I think, ensure, as President Uhuru Kenyatta and Prime Minister Mia Motley have always said, at the end of the day, we are but one continent and we are but one people. And so coming together in a time of crisis to see how we work together was particularly important. But it's not enough to just say, oh, we're one people and we have to come together. We have to trade, and we have to be able to do, most importantly, the logistics of it. So once we finally were able to procure vaccines, which we procured actually in the United States from Johnson & Johnson, and we must thank them because they were the first sort of pharmaceutical company that said, yes, to Africa, we can give you vaccines. We were able, because we were procuring, to buy vaccines at the cost at which the COVAXes and the Gavis were able to buy it. So we brought down the cost, which meant that for the Caribbean countries, if the Caribbean countries had gone to the market on their own, if Barbados had gone to the market on its own, it probably, one, may not have been able to get vaccines, and even if it did get vaccines, it probably would have cost twice as much. So we did two things with that effort. The first thing was allow for availability of vaccines, which keeps your tourism business open, it keeps your markets open, because had we not done that, a lot of the Caribbean countries would have been totally shut out of the market for tourism for that whole period. But because we were able to give vaccines and actually deliver vaccines first to some Caribbean countries, I think that happened. And again, this is thanks to the joint collaboration between the AfriCaribbean trade and investment conversations that had started under the leadership of President Uhuru Kenyatta and Prime Minister Mia Motley. But we have now demonstrated, and in the last session we were just talking about airlines. The airlines that distributed the vaccines were Ethiopian Airlines as well. Those were the airlines that at that point in time were able to fly. And so even managing the logistics of how we were able to distribute the vaccines was important, but it was also a continental effort. And I think as we come out of this one very precise example, we are now getting into a different problem across the world, right? We have the food, we have the fertilizer, and we have the fuel crisis. Our continent produces and should be able to export wheat to the rest of the world, and certainly to this part of the world. We have enough gas to be able to power and energize a lot of the continent and beyond. And I think that as we come together today, one of the things that we must continuously talk about is how, as Africa builds the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, yes, we call it the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, but it must be also an Afro-Caribbean Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, and how we can make sure that everything that we do under the AFCFTA is also part of an objective that says we must bring the Caribbean into this big market that Africa has created, which is going to be certainly the biggest market in the continent and in the world in the next 10 years. So I think that you have the big advantages on the Caribbean side, in Barbados and in many places. You have advance on the telecommunication side, you have advance on the financial services side. These are very important aspects of how we fix and build our logistics systems. But now what we need to do is see how we can make sure that our systems, your systems in the Caribbean and our systems in Africa, begin to talk together. For that, we're going to need, yes, business forums, but we're also going to need three things. One, harmonization of our procedures, harmonizations of our regulations. We must get to a point where we can understand if a ship and a bill of lading are prepared in Barbados and are going to land in Ghana, that they're talking to the same systems, and we need to make sure that those systems work. We need to make sure that those systems talk to each other. In the area of telecommunications, of course, we need to do more, we need to do better, we need to do faster. Today, telecommunications between the Caribbean and Africa are one of the most expensive. We cannot trade, we cannot do business if we keep the status quo. So this is one thing that I think we need to focus on. We need to see how we work on digitization, digital communications, the whole digital business. It is the future. It is going to be our future and our common future. So we must work together, hopefully during these few days, to see what more we can do to reduce the cost of telecommunications between ourselves. And finally, on the investment point, and this is my last point, under the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, we are now working on investment protocols. We're working to see how we harmonize them. What we propose is that the Caribbean countries come together with us quickly so that as we begin to enshrine our investment protocols into law and into action, that we are making sure that we take into account what is important for you. Because it's much more difficult if we move ahead with this and then we have to come back and retrofit. So I'm hoping that part of the conversations we will be having in the next few days is listening to the Caribbean organizations tell us what it is that we need to look at as we do our investment protocols, our competition protocols, our IP protocols, so they are harmonized in such a way that we can work together and build a stronger and better and prosperous future, not just for the African continent, but for the African continent and its diaspora, for which the Caribbean is clearly and surely part of. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Songwe, for joining us this morning and for your statement. We move on to the next panel, which is session 7, and it is on improving food security, agricultural productivity, and expanding agribusiness opportunities. We will have an opening statement by Ms. Pamela Koch-Hamilton, Executive Director of the International Trade Center. More Bob Marley?
No. I promise I won't sing this time. All protocols established. Thank you very much. It's great to be here again this morning. Let me thank you for the opportunity that you've given me to share this morning, on a very important issue, at least for the Caribbean and for Africa. My forebears came from a place called St. Elizabeth, also known as the breadbasket of Jamaica. Essentially, it feeds the rest of the country, but it doesn't have the wherewithal or the support, particularly in terms of water and other facilities, to make agriculture what it ought to be. Farmers held and continue to hold our community and country together. Growing up, it was much easier and affordable to access fresh food. A lot has changed since then. In fact, there was a recent notification that came out last week that said that it is now cheaper for many people in the Caribbean to eat out rather than to cook at home. And that is a very, very dangerous and scary statistic. because it goes to the issues of non-communicable diseases and all the challenges that we're currently facing in terms of the health crisis. But in a perfect world, we would not be dealing with COVID, climate change, conflict, and cost of living increases. But here we are. Food security tops the global agenda, and rightfully so. Value chains are disrupted, supply constraints are increasing, food and energy prices have driven inflation levels not seen in more than 4 decades. Fertilizer prices are expected to remain elevated well into 2023. As the world changes, smallholder farmers and MSMEs in the agribusiness sectors will bear the brunt of it. Their day-to-day lives affected by reduced profit levels and incomes render them powerless in a global supply system unfairly constructed. Meanwhile, the 4 main global commodity giants that control between 70 to 90% of the global grain trade have seen their profits reach record levels. Something is wrong in the way our global food system works. Something is wrong with the continued commodity dependence in developing countries. We can no longer survive on the last rung of the value chain's ladder. I was recently reading an article first published in 2014, which showed that Africa exported coffee valued at $6 billion. Yet the final products sold yielded $100 billion. That's a $94 billion value-added difference outside of Africa. I think we ought to be concerned. And this is true not just for coffee. It's true for virtually every commodity produced in Africa. Valuable foreign exchange continues to seep through our hands, while very little changes for the small-scale farmers whose hard work is not sufficiently compensated. The reality is tragically represented by over 37 million people in the Horn of Africa who are currently facing acute hunger, according to the WHO. The UN forecasts that the global population is expected to reach nearly 10 billion by 2050. This means that 70% more food must be produced to feed everyone. If we don't act now to boost food security, we will have a crisis of epic proportion on our hands. Here in the Caribbean, we need to address the combined issue of hunger and nutrition. Our food consumption patterns in recent decades has resulted in high levels of food imports. I think we now have almost an 11 billion a year food import bill for a place that, 6 million, 7 million people at max, which says a lot. Why do we have such a high import bill? And the dependence on imports raises significant issues about food security. So what we have is not just a high level of food imports, but also it has ignited a silent pandemic of obesity and health-related issues. I must admit, yesterday I did enjoy the macaroni pie. I'm a sucker for macaroni pie, I must admit. But since I'm living in Geneva, I don't really get it that often, so I indulged yesterday. But I commend the joint commitment of CARICOM heads of government to reduce the food import bill by 25% by 2025. This will require all hands on deck, and as Prime Minister Motley often says, many hands make light work. ITC, as the joint agency of the World Trade Organization and the United Nations, will bring its hands to the plow. You can count on us to support this bold vision. I believe there are 4 keys that are necessary to achieve this. The first is putting MSMEs at the heart of the food security discussions. MSMEs employ a significant number of women and youth and are an important solution to the food crisis and post-pandemic recovery efforts. The second is ensuring increased digital connectivity for farmers and agribusiness. Dr. Songwe just spoke about the issue of digital connectivity and how important it now is to the business of agriculture and agribusiness. If we're not connected, we cannot move into the new areas for AI and smart technology agriculture. According to the Broadband Commission, in Africa, the cheapest smartphone costs up to 63% of the average monthly income. So while farmers in the global north are building smart farms and leveraging agri-tech solutions using robots and AI for efficiency and increased yields, how is the Caribbean and Africa preparing to compete? The third key is to make agriculture climate resilient. Data from our 2021 flagship SMECO publication report showed in Africa, 60% of large firms reported that they had invested in at least one measure to reduce their exposure to environmental risks, compared to just 38% of MSMEs. Severe hurricanes and droughts will wipe us out if we don't address this issue. And this leads to my fourth and final point. We must increase access to finance to help MSMEs adapt and mitigate against climate change. Investing in resource efficiency systems or solar panels requires an upfront investment which will pay environmental dividends while increasing the resilience of the agricultural sector. Across several ITC initiatives and programs, we help producers and MSMEs build resilience to climate change, market shocks, and unlock market opportunities. In Ghana's cocoa sector, for example, we're leveraging climate-smart solutions that support farmers' livelihoods while improving biodiversity. In Jamaica, ITC and its regional partners, CARDIA among others, joined forces with the Alligator Head Foundation to protect fish stocks, restore habitats, and regenerate local economies. Here in Barbados, we're working together with partners to support large-scale investments to generate clean energy by using agricultural products and waste, such as coconut husks. But we have to do more. Collectively, valuable partnerships can accelerate and expand agribusiness opportunities. Africa and the Caribbean must support each other. And I really want to reiterate what Dr. Songwe said about us working together and being mutually supportive. It's the only way forward. Increasing interregional trade can result in increased food security. But first, it requires the development of an ecosystem to help African and Caribbean private sectors capitalize on market opportunities. For example, our report shows that Africa and the Caribbean have a two-way trade potential of 11 million for fertilizers. The Caribbean's single largest export product to Africa is anhydrous ammonia, a fertilizer input. This can help mitigate against the rising fertilizer prices that I mentioned earlier. We must also help to provide credible market and trade intelligence and facilitate matchmaking between buyers and sellers. We must tackle reducing tariffs and removing obstructive non-tariff measures, such as high transportation costs and investing in better port and land freight infrastructure. Lastly, we must take a holistic approach that focuses not only on trade of agricultural goods, but also agri-services. I mentioned yesterday in my opening statement that Africa's agribusiness sector holds $53 million in export growth potential for the Caribbean, most in fish, kidney beans, and vegetables. On the other hand, the Caribbean has $20 million of untapped potential to Africa in this sector. We need to make AfriCaribbean trade work. So in closing, I want to reiterate ITC's commitment to supporting both regions to increase food security and boost agribusiness opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cook-Hamilton. And now we invite the panelists to discuss this topic. And the moderator is Ms. Althea Wiggins, Barbados Special Envoy to Suriname and Guyana. And her panelist, the Honorable Indar Weir, Minister of Agriculture, Food and National Security of Barbados. The Honorable Mamadou Ngalen-Barry, Minister of Agriculture and Livestock in Guinea. Mr. Mamadou Biteye, Executive Secretary, the African Capacity Building Foundation. Mr. Gavin Bovell, Trade and Investment Consultant, Guyana Office for Investment, Guyana. And Dr. Renata Clark, Sub-Regional Coordinator for the Caribbean Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO. Madam Moderator, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Marshall, and good morning to everyone. So the topic in this session is, how can agricultural productivity be improved and opportunities for agribusiness expanded to enhance food security, take advantage of the circular economy, generate employment and export opportunities, and increase rural incomes in the two regions? what are some of the strategies that can be deployed to develop this sector? Pamela Hamilton suggested a lot of the things that we have discussed, but we know that food security and food sovereignty has become the major topic of discussion worldwide. The global food situation is under threat as a result of three major issues: the COVID-19 pandemic, the war in Ukraine, and climate change, as we can see with those monsoon floods in Pakistan. These three events have impacted food security, especially in developing countries. With COVID-19 came the disruption of the logistics food supply chain. The war in Ukraine brought the disruption from major suppliers such as Ukraine and Russia for wheat and fertilizers, and climate change has resulted in droughts, floods, and wildfires. I want to welcome my panel to discuss those issues now, and to my immediate left, we have our Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Food and Nutritional Security, Mr. Indar Ware. We have the Honorable Mamoudou Nalan Bari, Minister of Agriculture and Livestock in Guinea. Next to him is Mr. Mamoudou BTA, Executive Secretary of the African Capacity Building Foundation. Next to him is Mr. Gavin Boval, Trade and Investment Consultant with GoInvest, and Dr. Renata Clark, Sub-Regional Coordinator for the Caribbean Food and Agricultural Organization. Minister Ware, I'm going to start with you. With such an expansive topic and all that we have heard here today, we're speaking not only of Barbados, but we're speaking of CARICOM as a whole. What plans are being put in place for CARICOM, first of all, to reduce that massive food import bill that we are facing? Minister?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Very good morning to everyone. Protocols being established. I feel confident that I can start by saying a hearty welcome to all of you visiting Barbados. I wish that you would stay. We have now a facility that can accommodate all of you who want to stay in Barbados and work. So please ask about it before you leave. Madam Moderator, the question you posed, in fact, is one that has given me tremendous trepidation since I became Minister of Agriculture. And the reason why I'm saying this is because I think if we were to bring into context what we are talking about as it relates to a food import bill, we have to start to disaggregate the numbers, but equally we have to look at what it is that is within an established food import bill that we can start to target and remove through primary agriculture produce. The other thing that we need to do is to look at value chain opportunities within the region. And I think we have fallen short on many fronts as it relates to taking advantage of value chain opportunities. Now, our region imports a lot of primary agriculture produce, but more than 60% of what is on our food import bill comes in value chain products, processed items, condiments, those types of things. And if we are going to truly address the food import bill, we have to start to understand what it takes to get back to solid manufacturing so that we can address some of these issues. We also have to look at value chain and products through agri-processing, and therefore our agri-food systems need a total revamp. Our target of 25% by the year 2025 is only a start, and this is a baseline figure, because I do believe that if we were to target many of the crops, that we find it easy to import simply because for some reason there's a passion and a drive to import stuff that we have here within the region because of the competitive advantage that it may give. These are things that I have said repeatedly, that we as a people must determine if we will allow. And therefore, Do you want to pay 1 cent more per kilo for locally produced, or are you going to just go and allow for the competition to take over, and therefore the local farmers within the region would have to struggle? Between Barbados and the African continent, through South-South cooperation, we have tremendous amounts of opportunities that are available to us. Africa has land space. We're now introducing technology. I was involved in a conference in Costa Rica just before the crop over event. And what we looked at is how we can engage farmers and how we can use science and technology, digital agriculture as well, to be able to develop the sector and move people to the next stage. What I've always feared is that we would have a conversation that puts us in a space where we are repeating the same thing, doing the same thing, and expecting different results. And that, to me, is the major challenge that we have in addressing our food import bill. We must move farmers away from a mindset that it is not a business. It is a business. We must move policy to drive people into the reality that training must be at the core of all of this. We must move people to the point that they recognize that you must be able to measure what you produce, you must be able to apply costs, you must be able to track your operating expenditure. And equally, we must move people to a space where they understand that if we can grow it here, we eat what we grow what we eat, we have healthier lives. And all the programs and policies that I am putting in place with my colleagues and brothers across CARICOM, we are currently working with my colleagues and brothers on the African continent as well. And I have already spoken to the Minister of Agriculture in Ghana, where I said, as far as I'm concerned, if we can fix the systems, giving us a fair chance to be able to increase trade between Africa and the region, then we, in a very seamless way, will have no borders, no boundaries, fair trade amongst all of us. And these are the issues that we need to address as we move along with reducing our food import bill by 25% as a baseline by the year 2025. I recognize the importance of us getting it right, and therefore the conversations that have started with our international stakeholders, the FAO, ICA, and now we have Agri in Africa that is leading the charge as well. I believe that we are in a good position to reduce our food import bill, address NCDs, and create enfranchisement for our people within the sector. And I sincerely hope that this will be the final outcome as we seek to modernize and improve the agricultural sector.
Thank you, Minister Weir. I now move to Minister Nyland Barry. We are talking a lot about the food import bill from the position of food sovereignty, food security, and from a health perspective. We just heard that some people, despite the fact that macaroni pie, because of all the high carbs, would encourage you to get a lot of NCDs and obviously on other issues. So we are looking at two areas of concern. The NCDs in terms of the foods we eat that are producing these NCDs, from the supply side of, now we have Africa as a partner. What I want to ask you, Minister, how do you see Africa really helping the Caribbean to reduce the food import bill? Because I'll say this to you, I don't want this to be another talk shop. And I know Minister Weir, I work very closely with him. So he's going to be behind us all to make sure that this happens. How can you see Africa immediately of helping us to identify at least 1.2, reduce our food import bill by at least 1.2 billion? And I would also say to you, those figures came recently from the Agri Investment Forum that was in Trinidad, where the head of the private sector, the CPSO, he identified immediately $1.2 billion where we can reduce, and it's in cereals, meat products, vegetables and fruit, milk and cream, beverages, fish products, and crustaceans. Tell me, sir, help us reduce that bill. What are you willing to do? Okay. What can you do?
Thank you very much for that very relevant question. I think since last night, I was thinking about how can we start doing concrete things for Africa and the Caribbean. Because I have been attending many forums, and we talk, sometimes the follow-up is not there. So I will start by thanking you, thanking Barbados, thanking all the Caribbean countries for the warm welcome we have received from our brothers and sisters. I have really felt home, and I think that we need to do the same in the business sector. So when I talk today about agriculture in Africa, the first thing that comes to my mind is shame. It's really shameful that a country like Ukraine, which has less arable land than Nigeria, has a crisis and Africa cannot eat. It's a shame for us. Guinea has about 40 million hectares of arable land, which is about half what Ukraine has. But Guinea is crying because there is a war somewhere in the world. So the same thing applies for the relationship between the Caribbean and Africa. If we are not able to feed ourselves in Africa, we cannot pretend to be able to feed people outside Africa. So the first thing for us as Africans is to be able to use the potential of Africa. Now, our potential is just wasted. You go to Nigeria, lands are everywhere. You come to Guinea, everywhere we have lands. We are not even able to mobilize our own private sector to use those lands. So that's why the first things have to start at the policy level. We need to be able to improve our business climate, to encourage our investors, our local investors first, to trust the countries and invest. So when we start producing more, it gets easier to go outside. Secondly, when I think about what we can do together, I think about starting small. We don't need to start big. I was just thinking about how I can get my next fertilizer from Barbados, how I can get pesticide from Barbados. Instead of importing from China, I can just come to Barbados. How can I bring my potatoes that I produce a lot in Guinea? Last week, I have producers who lost about $500,000 in potato because the local market is small, they cannot export it. How can I exchange this potato against pesticide in Barbados, for instance? So we need to start small. We need to identify niches and start there and grow from there. We cannot start by $1 billion export, but we can start by $500,000, $1 million export, and then from there we can grow and go further. So today, I have some Guinean investor who came with me. I think of GTR SR, who is a big company in Guinea, and who has recently signed a lease over 5,000 hectares of land to produce rice. So I can tell GTR SR, you have to find niches in Barbados. You have to find how you can supply your fertilizer from Barbados. Those are the things we need to develop, and I really believe in the potential between Africa and Caribbean, but we need to work. Thank you.
Is that rice parboiled rice or the white rice?
Yeah, he can do both. He has a big land, he's starting, and he's also applied for 17,000 hectares somewhere else because he wants to do yam and cassava. So I think the first step when I was appointed as minister was to convince my business people to come in the agricultural sector. Mm-hmm. When you go to our countries, you go to Nigeria, you go to Togo, you go to many countries, you see big mining companies. Mm. You don't see big agricultural companies.
Oh, I see.
That is very, very sad. That is a shame for a country like Guinea. And those are the first things we need to change locally before thinking to go outside of our countries.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mahmoud Bitier, you're the Executive Secretary of the African Capacity Building Foundation. Please explain to the audience what is that about and how can that help us with our food import bill? How can that help us with our food security? Tell us about your foundation, sir.
Thank you very much. First of all, the African Capacity Building Foundation is a specialized agency of the African Union. It's an institution that was created in 1991, initially by 12 African states, to build the capacities of the public sector for economic planning and execution. This institution has grown to 40 member states today, 30 years later, and has expanded in its mandate to actually, in addition to public sector, providing capacity building services also to non-public sector, to non-state actors, NGOs, local private sector, etc. Because it's believed that when you build capacity, it's important to do it in an ecosystem, not just one player in the ecosystem. We have to build a capacity across the ecosystem to really bring up the level for discussion and collaboration. When I look at food security and the agricultural sector from that perspective, between Africa and the CARICOM, I would say that we share a lot of things, commonalities. First of all, when you look at CARICOM, it was said earlier, most of the production, agricultural production, is exported in the form of raw agricultural product. Apart from sugar, which is half processed to brown granulates. This leads to an import bill, food bill of $6 billion. And despite the goal for CARICOM to reduce that by 25% by 2025. Look at Africa at the same time, where I will just take one example, which is a country we look up to, which is Nigeria, which is the second largest producer of tomato, but it is the first importer of tomato paste. That tells also the story of how in Africa also, most of our goods actually, similarly to CARICOM, are not processed, which gives us the lowest value. The second thing that we share in common is actually the inefficiencies within the agricultural value chains. Both here in the CARICOM and in Africa, a minimum of 30% of everything we produce actually is lost due to those inefficiencies, lack of storage, etc. So the opportunity is now that commitment for CARICOM to reduce the food bill, but also in Africa, the food market is going to triple to $1 trillion within the next 15 years, actually from its $300 billion value right now. So to me, looking at all of that, I think that one of the areas where we can collaborate is really about how do we make sure that we are adding value to our agricultural production, which is how do we invest in processing of our agriculture. So that provides a huge opportunity for private sector investment, but also it provides a huge opportunity for job creation for the young people, for the youth. Particularly, both regions actually have more than half of their population actually age below 25. So that is a huge opportunity. Second, around that is also exchange of knowledge and technology. If we look at the keynote speaker spoke about digitization. We have seen during the pandemic 3 years worth of digitization happen in just 1 year.
Yes, yes.
So, and the world is not going back. So this is, and we've seen also that those business people, if we look at agricultural farmers as business people, actually those who are able to be connected actually sustained, withstand the crisis. Some of them even did actually grow, but those who were not were the ones who were the hardest hit. So this is important, particularly to participate in digital platforms, e-commerce, because 70% of the wealth to be created in the next 10 years actually is going to come from those digital platforms. So our farmers and our agriculture need to be connected to that. What that means, it means increased investment also in digital infrastructure in rural areas as well. So I think that there is, and also actually digital financial inclusion is going to be also extremely important to give access actually to a large palette of financing opportunities. So I believe that before even we can talk about export, it is really absolutely important that both regions actually exchange knowledge, share best practices, and actually really build the capacities of their farmers.
So am I reading you correctly? Both your minister, you're actually saying that Africa is really not yet ready to export to the Caribbean. Is that what you're saying to us?
Not exactly that, but I believe that actually there is a huge opportunity. Because to me, the idea is not like Africa to see Caribbean just as a market or vice versa, but actually it's how we lift each other up and where we can actually exchange, produce that actually exists here or doesn't exist there. But first of all, it's not going to be make it if we are doing it with raw products. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Oh, I see. Thank
so
you.
that it is not just about trade between ourselves, but it's also between us and the rest of the world as well.
Okay, maybe also I need to say one word about that, because I didn't mean we cannot trade actually with the Caribbean. No way. We can trade. I just said that first we have a big potential that we need to improve. We need to tap into that potential. It makes easier to export, and also we need to start small. Next month, what can we do? We don't have to wait for the biggest thing before starting to export.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Renata Clark, you've been around a long time. You've heard a lot of these conversations, and you know exactly what it takes to achieve these goals, and we do not want this to be another talk shop. How do you see the FAO now taking this process to the next level in terms of the information that is fed to CARICOM about the same food import bill, and what really would be FAO's role in really pushing hard to get this agenda moving? Because like I said, we've been hearing a lot of this talk. Every time there's another forum, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. Luckily for us, under Prime Minister Motley, when she says something, it has to go. So they know lag time between announcing the policy minister where we have to get going right away. So tell us now, with CARICOM and with FAO, whom you work very closely with, exactly know what steps are you going to put in place to ensure now that this happens?
Thank you for the big question. You said it right. The leadership has never been clearer.
That's right.
We were in Trinidad last week, and we've all got the memo, including FAO.
That's
so
right.
it's not FAO leading the way, it is FAO supporting the countries in achieving a goal that now, everyone understands that it is an imperative. You were speaking about the presentation of the CPSO with me before the panel, and the discussion is, let's concretize this discussion about import substitution. Where is the potential? And a lot of analyses have been carried out over the last several months for that precise purpose. And this is where, and I was speaking with my colleague just before the panel about the information and the information dissymmetry, because as FAO, we can throw ourselves behind this realizing the production potential when we too understand where the biggest opportunities lie. And we're taking very much a value chain approach. So if we think that there are certain commodities, certain value chains where the Caribbean can produce competitively, and I do want to underline that competitively, because between brackets, I would like to remind us that the cost of a healthy diet in the Caribbean is among the highest in the world, if not the highest. So not only must we produce locally, but we must be producing efficiently. We're not the most greatly endowed in terms of many agricultural resources, except for some of the countries of the Caribbean, of course. So it is understanding where the constraints lie. I go back, don't want you to forget the first thing I said, understanding where the potential is. With the support of FAO and several other agencies, I do believe that this is a time for us all to work together. We've been having discussions with CARDI, with IECA, to make sure that we are all throwing our weight behind making these value chains work. Sometimes the problem is at the production level, access to seed, access to planting material. Sometimes it's around the processing elements, the infrastructure, to avoid that what we've produced is simply waste. Sometimes it's about, better connecting with markets and the regulatory certainty that can facilitate exchange. This was another comment I had with my colleague just before. So there are many things that are under the tip of the iceberg that have to be put in place to make sure we can be producing and marketing efficiently. And we are very much on the way.
Thank you so much. I think we have to be honest with these conversations, and sometimes it comes down to a case of who is going to bell the cat. The CPSO identified these figures, and they are responsible for, I would say, one of the largest conglomerates in the region. So sometimes people say things, but then you have to put them into action. So here it is now. You've identified $1.2 billion in information. Do the supermarket chains in the region sign contracts with the farmers locally and say we're going to take, because if you think in practical, you want to reduce this food import bill, you just don't want to say it. You have to put these things into place. So I'm saying then, if you want to stop, because don't forget this food import bill, people think it's government, People see it as government. It is the private sector who is responsible for this massive food import bill, and they are the ones who have to drive this process. So are they going to put in place, Gavin, where they're going to sign contracts with farmers, the supermarkets, and say we're going to take all the fruits and vegetables that you are producing, and also we might help you to upscale so that we don't have to import a lot of our goods extra-regionally. So speak to me about that, Gavin.
Well, as you would know, Althea, what we've been doing at the Guyana Office for Investment in collaboration with Export Barbados is really working on developing those private sector linkages to be able to get the big missing link. Because we have all of these conversations and numerous conferences and forums, but the missing element is the private sector. They're the boots on the ground, and they have to take the financial risk to ensure that this food import bill is reduced. One of the things that I am constantly in conversation with the private sector, both here and in Guyana and across the region, is what is it that they need in order to increase their level of investment, particularly in agriculture, right? One of the key things that always comes back is quality. Not the ability to produce a lot, but the ability to produce of a consistently high quality, because we in the Caribbean and in Africa, we have developed Western taste. Whether it comes through the television or whether it comes through the travels that we have developed a taste for high quality product. But we're not seeing that reflected in our own agriculture and agribusinesses industry. What is it that they need in order to increase their investment to be able to achieve that level of quality? Right? And again, it comes back to the policy. Again, it comes back to disseminating the information that's available. Information concerning things like sanitary and phytosanitary concerns that have to be addressed when you're moving agricultural product across borders. I think one of the opportunities, I sit down, I've met a lot of persons yesterday, and I think the opportunity that I smell and that I feel in the air is an area that has long played Caribbean agriculture, scale. Africa presents an opportunity of scale. In order for us to combat this issue of, as Minister Weir spoke about, the competitive advantage of having a lower cost input being replaced for a higher cost locally produced product, we have to produce at a scale that allows a per unit price that is competitive. And if we're producing for a local Caribbean market, we're not going to be able to do this. And when I say to my African colleagues, we want some of that market to give us the ability to produce, we're saying it in a way not that we want without giving, because we believe we have just as much to give as we are willing to take. But there is a partnership that is necessary in order for both of our regions to be able to achieve what we want to achieve in terms of our food security and our combating of the non-communicable diseases. So from a value chain perspective, we have to start at the very beginning of the value chain. And that's not with the supply, it's with the demand. It's with the customer. How do our customers' demand translate into quality requirements? How do they translate into the price points? How does that then make it a competitive and compelling offer for the private sector to invest? And what policies can government, both within the region and in Africa, put in place to foster? Because we have to be realistic. This market isn't going to appear out of the air. It has to be nurtured. What is government willing to do in this time of high economic stress and the need for tax dollars? What is government prepared to do to foster this private sector growth that is necessary for our survival? So that is what we need to think about.
Thank you. As we wrap up in the last few minutes, Minister Weir, if you can briefly tell us the establishment of a major food facility in Barbados, the food terminal, how would that help Barbados and the region reduce the food import bill?
But we need to have a chat with this.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I think if we were to pay close attention to all that was said this morning as it relates to driving agriculture and providing opportunities that will redound to the reduction in the food import bill, we need to have capacity. And a number of things must kick in, including logistics. Right across the region, we are challenged with moving goods. And the food terminal that we're establishing as a joint agreement between Barbados and Guyana is for us to address several issues. Issues as they relate to storage. We may encourage people to produce more, but you will have issues with gluts, and therefore we're going to do contract buying so that farmers do not have to, first of all, burden themselves with finding market space. And we will put in the storage capacity at the food terminal that we can store for prolonged periods in excess of a year, sometimes 2 years, given the capabilities that we now have with technology to be able to store goods. We're also putting in a packaging system that allows for us to do clean packaging, removing air and removing any opportunities for products to be infected with bacteria. And those packages then will be retailed either to the tourism industry, cruise ships, the long stay entities. And of course, we are also looking at putting in airlift and sea freight to be able to move goods that will come to the food terminal, which will serve as a hub and spoke arrangement. And the term hub and spoke basically describes, similar to a bicycle wheel, where you have one location with many spokes going in different directions. And that basically will be the thrust of the food terminal, to be able to get food throughout the region and beyond the region, because if you're going to reduce our food import bill and increase capacity, increased production will meet increased market space as well. And therefore, we will be looking beyond CARICOM. But we have to fix a number of things, I must say, and issues with SPS. Now, I have my views about SPS, and I've been very frank about it. SPS is a construct that places an albatross around our necks, that forces us to confine ourselves to certain requirements that would mean we have to import a lot of what we are importing. Unless we can reach the point where we address it jurisdiction by jurisdiction within the region itself, if you're going to work with the African continent, and that's the reason why I made the statement that we should see it as no oceans, no boundaries, so that we, in a collaborative way, can look at how we address the issues with SPS. But if we are to take a generalized construct and try to fit it into a space that does not conform to all the requirements, we're going to force business people, farmers, and everybody else to be frustrated, humbugged, and we will never reach it. And before you get close, the goalposts would have changed. These are the challenges that we face with constructs that we try to force within a system that does not have the capacity to carry them. The culture does not carry them. We are trying to move people along, and in order to move them along, we have to identify what will work for us. If we can't do that, we are going to be forced to import, because what we are working with are tools that are driving us to import, and that is the reason why you would find that so much subsidization would take place within agriculture, within certain jurisdictions, simply because they recognize within the system and the laws that we have to follow, we have no choice because we don't have the capacity to meet them where they're at. So we have to determine where we are and where we want to go, and in dealing with our SPS construct, I am simply saying, jurisdiction by jurisdiction, we should get it right before we go with generalized legislation to choke ourselves.
Thank you, Minister. I'm being told to wrap up, but I really want to put this on the table, Dr. Clark, and I really want you to answer this and let everybody have a minute in the closing statement. Thank you. Thank you. So we've come to the end of our panel, and the closing statement that I will make would be the same way that we encourage householders to install photovoltaic panels to generate their own electricity. Because Barbados, in a sense, they say that we're a water scarce country. Why can't we encourage each and every household to harvest water for domestic purposes, for gardening, etc. And what we get from the Water Authority would mostly be for drinking. And I think, in a sense, that would help us to reduce bills permanently, not only the food import bill, which it would be too. So panel, thank you so very much. I enjoyed this discussion today, and I wanted to move from this forum to practicality. You've been a very good audience. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Madam Moderator and panel, for your very interesting discussion. At this point in the program, we are preparing for a signing ceremony of an MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding, which seeks to facilitate collaboration between the Barbados Investment and Development Corporation with the African Export-Import Bank in establishing working arrangements necessary for the delivery of sustainable financing for the proposed Exim Bank of Barbados. I invite the Chief Executive Officer of Export Barbados, Mr. Mark Hill, and Mr. Dennis Denya, Executive Vice President of AfriCaribbean Bank, to the stage to sign this MOU. Gentlemen? Thank you, gentlemen. And now it's tea break. I invite you to visit the exhibits on this level in the eastern and western wings, and there also displays one level up. Go and view the displays and engage the exhibitors. Artisans are also displaying their wares for sale outside. Now, lunch is being served in the lunchroom and outside in the tented area, through the lobby, out the building, and to your left. Please be back in 15 minutes for session 8. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Have a good break. So we're going into session 8, healthcare and life sciences, collective health security through pooled procurement, shared intelligence, and response. We will have an opening statement by Mr. Adrian Padmore, who is chairman of Export Barbados. Mr. Padmore?
Good morning. Protocol having been established, it's an honor for me to be speaking today at this forum, specifically in this session dealing with health, care, and life sciences. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you the importance of healthcare and life sciences to our societies and our economies. We are, as you're well aware, living in a global pandemic that has put immeasurable strain on our health systems, procurement systems, medical infrastructure, and economies. And while the lockdowns may seem like a distant memory, the impacts of this virus continue to plague our countries. And these will be felt economically for many, many years to come. So while in some ways the global response to the pandemic was impressive, in many ways it fell short for our two regions. Most importantly, it spotlighted both the need and the opportunity for Africa and the Caribbean to be unified around our shared objectives and needs. It exposed untapped markets, opportunities for collaboration, and the power of a shared voice. It also uncovered the significant human, natural, intellectual, and financial resources sitting in our nations, which we must leverage for our own mutual gains. It's no secret that both the Caribbean and the African Union hold a plethora of knowledge, know-how, skill in health and life sciences. Our knowledge of the land, the plants, animals, seas, and oceans is etched in generations of tradition. This knowledge is, in essence, a homegrown science of which our societies and economies have been built. A significant portion of Barbados's certified exports are bio-based and rely in some way on the life sciences for their development. Yet still, the majority of our scientific knowledge remains untapped, underutilized, or undervalued, relegated to terms such as bush tea for a cold, or grassroots, or survivalist innovations. It is with this in mind that the government of Barbados is seeking to leverage its existing capacity and expand its footprint in the life sciences industry. While still in our scoping stages, Export Barbados is committed to building a sustainable economic climate and supportive operating environment within which life sciences and biotechnology can thrive. By November of this year, we will have in hand a comprehensive strategic plan for life sciences, which will provide a roadmap for development of the sector and exploitation of Barbados's potential in the industry. Already, we have a number of pharmaceutical and intraocular lens manufacturing companies in Barbados. A number of international medical schools are also housed here. And of course, there's the Bel Air's Research Institute, which has many decades of very successful existence in Barbados. Efforts are currently underway to build relationships with Rwanda, Cuba, and Switzerland to accelerate our learnings as we build the life sciences industry in Barbados. Our International Food Science Center is soon to be launched and will increase the country's capacity to deliver life science products at international standards. So while in its early stages, our strategy is very much outward facing, and we are looking for you to join us in this endeavor. The world-class medical innovations arising from the likes of Cuba and South Africa show the potential our regions hold. By 2023, the global life sciences industry is expected to reach over $2 trillion in gross value. Barbados is ready to get on board. However, we must be clear. Pursuing this industry is not just an economic effort to build larger, more diversified economies, though this is, of course, one of our key motivations. Beyond this, we're also driven by a social necessity to ensure our healthcare systems, infrastructure, and people are resilient. Now, more than ever, we must rely on our respective expertise, resources, and skills across both the African Union and the Caribbean. We have seen the successes of pooled procurement, shared intelligence, and a unified response with the African Vaccine Acquisition Trust, AVAT. Through a unified approach and pooled purchasing power, the AVAT was able to secure life-saving vaccines for both the African Union and the Caribbean at the height of the pandemic. So we are, as the saying goes, stronger in numbers. In this regard, it is in this regard that Export Barbados is committed to growing business relationships and building partnerships that foster cross-regional business and investment linkages. We see the African Union as a strategic partner in this endeavor. The opportunities are endless, from medtech and cloud data systems to neglected crops and antimicrobial resistance. Barbados is ready for business, and I hope you are too. Thank you.
Mr. Padmore, thank you very much for your opening statement. I now invite the panelists to come to the stage. The moderator for this session is Dr. Kenneth Connell, who is Deputy Dean, Internationalization and Recruitment at the University of the West Indies. Ms. Folo Laoye, co-founder and CEO of Iwasan Investments Limited, a health investments holding company. And Dr. Joy St. John, Executive Director of the Caribbean Public Health Agency. Mr. Mark St. Hill, who is Chief Executive Officer of Export Barbados. The floor is yours, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Marshall, and welcome to what we hope is going to be the most exciting panel this afternoon. And interestingly, we were asked, we probably had the most exciting part of this panel in the panel preparation room, which you missed, but we plan to replicate that here on stage. And we have some hopefully actionable points to take away from the panel discussion. I'm happy to represent both my university, and Mr. Padmore mentioned international universities, but we have an indigenous university here in Barbados and the region, University of the West Indies. So let's jump right into it. And I know the opening comment stated there's no need to justify why health is in the middle of a trade and investment forum, because really and truly, without health, there's no trade and investment, right? And the pandemic has proven this, but also there's trade and investment within health. Are there any lessons to be learned from the COVID-19 pandemic that we can take forward? And why don't I start to my immediate right?
Great. Good afternoon.
Or left, since I'm directionally challenged.
All right, okay. Good morning, everyone, and really great to be here, all the way here in Barbados.
Welcome.
Thank you, Ken. And yes, just in a word to answer you, but maybe to elaborate a bit more, as in what are the lessons learned? Absolutely. I think the first and most important one was the amount of collaboration, the spirit of everybody coming together across all sectors to really deal with, what was a near and present, issue being the pandemic. And what we found particularly through that was, of course, there was a need to leverage, leverage supply chains, leverage investments, leverage skills, and so on. And of course, technology playing a big role. We found in Africa, and I'm sure you probably found some of that here, for instance, there was a significant shortage, a skills shortage, which is still going on, but
Still
particularly in COVID,
Right.
there was a big shortage of intensivists and pulmonary sort of doctors, physicians, and therefore telemedicine was something that we were used to leverage those skills, you know, from
Absolutely.
across the world. So certainly I think we've a lot of lessons that we hope that we will continue to take forward, especially in terms of when we think about, again, the supply chains and how we can really create some economies of scale. Maybe most specifically, and I think that was mentioned in the opening remarks, of the role of the AfriCaribbean and the AVAT of really, again, bringing together, you know, what would be our joint needs to the table in negotiating for vaccines. So those were really important lessons.
So one main learning point that you mentioned, I'm glad, is the use of innovation in healthcare. All of a sudden, as an internist, I can speak to this, we had to be in hospital until we realized we couldn't be in hospital. We had to employ innovations like telemedicine. And from across the pond, for instance, should it have been across the pond or should it have been south-south telemedicine? No, these are things that need to be discussed. And Joy St. John is the executive director of CARFA. And let me start by congratulating her, of course, as being our university's most recent honorary graduate. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And what is the role you think that COVID-19 has played in accelerating the health agenda?
Well, the first thing is that COVID-19 proved that the Caribbean is strongest when it works together. The second thing is that it forced us to collaborate in the virtual world and to strengthen all of the systems around that so it became safe to collaborate. And so during the pandemic, I sat in my living room and I went all over the world doing meetings, conferences, and collaborating with not just public health, but also all other sectors. So that's the other thing about COVID-19.
Several sectors.
Yes, this whole issue of learning the language of another sector started to talk to tourism a lot.
Right.
And I think that this whole issue of the pandemic, it's seen as a negative, but for me, it was a massive positive. It strengthened my collaborations, also with public health colleagues at all levels of government and the private sector across the world. So for me, the pandemic had a lot to really boost and catalyze things that we talked about before.
Right.
But it made us walk the talk.
Yes. You mentioned communication, and of course, you know that medical doctors, we're very much accused of using our own language, but certainly it forced us to communicate because there was an emergency and a crisis with other sectors that we realized for the first time are just as critical in health, such as air transport, security. You know, the pandemic posed a threat to national security, and we weren't able to use highfalutin languages like pea proteins and those kind of things. We had to really break it down, right? Mr. Hill, what do you think are some of the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on health?
Yeah, I think that one of the key areas is it clearly showed us that health does have a big impact on economic development, economic growth, because with the pandemic naturally impacting on our tourism. But what it did also help us to see is that we need to pivot. And fundamentally, if we're going to build resilience, our health system and our biosafety mechanisms have to be very, very strong. But more so than that, it also helped us to deep dive and look at what are the opportunities here for us to export and to impact on other societies that may need some of these biosafety mechanisms as well. So what that led to is us drilling down into what is the comparative advantage that Barbados can leverage coming out of the pandemic.
Right.
And one of the things that we know is that one, we have a strong education system, and two, we have a strong health system, and three, we have a strong governance system. So how do we leverage these comparative advantages? And the outcome of that is that the whole emphasis on the life sciences has now become front and center. So before the pandemic, persons most probably weren't very acutely aware of biotechnology and things like Pfizer. It was
or even
news.
chronically aware.
Yeah, but how vaccines were produced and the process, and then we have persons who were like, this vaccine get produced too fast, this and that. But what it has done is sensitize us to the fact that there is this industrial framework out there around biotechnology, around life sciences, around medical technologies that now we're seeing between 12 to 15% growth per annum in this particular market. So for us, it's exciting because it's a double-digit growth opportunity.
So COVID has essentially been the burning platform, and I'm learning from my business colleagues that you're kind of building back better when you go through a burning platform, right? The audience, I'm going to just signal to you, we're going to look at 5 Ps on this panel: people, products, policies, and programs, and the final P is not our jurisdiction, it's party, and that's this evening right next door at Ilara Court. So we'll start first with the people. You mentioned movement of people and shortages of people.
Sure. And I think that's, shall I say, perhaps one of the key burning issues now for the health systems, particularly post-COVID. Post-COVID, I think we've seen a huge HR dynamic around the world.
Oh, yeah.
And where, lots of sectors, not just healthcare, are really suffering from shortages of people. And healthcare has been hit particularly hard. And especially healthcare in our part of the world, from the African perspective, we are now pretty much a net exporter of, of health workers.
Health workers.
To the West.
Right.
And it is creating, a significant issue because we already are in a resource-constrained environment where, there's need to catch up, in terms of the number of those who are trained, especially with the populations that we're also having to look after. But it also creates an opportunity. It creates an opportunity, one, to train more and to really, bring more people into the system. And in fact, shall I say, the training opportunity is being looked at also from, a financially sustainable point of view as well, because, there is a real sort of export, revenue that could come out of this. And so therefore, how we think about people, both in terms of, their own opportunities in country as well as being exports is one. How we think about technology that helps us to enable the people or helps us to, again, to create what I'll call, to help us to, in a way, enlarge, their sort of sphere of influence.
Right.
Telemedicine platforms particularly have become, are here to stay, literally. During COVID times, most of the hospitals found that they shifted something like 60-70% of consultations and patient face-to-face appointments online.
Yes.
And did that.
And this hasn't necessarily shifted back.
No, it hasn't. And if anything, what it has done is it's helped us in some ways to also go through what I'll call the last mile.
Right, hopefully.
Again,
yes.
Hopefully. Again, because of the shortage of skills,
right.
We are able to leverage telemedicine now to really create more accessibility for those who are not even in the main, in the main sort of, shall I say, cities or main veins to be able to access the services.
Yeah.
So I think certainly, we've realized again that the flexibility, and being able to think innovatively has certainly come through the
So
pandemic.
when people hear people, they think training of people and skilled laborers, and automatically you start to think about the universities. The UWI from next year will have our first cohort of Ghanaian students joining us here at KFIL to complete the first 3 years of their medical degree, to return to the University of Ghana to complete years 4 through 6. So you'll have this cohort of people that are able to communicate not just with their ancestral brothers and sisters in the Caribbean, but with their classmates. So the ease of communication is a lot. So, but also, Joy, there is the exchange or maybe the insertion of people in terms of joint committees towards common goals in health, like vaccine committees, those kind of things. Do you want to speak about that? How how are people utilizing that manner, or can be utilized better?
So the communities of practice, that was the way that CARFA was working anyhow, because we have 26 member states in the CARICOM region, but only 3 locations in country. So communities of practice, networks, we utilize networks very heavily. The networks that I think really exemplify this whole issue of upskilling and training across the world was through the Global Health Security Agenda.
Right.
And CARFA became a member. It's really a member state body, but CARFA became a member. And we chaired the app group, which dealt with biosafety and biosecurity. And through that process, we saw the expansion of the group. We saw more Caribbean people coming into this global forum. And we saw the creation of a family that found a way to ensure that biosafety and biosecurity was at the same standard around the world. Right. All regions of the world work together. And they found ways to have alliances and call on each other for upskilling and problem solving. But the networks of practice include, for the Caribbean, include research ethics, include public health laboratories, and recently formed networks for focal points for NCDs, nutrition, and mental health.
Right.
And so this community of practice paradigm not only sounds good, but it gets the job done.
My question to you immediately is, how sustainable is the family? So is the family still happy and working together, or?
The family is still working together under another chair. And the family is still ensuring that biosafety and biosecurity retains its position of prominence in the health authorities and ministries so that it's funded and resourced.
Which is critical. So other people, outside of health of course, are important to make health work. How does Export Barbados play a role there?
Yeah, well, the key role that we're playing is really looking at the business of science.
Right.
So while, the medical fraternity primarily look at it in terms of delivering the services, we look at how can we leverage our medical comparative advantage and create that into industry. But tying back into things such as NCDs and other non-communicable diseases, the reality is that manufacturing has a part to play in making sure that we can create products that does lend itself to a more healthy lifestyle going forward. So while the doctor may be telling you, eat right, exercise right.
At least we try to.
At the end of the day, I'm going to the supermarket, I'm buying cornflakes.
Yes. Right.
I'm going to the supermarket, I'm buying juice and stuff like that. And that is in that manufacturing space. So one of the key things that we're looking at with our life science space is how can we bridge the gap between products that are manufactured and taste great and products that boost health at the same time.
And nutritious as well.
Yeah, so we're really closing the loop between what's happening from the practitioner point of view and what's happening with the industrialist point of view, so that we're fostering a more life-centric society.
So the main question out there that I'm hearing is that healthy foods are just too expensive in the region, and it's cheaper to just buy fast food. It certainly is more convenient. I will admit I'm guilty. I'm on holiday, it's allowed. But you just go to drive-through and just get something, a snack that's quick and easy, right? But if healthy food was easily accessible and also affordable, then more people are likely to eat healthily. And this is where policy comes in. So I'm going to stick up to products, but in terms of health products, Joy, is there a mechanism in the Caribbean that speaks to this, like the importation of healthy products into the region, standards, front of package labeling, those kind of things?
Yes, at the CARICOM regional level, there are several streams of work that are ongoing. Let me give the chronological one. There's a 6-point policy package, which is trying to reduce childhood obesity. Then there was the front of package warning labeling on food. That standard process is ongoing. That's being pushed by CrossQ. And there is also the Intergovernmental Working Group, a mandate of the joint COSOD, which is Ministers of Health, and COTED, which is Ministers of Trade, meeting in 2019 to look at how they can improve foods that are rich in or high in salt, sugar, and fats. And that Intergovernmental Working Group process has been ongoing at the regional level and just got the agreement of the Joint Ministers of Trade and Health Forum to look at eliminating trans fats in the Caribbean space. It's a major space.
Definitely.
It's a major space for NCD innovation, remember.
Yes.
So we are continuing that tradition. And the other work stream that is ongoing to me, which is really exciting, is heads of government driven to ensure food security. And this whole push has been seeing fora in different Caribbean countries, most recently in Trinidad and Tobago and Port of Spain, the Agri-Forum.
Right.
So it is almost like there is a melting pot of processes ongoing to ensure that we create an environment that fosters healthy choices in eating.
And driven, as you said, by heads of government. Now, one legacy I think that COVID has left us, which many of us as Caribbean citizens and even global citizens, we probably did not realize before, but our heads of governments can actually work together when there's an urgency or an emergency, right? They can come together for the good of the citizens and the people that have them in office. And so we learned that from COVID. The private sector also plays an important role in these products and in getting people. So how does the private sector play a role in terms of product generation?
Well, I mean, for us, we look at healthcare as both as a product and as a service.
Right.
And in both ways, we then look at to what extent are we partners, with government in providing.
So like PPP?
Both in PPP
right.
and even just in the P, which is the private side as well. I mean,
right.
In Africa, you'll find that something around 40 to 50% of services are being provided by the private sector, and something around 60 to 70% of spending in healthcare is coming from the private sector. And that is either coming from out-of-pocket spending or from insurance, private insurance. So therefore, the role that the private sector is playing is becoming more significant in terms of really being able to shape what I would call a market, and a real marketplace for, like I said, for services and for products. Now, of course, the key issue is, and that has come out of COVID, is the importance of leveraging investment and leveraging financing to really help to bring this market to scale.
Of course, and this is where the banking industry comes in.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
And the more scale we see, the more economies of scale, the more efficiencies we can see, both on the manufacturing side as well as the service delivery side, then the more we can leverage. I mean, one of the key things that we tend to have sort of had as a real challenge is the lack of manufacturing, and therefore being extremely reliant, on, shall I say, the West, for machines. And if you remember, there was this massive shortage of ventilators, during COVID.
Of everything, really.
Of everything,
yes.
But I mean, ventilators was one that
Critical.
was so stark in everybody's mind,
yes.
And there was pretty much no supply chain in Africa because we didn't make them.
Absolutely, yeah.
So it did focus our minds more in the fact that we have to create more of these manufacturing chains, be it the drugs or be it even equipment and devices, on the continent. And we had to also be able to leverage, our economies of scale in purchasing agreements and really being able to come to the table to purchase, in a more effective way.
So would you believe it, we are at the midpoint of this panel, and we promised the audience in our kind of pre-panel, what I like to call hype session, that we would come up with actionable points, because this isn't just a casual discussion. At the end of this, we want you to leave with some actionable points that you can hold us, or maybe hold our governments to, to take forward. And one actionable point that we discuss is how do we get people to come together, especially academics and scientists, to discuss the research, to discuss the science. It's so easy now using technology, and perhaps I know of one institution on this stage that has a 60-plus year history of a scientific meeting, but it doesn't include the diaspora. And should we not be having discussions with our colleagues or brothers and sisters in Africa?
Yes, and you're referring to CARFA.
Oh, really? Okay.
CARFA has inherited a process which was started by one of its progenitor organizations. And this year, we're hosting the 66th Annual Caribbean Health Research Conference.
Which is blended.
In Kingston, Jamaica, and for the first time it will be both face-to-face and online. Last year we did online. This is one of the silver linings of the pandemic. It would be rather pleasant to include our brothers and sisters on the continent of Africa.
Right.
Now, this is the first time we're hosting the blended model. We found out it's very expensive, but there's something exceptional about being together in a research excellence space, face to face. And so if we have a target in terms of the year, I would love to have some serious discussions about how we can twin on this with another, maybe CDC Africa, maybe
Yes.
Africa CDC,
Africa CDC.
maybe something like that. We could twin together and have a meaningful forum.
So action point number one, an academic forum in 2025.
With an emphasis on young researchers.
With an emphasis on young researchers across the diaspora to discuss those issues that are relevant to us. In the pre-meeting, we actually discussed that a lot of research or a lot of phenomena observed in COVID in the Black community hasn't really been explored because it's been interrogated largely in the Northern American kind of landscape. Wouldn't it be fantastic if we sat down and commented on things such as, why is it that we were not hit as hard in Africa, for instance, from the COVID pandemic? What is the unique genotype? How are we interrogating it? Should we have discussions about natural remedies and how they can play a part? All these are discussions an academic forum will add to that. You had some comments.
Absolutely, and again, if we think about it from an investment and marketplace point of view, you know, Africans, both at home and in the diaspora, make up a significant and growing market segment of our market. Now there is pretty much no global pharma company that's not taking more interest in understanding the diseases, you know, and the disease prevalence, because obviously we are the fastest growing market globally. And therefore, there is much more that we also now need to do ourselves from a research point of view, and really understanding what our needs are, and using that also to come to the table to raise capital, to really create, you know, what are the products and services, and create a financially sustainable system.
Yes.
Because the one thing we don't want is we don't want healthcare to become so much more expensive for us that, you know, we then can't actually deliver it to the hundreds of millions of people that live on our continent.
Or that it becomes a two-tier type of system.
Well, to some extent, that's also an issue. So I think really it's a matter of how do we ensure that we can create enough financial sustainability, enough economies of scale to make this a market that, you know, can be sustained.
Okay, so one P that's not on my list that's critical because it's financial. I'm not sure I'm going to make this a P. Maybe I'll say pesos. So finances, you know, we need money to drive all of this, right?
Absolutely.
So what is the role then, or how can we incorporate investments into things like health tourism? For instance, why are so many of our patients going off to North America? The reason why is because they don't have to take 2 or 3 flights to get to Africa, right? So if we had an air bridge, for instance, that would certainly open an avenue. what kind of other investments do you think would be necessary?
Certainly. I mean, no question. Medical tourism is something that, is with us, and I don't think is going to go away anytime soon. So opening the air links certainly would help. But certainly having this type of discussions in what I'll call the intersection of the healthcare and healthcare researchers and healthcare providers and investors. Because investors also need to understand, what the needs are, and also, the healthcare providers also need to understand what the costs are. Because this is, whilst it is, very much a public good, it is a good that costs, that has a significant cost attached. So really being able to have a free flow of those types of discussions and really being able to understand, how do we frame this? How do we make it also a bit more business-like, if I can bring that in, such that then it becomes attractive to investors who are private investors who understand there is a big market here, there is a sustainable market here that we can, and we can also participate in a way where we get what we call a double bottom line, because we're investing for impact, as much as we're investing for the financial, objectives.
I see Mark looking at us, and I know what you're thinking. This is getting heavily medical, but once we have this conference, and I'm putting out there, anyone out there that's listening, in 2025, this virtual conference, researchers, academics are going to sit in a room and discuss their research, and then they're going to realize at the end of it, we need money. So what's then needed? You then have to translate that research into an attractive business package to be handed over then, and have conversations then with those sectors so that we can actually get actionable items done. Do you see a role for export Barbados in there?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things that we know is that our scientists on the ground are very academic.
Too academic.
And the focus is on writing papers.
Yes.
And not on producing products. So we have very few patents coming out of both the Caribbean and the African diaspora. We have very little IP in the medical space, whether it be medical devices, even pharmaceuticals, even just basic nutraceuticals. It's just staying in the academic arena. But for the investment to take place, that stuff has to get lifted off of paper, it has to get lifted off of policy, a business framework has to get put around it with the talent that is needed to turn your capital and the time. So a lot more research and development needs to take place by moving the academic stuff into clinical trials. And how can we get that space developed in Barbados? How can we get the space where persons can come here and test their vaccines and test their stuff? That is the space where the investors are, not in reading a 200 or 300 page thesis.
Yeah.
Right?
Which we like to write, but it's too long.
We just want a very sharp 2-page cost-benefit analysis that shows what will be the return of this particular medical or pharmaceutical investment. And so therefore, I really want to challenge both the Caribbean medical fraternity and African medical fraternity that we need to become more commercially oriented. We are not commercially oriented, and we are being swamped by products from North America that might not necessarily fit our genotype. But yet we are not putting in the research and development. So one of the things that we're looking to do with our life science program is to see how we can now foster that research and development space that is not paper oriented, but is product oriented, and putting the right labs in place, as our chairman pointed out. So we have the International Food Center. Here in Barbados, we're getting ready to put a digitalization center in place for the life sciences. So we want more practical activity that will now drive and encourage both banks, credit union, Exim Bank. They want to see numbers at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm so glad that you mentioned the elephant, or rather the virus in the room, which relates really to vaccines. But we still haven't come back to that. What about leveraging or experiences with vaccine production or non-production? how do we plan for the next big public health problem? And no one's really speaking about vaccine hesitancy. What are the cultural similarities that we can draw from to really address the main barrier to this fancy vaccine that we are going to create in the future, to getting people to actually use it? Are there ethno-pharmacologic barriers that we need to address as a diaspora? And what is the role of an institution or an organization like CARFA?
So CARFA,
you know this was coming to you.
Well, thank you. CARFA has been working on this whole issue of vaccine hesitancy or vaccine acceptance. So we did a survey in 2021 about vaccine acceptance to understand what was it that made people want the vaccine in the CARICOM space. And that has informed communications campaigns, and we're working on this still using a technical advisory committee of communicators who were effective in the community from the Caribbean. And there are quite a few funders, Canada through PAHO, the government of Japan. They have all supported us, and we're working on these consultancies now. But the hesitancy isn't just focused only on, unfortunately, only on COVID-19. It has started to spread to the usual vaccine focus. For example, we know that we have a case of polio in the US. So this whole thing about communications and what makes people prefer a layperson on social media to listen to and trust versus the academics and the investors who are focusing on new health products. These are some of the things we're working on. But if you want a forum to bring health, investment, trade together, this is what we should be doing in 2025, not the traditional tried and true producing 200-page papers.
Or 300.
300.
Yeah.
Well, don't go there. But we need a think tank space that brings medical research excellence, the policy advisors, which is something that we do for our conference. We like to bring the CMOs to learn about the new research, and also putting the investors and the people who know how to get a product from an idea to from an idea to a product. We need those people in that space in 2025.
Where would that space be located? Because that sounds like another actionable point. Would that be located within government, a non-governmental organization? Where would that space be located?
It needs all the hands on deck. Because what we found with COVID-19 in this space, space in CARICOM for the pandemic, is that when all of the players are in the room, that's when the magic really happens.
So, who gets all the players in the room? In our space?
The heads of government.
Of course.
The heads of government.
That's what I wanted you to say. So what happens in the Caribbean space, now Africa may be completely different, I know you're going to agree with me. In the Caribbean space, to get all these actors in the same room within the same decade, it does take the head of government, even if to initiate the conversation, right? So if we're talking about a think tank to address this, where you have this multi-sectoral approach to address what I would call hot topics in health for the diaspora, then that has to be at the level of head of government.
It's not just at the level of heads of government. The heads of government have to give a mandate. Once they give the mandate in the CARICOM space, people like me have to execute.
So that's policy.
Yes.
There you go.
Regional policy. So the region as a collective has to say, this is what we want. And we want you to do it, and it will get done.
So we now have 8 minutes remaining on this panel, and I'm going to give each of you 2 minutes, because I know you're going to go over time, to kind of summarize what do you think are the top takeaway points for your area so that we can build and leverage this relationship, which has already been formed. Let's just admit that as a given. It has already been formed. It needs to be developed, and more importantly, or most importantly, there needs to be actionable items in the medium and long term. Go ahead.
Well, I think in many ways we've sort of already covered each of the issues, and maybe the most important one now is realizing that they can't be covered in silos. So coming together, bringing the research, bringing the clinical trials, being able to industry to be able to move to, sort of execution, and bringing investors into the conversation is all very important.
Right.
And in a way, I think even from a health point of view, we have to think about investment across the entire spectrum, from early stage funding to venture capital, and to development finance and so on, because some of what we're talking about, where we're saying we want to focus much more on both our own sort of research and clinical trials, and as well as our own production, needs some of those, what did we call them earlier, the early pilots,
proof,
yes. The proof of concept.
Yes,
and therefore, there is investment available to support those proof of concept initiatives.
Right.
And once you have that right, then the next big issue is taking it to scale. And really being able to match the fact that there is a market out there that can absorb the scale. So I think it's really just making sure that the investment discussion is really in the room, as much as possible.
At an early stage.
At an early stage. So even planning for 2025.
Even planning for 2025.
You want to bring the investors into the conversation.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I want out of this, I hope that this was not just thought of as a talk shop. I want out of this a statement, a communique. And I want to have a mandate to convene the conference with a counterpart, either academic or public health.
Right.
And I also want that mandate to be given at the next Heads of Government meeting in February 2023. What CARFA will do is to ensure that our networks of research ethics committees are prepared.
Right.
CARFA will also ensure that we have the infrastructure and a nice location for the 2025 conference. So perhaps what we can do blended. In Africa, a face-to-face venue. In the Caribbean, a face-to-face venue. And then we do the virtual. Yeah. And I also want to make sure that we prime our young researchers so that they are ready to be in a space where innovation is recognized and seen as a product seen for product production. And I want to ensure that there is a unit of excellence, of innovation in the Caribbean, which can then be taken by the African investors and the banks and scaled up for the new market.
That's excellent. And you've actually given us some short-term, the communique, medium-term and long-term goals in that wrap-up. Mark?
Yeah, well, the two things I want to speak to as I wrap up.
Two things in 2 minutes.
In 2 minutes,
Go ahead.
yeah. One, we have a large cadre of young scientists in the islands, and they also believe in Africa as well. That the price point to hire a local scientist, whether it be for testing, for clinical analysis, or basic analytical services, is about 50% on the Barbados side, the cost of actually using a UK or a US scientist. So we want to have more nearshoring of medical, pharmaceutical research and development.
And we have a vested interest in our own people.
Yeah. Right now, the University of West Indies put about 1,500 students per cycle in that biochem, biology space, because everybody wants to be a doctor in the Caribbean, if you understand where I'm coming from, but or a lawyer.
Right.
But most of them either end up doing biology, chemistry. So we have to create jobs for
bioscientists.
Because it hurts when you go to the Chanel supermarket and the youngsters there who graduate with a first class honors in chemistry, but he's a cashier because there's no job, because the private sector is not investing in science. So we need to move it beyond this fear of doctors having their own private doctor spaces and turn this into an industry that creates at least another 10,000 jobs
for Barbadians.
And why does that scientist need to be in Chanel or even in Barbados? Why can't they be in Africa providing that intelligence in the diaspora, right?
Well, it is, because we're having significant brain drain. And a lot of young people are leaving the island because our private sector and our doctors who also have the capital are not reinvesting in research and development.
And that money is not even going south-south.
And it's not even south-south.
Yes.
So there has to be a big paradigm shift in terms of how the mature scientists and doctors that have capital, how they reinvest some of their own capital that they made as doctors.
You just taught me that doctors have capital, but okay.
So there's that, and then this is profitable.
Sure.
Right? This space is a $1.3 trillion space and is growing at 15% per annum. So double-digit growth is happening. So there's a matter of us really, again, the same issue that we have with the plane flying from Ghana over here, we have the same problem in the life sciences. It's just a matter of a choice. Doctors need to take, scientists need to take, and recognize that this is a powerful industry that can get us to significant levels of economic growth. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much, panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has certainly been a burning platform. We now have the opportunity to build back better and to build back with each other across the diaspora in terms of innovation and utilizing the 4 pillars. I'm going to exclude party because we said that was really just this evening. People, products, policies, and programs. We have some immediate action points that we're going to work on in the post-meeting. We're going to have another post.
Can I add one P?
You can have 30 seconds.
Profit.
And profit. Pesos. Right. And the pesos as well. We need to get finances in there. It's been a pleasure having this discussion with you. Unfortunately, you've missed the best part of our discussion, which is going to happen right after. But please join us. Reach out to any of the panelists with your questions, queries, or innovations. Good evening and enjoy the rest of the forum.
Let me congratulate and thank Dr. Connell for his expert management of the discussion and the panelists for their invaluable contributions. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're moving on smartly to the next session, session 9, which is on creating the conditions to accelerate private sector trade and investment. And we begin with an opening statement by His Excellency Wamkele Mene, who is the Secretary General at the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Sir?
Thank you very much, Madam Program Director. I want to join others who spoke yesterday to thank the government of the Republic of Barbados for hosting us this inaugural event, a very important inaugural event. I also want to congratulate Professor Orama for the vision and the tenacity to make sure that this event does indeed take place. Yesterday we were invited to consider marriages between the Caribbean and the African continent. I think that over the decades we have had very, very strong emotional and historical ties, which is very important to celebrate. But one of the outcomes of this event yesterday and today, I certainly hope will be for us to take our relationship between the two regions to a higher level, to the next level, beyond expressions of historical and emotional ties, which is important, but to take this relationship to investment and trade flows between our two regions. I will speak very briefly because I think the benefit will be from the panelists themselves and getting their insights. We have significant challenges on the African continent, as many of us know, over the last 60 to 65 years. In general, the over-reliance on export of primary commodities, which we are trying to change, smallness of national economies, lack of industrial depth in some parts of the continent, and all of these challenges that have existed for many, many years, our heads of states and government said we need to respond in a way that will be forward-looking, that will make the African continent globally competitive, that will make the African continent an industrialized continent that creates jobs for young people and that contributes significantly to the global economy and global output. That is why today we have the African Continental Free Trade Area, because in the wisdom of our heads of states, they understand very clearly that the AfCFTA seeks to consolidate a market of 1.3 billion people with a combined GDP of 3.4 trillion United States dollars, which is projected by the year 2035 to be close to 7 trillion United States dollars. That is to say, combined consumer spending as well as business spending. So it's a very significant market that presents very, very compelling investment opportunities, which we would, of course, invite our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean to consider. The second objective of the AfCFTA is to address precisely the question that will be put to the panel, and that is, how do you make sure that a trade agreement is an instrument, is used as an instrument for ease of doing business? And we have, in the drafting of the African Continental Free Trade Area, we have sought to answer that question. How do we make sure that we create conditions to accelerate private sector participation in Africa's economy, and of course to accelerate investment by the private sector to create jobs for millions and millions of young Africans? Some of the tools that we have presented in the form of the agreement to make sure that we see this ease of doing business enhanced are the following. You may be aware that with AfriCaribbean in January 2020, we introduced the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System. I'm sorry, January 2022, this year, so that the private sector can find it easier to transact across regions of the African continent, to transact using local currency. 42 currencies on the African continent, $5 billion annually is the cost to businesses. The cost, and mainly small, medium enterprises, is the cost for them to transact across regions and sometimes neighboring countries. And so the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System will enable you to transact with your counterparty. You are in Ghana, you use a Ghanaian cedi, your counterparty is in Kenya. You are not required to use the dollar or any other third currency. You simply transact using your local currency. Your counterparty receives the payment in local currency in Kenyan shillings. The large corporations are able to circumvent this challenge of the cost of trade in Africa. But the small, medium enterprises and young entrepreneurs, they are the ones who are constrained by the cost of trade in Africa. And so ourselves and AfriCaribbean believe that the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System will contribute to the ease of doing business, particularly by small, medium enterprises that are led by women, on the African continent. Small, medium enterprises have created over 450 million jobs, contributing well over 60% to Africa's GDP. So it's a very, very significant part of Africa's economy, young entrepreneurs and small, medium enterprises. That is why we have to take more actions to ensure that they benefit from trade by establishing the right business environment for them to thrive. We have also introduced the dispute settlement mechanism, which is the first of its kind in Africa, which will enable businesses, small, medium enterprises, large corporations to invest with confidence and to trade across regions with confidence that there are rules that will protect them, that will ensure that investor confidence is high to be able to invest within Africa across the regions of the African continent. The dispute settlement mechanism is legally sound in our view. We looked at different models around the world. How do different regions solve a problem that arises from a trade dispute? And we've designed what we believe is a global standard in terms of dispute settlement, which will function similar to the WTO or any other dispute settlement mechanism around the world. There is going to be a court of first instance, as we call it. You claim or you allege a violation of your rights as an investor or as an exporter. You initiate action. The court will consider, the court of first instance will consider your claim, the merits of your claim. You don't like the ruling, you have a court of final instance, the appellate body. And then, of course, measures would have to be brought into conformity in line with the decision of the appellate body. So this system of resolution of trade, investment, disputes under the AfCFTA is intended to benefit the private sector, is intended to make sure that businesses can invest with a high degree of confidence, knowing that their rights are protected. We have also sought to balance the rights of investors with the rights of host governments to make sure that the host governments regulate in the public interest and to make sure that there is no exploitation when it comes to or undue exploitation of natural resources. And so these are some of the steps that I think are critical if we are talking about enhancing investor confidence, creating jobs, and making sure that the private sector is actually the driver of Africa's economy. I often say that people like me, trade diplomats, do not trade. It is the private sector that trades. It is the private sector that creates jobs, that makes sure that a region or a continent is competitive. The last point I would mention, so that we have more time with the panel, is how do we make sure that countries that today, or sectors in a country that today may not be competitive, may not have the requisite investment to improve their competitiveness, how does a trade agreement respond to that specific challenge? And so we have established the AfCFTA Adjustment Fund. We are working on this and establishing this fund with AfriCaribbean, and the board of AfriCaribbean has approved an initial amount of $1 billion to enable the private sector to see immediate benefits. We know that not everybody and not all countries will immediately benefit from a trade liberalization arrangement. That's why we have to take concrete action so that those countries that today, within the AfCFTA, may not have the export capacity or the industrial capacity to export under the terms of the AfCFTA, we have to make sure that we take concrete affirmative action so that the benefits of the trade agreement are inclusive. And so the AfCFTA Adjustment Fund will make direct interventions at sector level for productive sector enhancement. We don't intend that the AfCFTA Adjustment Fund is going to be accessed by the Minister of Finance, who will say, thank you very much, I need this for budget support. No. What we expect is that the Adjustment Fund will make a direct impact at sector level. So if the textiles and clothing sector or the auto sector or any other agribusiness sector requires further support, this instrument, the AfCFTA Adjustment Fund, is intended to provide that support, whether it is for the procurement of capital machinery, retraining of workers to be redeployed in another part of the economy. That's what the AfCFTA Adjustment Fund is for. So we have sought, as I conclude, we have sought to make sure that we have a trade agreement that is forward-looking, that places the private sector, particularly small, medium enterprises that are led by women and young people, that places the private sector at the heart of benefit of a trade agreement. We've seen trade agreements, of course, around the world. We've looked at the critique of trade agreements not being sufficiently responsive to the needs of the private sector, and we've sought to address that challenge in some of the tools that I've mentioned today. We've also seen how trade agreements have been critiqued in the sense that they benefit only a few, or the elite. There was somebody who said that trade agreements have benefited the elite in North America and have shifted jobs to Mexico. Of course, a very unsophisticated analysis, but we all know the results of that analysis. The person ended up in the presidency of the United States. Now, what we have a challenge to respond to is that perception of how trade agreements do not include the very important segments of society that I've mentioned, and that is women in trade, small, medium enterprises, and young entrepreneurs. If we can get a private sector that is embedded, at least in the context of Africa, that is embedded, fully embedded in small, medium enterprises and young people, I think that we will be well positioning them to benefit from this market of 1.3 billion people. There's absolutely no reason why the African continent in 20 to 30 years' time, if we harness the private sector and provide the necessary conditions for the private sector, there's absolutely no reason why the African continent in 20 to 30 years' time cannot be as globally competitive as similarly situated countries in terms of population. I believe fully that in 20 to 30 years' time, where we do this, where we use a trade agreement to harness the benefits for the private sector, we will see the industrialization that we want to see, we will see the job creation that we want to see, and more importantly, Africa at that point will become probably the 7th or the 8th largest economy in the world 20 to 30 years' time from now, maybe sooner. But certainly, I think it is within reach, but it all depends on how this trade agreement will interface with the private sector and how we will support the private sector in terms of the provisions that we have set out in the treaty itself. So I want to thank all of you very, very much for your attention, and I wish all of us very good deliberations for the rest of today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General. And we move on with the panel discussion. And I see from the program that our moderator, Mrs. Tricia Tannis, who is head of the Barbados Private Sector Association, has a very large panel. I'm going to invite them on stage now, Mrs. Tannis and her other panelists, Florizel Lisa, who from Corporate Council on Africa, Mr. Arnold Ekpe, Business Council for Africa, Mr. Mohamed Atef, El Suwedi Electric, Mr. Adewale Tinubu, Oando PLC, Ms. Annette Mark, Caribbean Association of Investment Promotion Agencies, Mr. Anthony Branker, Barbados Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Mr. Calvin Hamilton, arbitra and a member of the ICC, the International Court of Arbitration. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, and welcome to session number 9, entitled Creating the Conditions to Accelerate Private Sector Trade and Investment. I'm very excited about this session because after the diplomacy has rested and after the memorandum of understanding have been filed away, we now have to get down to brass tacks. And I'm very, very excited to discuss, as His Excellency Mr. Mene has outlined, this is how we try to pinpoint specifically the issues that we need to actualize what we have actually met here to discuss over the last 2 days. The private sector may be described indeed as the engine or driver of trade, and investment may be described as its accelerant. We're therefore privileged today to have before us a group of persons whose diverse backgrounds and expertise will surely provide a wealth of knowledge and viewpoints on the subject at hand. This session, entitled Creating Conditions to Accelerate Private Sector Trade and Investment, is intended to dive into the major pillars of what constitutes an enabling policy and facilitation environment for sole traders, small and medium-sized enterprises, and large conglomerates as well, so that we're all well poised to attract development-oriented investment. The population of the continent of Africa is stated at circa 1.2 billion persons, and the population of the Caribbean just shy of 40 million, or just teeter-tottering around 40 million. The aggregate of these vast markets holds enormous potential for cross-border trade and investment. And much has already been said about the shared history of the continent, particularly West African states and the Caribbean. And we note that for many of our countries, shared experiences and challenges have extended from the post-colonial independence era, even persisting to the present day. It is with that foregoing in mind that we should operate on the following basis. Long gone are the days when both Africa and the Caribbean are viewed and used solely as sources of raw materials or favorable geographical hubs, producing skilled but low-paying jobs for the benefit of international interests. Investment into our respective economies must redound to the social and economic benefit and enfranchisement of our people. It must be the mechanism by which our citizens can put their skills to use in industries that are indigenous to or are controlled from within our trading and domestic spaces, and where our people are inspired and incentivized to contribute to the domestic space. The correct framework must be one where persons will be compensated competitively, allowing them to maintain high standards of living, and even beyond that, and more importantly, generating intergenerational wealth creation for themselves. Our panel is esteemed, diverse, ready to engage with you, our audience, on issues such as the establishment and maintenance of sound financial frameworks, dynamic business facilitation structures, and effective public-private sector partnerships, all with a view to the achievement of a lucrative and beneficial cross-border trade environment for all. So let's get started. I believe you've already met the panel, and I will just take my seat, and we'll be on our way. So I will start on the matter of business facilitation, and that's the note that His Excellency Mene ended on. And it's extremely encouraging to hear him outline some of the improvements in more recent times as it relates to payments networks, dispute resolution, balanced regulatory environments, and the like, and certainly funding through AfriCaribbean Bank. I'm going to start with my panelist, Annette. Mark Annette is the president of the Caribbean Association of Investment Promotion Agencies and executive director of Invest St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Annette, the World Bank Doing Business pre-COVID report, we know that has been plagued with some issues, but 2019's report seems to have been the last report that seems to have been fairly robust and without controversy. Even at that stage, it reported that there were gaps between regulatory efficiency, inefficiency, and quality across all global regions, including Africa and the Caribbean. And resolving insolvency was the area with the biggest gap between sub-Saharan African economies and OECD high-income economies, as well as in cross-border trade. Certainly, we looked at CARICOM. The three top performing countries at that point were Jamaica, St. Lucia, and Dominica, but even so, struggling with issues such as resolving insolvency and the registration and access to credit, to name a few. Annette, please, on the subject of business facilitation, which is exactly why we are here, and it's the big pillar. Please, how can the ease of doing business be improved in Africa and the Caribbean?
Thank you for that question. And I do have to start by saying that I know we stand between lunch and the audience, so I'm going to try to be as quick as possible. However, this is a very heavy topic, and I don't even think that we could do that and do justice in giving the answer here today. But I'm going to stick to my points and try to do it. By way of background, the Caribbean Association of Investment Promotion Agencies is an association that represents 24 Caribbean IPAs in 23 member states. CAIPA, we generally focus on attracting investment into the region, promoting the Caribbean as a place to do business, and supporting business climate reform among our members. Now, over the past 5 years, with referencing to the Ease of Doing Business report, which has since been discontinued, there are 4 top areas. I can't just concentrate on the resolving of insolvencies. And by order of priority, it's registering property, getting credit, resolving insolvency, and starting a business. Trying to do this as quickly as possible, people. In respect to registering property, the number of procedures and the days to register property in the Caribbean is among the highest in the world. Most of our territories are ranked 60 out of the 190 countries in the report. Notwithstanding this challenge, investors to the region have found other ways to do business. They have done leasing of properties for 99 years. In addition, some of our investment promotion agencies are vested with Crown lands and are able to facilitate long-term investments with our investors, with investors. Other investors do enter into public-private partnership with governments, allowing for the use of government land to form part of the investment agreement. Then there's getting credit. Access to inclusive finance is among the greatest challenge that business in the Caribbean face. And that is starting a business and in operating the business. The credit infrastructure system is in need of improvement with, for example, enhanced credit reporting systems, credit bureaus, and public registries. Skipping pages. There are some countries in the region that are advancing changes to their credit infrastructure. Among these are the Dominican Republic, Guyana, Haiti, and Jamaica, which have dedicated credit reporting legislation that have attracted the operators of private credit bureaus. Private credit bureaus operate in 4 other countries: Barbados, Belize, Suriname, and Trinidad and Tobago. And they follow codes of conduct which have been introduced by the private sector. The credit information market is taking shape in some countries where it had long been missing, like the Bahamas, and to a lesser extent in Suriname, while multinational companies have expanded operations into the region, including Credit Info and CRIF. The ECCB has successfully spearheaded effort to introduce a harmonized legal system in the OECS, and it is now supporting the introduction of a unified credit bureau. I believe this is to be officially launched in December of this year. At the same time, it has recently started to replicate those efforts by aiming at introducing a unified system for secured transaction. Getting credit from the banks, and please bankers, excuse me, for small businesses is a challenge. They are heavily risk averse. However, there are credit guarantee schemes in the region that allow for businesses and particularly small businesses to access financing and have their loans secured through the Eastern Caribbean Partial Credit Guarantee to the tune of 85% of that loan. This initiative is actually an OECS member state initiative being facilitated by the World Bank and regulated by the ECCB. In respect to resolving insolvency, the Caribbean trails in effective methodologies to resolve troubled debt situation, and those deficiencies were reflected by the low ranking in the Doing Business report. The overreaching goal is to improve the business environment in the Caribbean with effective bankruptcy insolvency systems that provide for legal frameworks to enable viable firms to reorganize where they can be saved and provides an orderly means where they have to exit the market. And this was so evident during the COVID pandemic. We lost a lot of companies as a result of not having these systems in place.
So Anna, if I may interrupt you briefly, can we transition to what enhancements have occurred? We would have heard His Excellency outline a few. We do know what the challenges are. What advancements have occurred between the two regions that actually will help to augment some of the issues that you're highlighting?
So you asked me at a great point, because that is exactly what I'm going into right now. In the past few years, the Caribbean countries have been focusing their attention on the following: legal frameworks that support credit and debtors that are properly balanced, so allow for creditors to be placed on an even keel with those institutions that are lending, systems that allow creditors to be adequately empowered. So legislation, they are looking at legislation to ensure that that creditors are, again, given certain protections, and the training of personnel. Much of this work, however, is being led by the World Bank through the International Funding Cooperation across the region. I go on very quickly. There is also starting a business, and of course, we rank very low within the region again. Excluding Jamaica, the Caribbean countries average between 114 out of 190 countries. We are, I'm trying to summarize as much as possible. In the region, starting a business takes approximately 27 days. And at the highest point, Haiti is 97 days. At the other way around. At the lowest point Haiti is 97 days, and at the best, Jamaica is 3 days, and I stand corrected if it has improved even since then. Furthermore, over the last 5 years, a number of procedures have been put in place in Suriname to reduce the procedures for starting a business. I'm trying my best to summarize. Notwithstanding the challenges, though, there have been some steps to improve the business climate, right? Okay. In 2017.
I'm going to have to move on. I'm so sorry. I know it's a fantastic, deep subject matter.
Like I said, it really does. It does take. It's a long topic.
It does take a long topic. But unfortunately, we don't have the length of time that it would.
If you just give me 1 minute, then we just say what the.
Well, allow me to move on, and I'm sure we're going to come back.
No problem.
Or certainly one of the panelists, I'm sure, will unearth one of the issues. But thank you so much, Annette. I appreciate the challenge. I appreciate the challenge. We're going to pivot now to another pillar called funding the agreement. And I'm going to go to Mr. Arnold Epke, Chairman of the Business Council for Africa. AfriCaribbean's bank strategy reads in part, its success will be defined by the satisfaction of its stakeholders through increased trade finance and improved facilitation of intra-African trade and value exports. Meanwhile, the Caribbean Export Development Agency also states that they provide a range of funding solutions that can support your business in the short and medium term. And these are just two of several organizations which offer funding to business. Mr. Epke, based on your knowledge of available resources, what can be done to increase funding capacity for lending, particularly to small and medium-sized enterprises in both the African continent and CARICOM?
Well, thank you very much. I don't know much about CARICOM, but I can certainly talk about Africa. And I think the challenge we face in Africa is very different. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area is doing an immense amount of work to try and open up the continent, but Africa is actually 54 countries, it's not one country. And it's much easier to come to the Caribbean than to move from one African country to another. It's much easier to move goods from Africa to the Caribbean than it is to move goods from one African country to another. The currencies are not convertible, so it's much more difficult for African countries to trade with each other. We do have certain realistic problems to fix. I have never believed that financing has been the problem. We need to do the basic work on which financing follows the opportunity. If the economics are right, you get the money. But if the economics are not right, you do not get the money. AfriCaribbean Bank, for example, has done an incredible amount of work in trying to create the opportunities for African countries to trade with each other and with the CARICOM countries and forward. But when we say that it's 1.3 billion people, it's 3 billion economy, it's not one economy, it's 54 economies. And I think the ability to generate that opportunity, I'm very excited about this meeting, and I want to thank the organizers on both sides for doing it. The attendance is absolutely incredible, very encouraging. And we're not coming here for a holiday, okay? So real congratulations to everyone involved in getting this done. But I'm a businessman, and at the end of the day, the numbers have to add up. We need to make sure the numbers add up. In terms of the opportunities, I've met a few people here. Everyone is looking at opportunities. We are one people. We want to work with each other. There are challenges to doing that, but they're not insurmountable challenges. But let's not be ahead of ourselves. Let's fix the basic problem. And the basic problem is that we have to create an enabling environment for the money to flow, but the money is there. AfriCaribbean Bank has already committed, what, $700 million? That they're willing to invest, and they're a relatively small player in the scheme of things. So I'm actually very positive about getting things done, but I think we need to fix what needs to be fixed first and not expect things to happen if we don't get those things done.
What is the chief issue that you would think needs to be, what's the chief plank that needs to be fixed? What is clogging the bottleneck?
I think the first thing is we have to try and build scale in Africa, okay? 54 countries, maybe 4 or 5 of them, Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya, Egypt, Morocco, and maybe a few in between, make up over 60% of the economy. The others are very small. 14 or 15 of those countries are landlocked, okay? So they have inherent problems. If we make it the market much bigger and open up the market, there's nothing that says Togo cannot export to Nigeria, okay? But right now, it's difficult to do so, okay? The joke is that it takes a longer time to export from Togo to Nigeria than it does from the States to Nigeria, okay? Because of problems that we Africans have put in place. Let's fix those problems. And I think the challenge for me is that once we fix those problems, and I'm not talking about the problem of electricity and all that, we will unleash in Africa a huge potential, which would also benefit the CARICOM countries. Because by nature and by inclination, we're one people. Okay? So coming here and working, a lot of my friends are married to West Indians, Jamaicans, Barbadians, and all that. Coming here is like coming home. So we will find a solution, but we need to fix those problems first before we move ahead. That's the message I'm trying to convey.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ekti. And certainly if the African continent has challenges with scale, you could well imagine that CARICOM will have more substantial issues with scale and scope, with a population of just around 40 million. So we do support, we have similar issues on a smaller scale, but our issues are very, very, very similar. Well, we're going to pivot to sectoral opportunities. How are we actually going to land this agreement? To that, I'm going to pivot to Moitaz Sam. He is the Corporate Treasury Manager of one of our platinum sponsors, Eswidi. Please give Eswidi a hand as well for being a platinum sponsor. Moitaz, several opportunities exist for the Caribbean relative to trade and investment with Africa, including potential export markets for goods and services, availability of raw materials, a large potential workforce, high digital adoption. Given this rich economic landscape, which sectors, in your opinion, offer the most potential for private sector trade between Africa and the Caribbean, and why?
First of all, hello, can you hear me?
No.
Sorry, we need a volume on Mr. Sami's mic.
Can you hear me now?
Could you try again, please? Great.
Hello? Yes, now it's better. Okay, first of all, as I'm representing my company, Sweden Electric, it's a multinational company. It's not that a family business. So we are thinking different, that we see here potential and we see opportunities, so much opportunities here. I will depend on my company experience that we are interested in energy, water desalination, water treatment, industrial. So I see all these opportunities here. So how we can benefit of these opportunities, it's depending on the Caribbean Union, how they will solve the problem of the new companies to enter the market, how they will figure out the opportunity, a sizable opportunity. Let me tell you something. I hear here in the conference that there are several opportunities for renewable energy. We are interested in renewable energy. But the problem that the scale and the size of the project is somehow it's a very small size to come from Africa to Caribbean to invest in it. So we can land on the Caribbean if there is several opportunities with a good size of opportunities. So I see here the opportunities. I have said the renewable, it's the green direction for the whole world. So we see renewables as water and, solar and wind. We see hydropower opportunity. We see the industrial park. This will benefit the Caribbean that they can manufacture locally and they can export the products outside the Caribbean. So there is several opportunities. It's depending on the Caribbean and on the decision. And we are happy that we are here with AfriExim. AfriExim will give the support, will give the finance that can make things happen. We already partnered with AfriExim in several countries in Africa, and we had so much success stories in Africa because of AfriExim. They are covering the finance, and we are doing our job. So we're looking forward to be the same model as we succeed in Africa with AfriExim, that we can succeed here.
So Moitaz, thank you for that. I want to probe further. Thank you. I want to probe further. So we have opportunities in the African continent. It's a massive landmass, continuous, lots of scale and scope just geographically. And we juxtapose that against CARICOM, small islands separated by water, and fantastic opportunities in terms of renewable energy, wind, solar. How do you think we can actually scope and scale from CARICOM coming to the African continent, given the geographical limitations?
It's depending on the raw materials. What can be the raw materials here in the Caribbean that can benefit companies or countries in Africa? I think it's all about the raw materials now. It's the global problem is raw material and access for raw materials. So Caribbean and Africa I think we have so much raw materials that we can benefit to export to each other. For sure, the Caribbean, I think there is opportunity for a seaport that can increase the exports from the Caribbean to the African countries. I heard that there is a lot of problem while we were discussing now, that I heard there is a problem between the African countries to export to each other because of the regulations, because of the countries landlocked and everything. So this can be solved if we have an agreement with the Caribbean for exporting raw materials from and to the Caribbean to Africa.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to pivot to policy responses. As we know, successful private sector businesses, we drive economic growth by stimulating domestic income, providing jobs, paying taxes, and so on. But we need governments to facilitate largely the policy spaces in which we have to operate. I'm going to put this question to Mr. Anthony Branker, President of the Barbados Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Anthony, what policy changes and support measures would you like to see to encourage private sector investment in the Caribbean and also in our key African partners to facilitate the Caribbean expansion that will be facilitated by the newly signed AfriCaribbean trade agreement?
Thank you, Chair. Well, first of all, before answering your question directly, I think that forums such as this, these are necessary for us to break down that veil that has been obscuring Africa and the Caribbean for so many years, whether deliberately or not. Businesses in Barbados and Africa, we really did not know what was happening in each other's backyard. And I think that the more that governments can facilitate these type of forum, we are starting to open up each other's market to each other. And what it does, it starts to build confidence. I heard Dr. Meany, when he addressed us earlier, he really highlighted that, that investor confidence ought to be high and to be strong in terms of investing in Africa. And that is a critical component to moving, the needle forward in terms of investors from the Caribbean going into Africa. So I thought that what Dr. Meany said was quite meaningful in terms of what Africa has done to facilitate Caribbean businesses coming into Africa. But on the other side of the Atlantic, we now have to ask, what has Caribbean governments done to facilitate us moving goods or services from Africa into Barbados? And certainly we have to look at some type of trade arrangements that would facilitate and tariff arrangements that would compensate for the high freight costs because of the distance we have to carry. So therefore, I think that to facilitate the movement of goods, governments across the Caribbean should be looking at what sort of tariff concessions can be put in place so that African goods could get to the Caribbean at a competitive rate. I think that is necessary. I think also that we have to talk about standards. This resonated with me as I was upstairs with the Ghanaian delegation, because we sometimes put standards in our policies across, certainly I can speak for the Barbados market, that we sometimes put standards in place that inhibit good products from coming into our markets because, we've set a bar that is so high that sometimes small changes to that policy we put a no-no to. I think our government policy should have regulations that says, well, we are intending to build trade between Africa and the Caribbean, and therefore the standards that we will comply with, that we will accept, that the standards, could be such that allows for some flexibility. But I think that having set up for forums like this, it is for service organizations like the Chamber, like the Manufacturers Association, like the tourism organizations across the Caribbean, to build on these opportunities to create we have to move away from just the talking and walk the talk. We have to get to a stage where we open our members to what is available And the service organizations like the Chamber must be facilitating, must be exposing our members to what is available across the African continent. So I think that forums like this will lend to that. But I also think that the Prime Minister said it in her speech. We have to build relationships. Businesses thrive and businesses flourish and trade happens when we build relationships. We have to put maritime and air lanes and have those linkages in place, because when I heard yesterday that it took 28 hours to get here, I was saying, wow, what you mean to go to Africa or to Kenya? I was told today is 30 hours. That it is a 30-hour trip. Certainly that is not encouraging. So we have to make sure that we have the maritime lanes and the air lanes that would facilitate building relationships. There's nothing like face-to-face. The virtual meetings will take us thus far. But we need to have dinner together. We need to sit together. And we need to have these type of lanes and routes open up. But I think too that private sector needs a seat at the table. So often governments go and they go from government to government, and yes, they say that businesses are the ones that trade. But yet they go with governments, a government delegation, and there's no one representing business. Businesses need to be at the table when governments are negotiating. And therefore, thank you. And therefore, when we talk about a change in policy, I'm suggesting that a change in policy has to be one that embraces the private sector as the one who trades, and therefore have us at the table when they are going to wherever. I know that Barbados is opening up discussions with Rwanda and another, I can't remember the other, but where's the private sector in this? And I'm saying we have to move to a policy that embraces the private sector. I will end there. Thank you.
No, you're not going to end there, Mr. Branker,
okay.
because you've completed so many other questions. I want to probe at that a bit more. You spoke about the fact that we need frameworks and tax tariff agreements and so on. I want you to comment on the existing EPA, the Economic Partnership Agreement, that CARIFORUM negotiated back in, I think it was between 2008 and 2014, which allows free access for European goods and services into CARICOM. I want you to comment on that within the context of what we need. How will that impact on this agreement? And can we do a similar thing? And must we do a similar thing?
Clearly, if we want to walk the walk rather than just talk the talk, you've hit the nail directly on the head. We've put a trade agreement in place, that EPA in place with Europe, that allows products to just come in. And we are still in a situation where we will have to pay duties on products from Africa. It is a no-brainer, really. The truth is that if we are serious about trading with Africa, then we must put a trade agreement in place that allows the free movement of African goods into the Caribbean.
Thank you. I'm being disciplined at the moment, so in a friendly way. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Branker.
You're welcome.
For your very, very forward and hard-hitting comments, but absolutely necessary. Let me go to the question of infrastructure. And I'm going to pose this question to Mr. Adewale Tinubu, who is the CEO of another platinum sponsor, Onado. Please give it up for Onado, platinum sponsor today. Mr. Tinubu, how important is adequate infrastructure to the economic recovery in both regions? When and how will this be addressed? And what role will public-private sector partnerships play in that recovery?
I mean, we spoke earlier on about the other speakers have made very good comments regarding what I'd say the software is for the ease of doing business, which really is regulation, ease of regulation, good court systems, safety of investments, ease of goods coming back and forth. But without a shadow of doubt, infrastructure is a fundamental problem. And you see the impact of infrastructure in terms of our competitiveness when we trade globally. So for example, as a result of challenging infrastructure on the road networks, exports from Africa tend to be about 15% more expensive, simply because our road system is that much more expensive as compared to Asia, where road transportation to get to a port is 3%, for example. Port transit time, in Africa, port transit time is 15 to 20 days. Port transit time in Asia and Europe, three days, 24 hours to your container is out when you ship. And that has a fundamental impact on competitiveness. We deal with other things, for example, energy cost. Energy cost in Asia using coal has been one of the biggest competitive advantages they've used in reducing their overall costs in terms of ensuring their goods and services have been able to penetrate markets. So for example, even though we're much closer to the Caribbean, goods and services coming out of China still continue to remain cheaper because of, or will be cheaper because of the cheap energy costs that there is. But I see a lot of those things as issues that are surmountable, because for example, with the drive for renewable energy, the Caribbean, there's 300 days of sunshine, so solar energy panels have become so much cheaper. There's wind available, so the energy costs, without a shadow of doubt, will come down substantially in the Caribbean. You already have very good infrastructure, and I was actually, it's rather unfortunate that the Caribbean always pushes tourism. And so we come for the beaches and the rum, but we don't really know that there's so much else that we can do in terms of, because your infrastructure is very good. So at the end of the day, even setting up manufacturing to ship to Africa with the relatively cheap energy sources that you have, because I noticed that you don't have power cuts here like we do in Africa. I mean, it's constant electricity, infrastructure is good. So there are means of surpassing those challenges that are there. And I think the other area which was mentioned, which I really think we need to spend a bit more time talking about, really is the fact that the ease of doing business, you find that countries that have ease of doing business are really countries that are transparent in the opportunities.
Yes.
And with that transparency comes increased appetite for investing in those countries. The transparency also yields competitiveness. So speed in terms of being able to incorporate a company. For example, in African countries that have done it well, like Rwanda, you can open a company in 6 hours, bank account, company open in 6 hours. You can get a permit to build your factory, in 3 days, guaranteed, once your documents are filed. And invariably, you find that those countries that actually have good transparency tend to also be very low on corruption, which is also a big tax on doing business between the countries. What we did in Africa, particularly in Nigeria, which I had personal experiences of doing, was driving public-private sector partnerships in terms of being able to improve our infrastructure. So one of the things we did to bring down energy costs in Lagos, we launched the first gas distribution pipeline system, where we took on over 200 industries and built a pipeline system. And we worked out with the government a structure wherein we would get gas on credit, we would take project risk, build out the pipeline systems, and we will invariably share the revenue. And that proved extremely successful. We brought down the energy costs across the board, and that was a very good infrastructure model which worked, which was a win-win. And we were able to replicate that in three other different states. We did that also with ports and systems towards being able to import goods into the country via jetties and infrastructure. The West African gas pipeline as well, so it was something that brought countries together. And now there is a North African pipeline system that is being done. But it works when the private sector, has full knowledge of what's available. There's cooperation, and the point that has been made that the private sector needs to have a seat on the table. I mean, I've often said, and I have a critic in the room, Mr. Ben Bruce there, who is always upset with our president in Nigeria, that when he travels, he only takes 2 businessmen with him. Luckily, I'm happy if I'm one of them, but the reality is that certainly having proper exposure, forums of this nature, wherein people really understand what the opportunities are there, and they can actually key into these things. It's actually what you project is what is the result you would receive. And so I think that with the collective points that have been made, I mean, my own take on infrastructure in terms of supporting cross-border trade will be those points. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such a comprehensive response. I'm going to pivot now for a completely different view. The lovely lady on my left, Flor. Flor, actually, she is the president and CEO of the Corporate Council on Africa, which is the leading U.S. business association focused solely on connecting business interests in Africa and those companies in the U.S. who are interested. For a completely independent view, someone who's looking on at the region, at these two regions from the north, what are the issues that you're seeing as you're advising companies in the U.S. Who want to get into Africa and CARICOM?
Well, we don't focus on CARICOM, unfortunately, but I do think that the CARICOM region shares some of the same constraints and challenges that we see in Africa. You know, it can be transport infrastructure, it can be red tape and trade facilitation that needs to be improved. You know, the rule of law, governance issues, corruption's been mentioned. But really, what I would say today, and we have members that are both US and African companies, multinationals and SMEs, is that there probably is no better time to look at Africa and ways that we can collaborate in Africa in terms of investing into their industrialization, pulling them into regional and global value chains. And I say there's no better time for a couple of reasons. One, prior to COVID, for example, I don't know that anybody would have been talking about producing mRNA vaccines on the continent, to be honest. But due to a lot of things that happened during COVID, now you're seeing major companies, US pharmaceutical companies as an example, who are looking at Africa and the platform of Africa and what it offers to produce vaccines in collaboration with African companies. Pfizer has an agreement with BioNTech in South Africa. Johnson & Johnson has another one. But another reason why this is a good time for US companies in particular to focus on Africa is because of the fact that the AfCFTA is really a game changer. It will reduce not only the barriers to trade amongst Africans, right, allowing their goods and services and people to move more freely, but it also positions Africa as an entire region and market where companies can look at the continent and say, okay, where is it that we can produce in Africa for the African market, now that goods can move freely, and where is it that we can produce in Africa to allow them to ship products to other parts of the world, including back to the US. And I want to use an example that the Secretary General shared with me recently and our team. Ford has just invested $3 billion in South Africa to produce automobiles there over the next 5 years. And it's for the African market, because they now know that they can freely move those automobiles across the continent. I think it's also true that, yeah. So it's also true though that supply chains broke down during COVID. And now companies are looking for what they call supply chain resiliency. They don't want to be depending on 5 or 6 companies in Japan and Korea and China for their semiconductors, right? And being able to source inputs and intermediary products in Africa, have them move to one country or several countries that have the final production, and have inputs freely moving from other countries there, and then being able to know that those products can then, they're more competitive, the costs are reduced. This is really important. And I'll just end by saying that, you know, for a region of the world, Africa, that still accounts for only 3% of all global trade and attracts less than 1% of the global FDI. This is ridiculous, in my opinion. And there's so much opportunity there on the continent. And now all of these things are happening. There's a better doing business environment, a better enabling environment. We know the AU is working on things. You know, we have Kenya. I see the CS here from Kenya. They've been working on a trade agreement with the United States that would open up trade between the two of them, but also enable Kenya as a major economy in the region, and the first country to have signed on to the AfCFTA, by the way, to then be an enabling model for how the US can trade more with Africa. So I'll just end there.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Very well responded to. As we wrap up, I'm going to pose my last question to Mr. Calvin Hamilton. Before I take maybe one, I think I can only accommodate one question from the audience. I see one hand up already. But Mr. Hamilton, you are an arbitrator with Arbitra. And as we pivot towards one very, very important pillar, which is the legislative framework, and we heard His Excellency referred to dispute resolution as a key pillar. Please tell us, what role can dispute resolution play in addressing legislative or contractual trading barriers between the two regions?
Good afternoon, and thank you for the question. Thank you for the invitation and the vote of confidence. Dispute resolution provides uncertainty if it's not managed properly. It's a risk, and as a result, it's a trade barrier. You've got to overcome trade barriers if you are going to exploit the synergies and the leverage that small, medium enterprises will have. How do you unleash that vast resource? 99% in many jurisdictions of those jurisdictions are small and medium enterprises. But they don't trade because of the uncertainty. They don't know the rule of law questions and how to address disputes when they arise. If you can overcome that, if you can get them to understand that there is a methodology that's clear and it's easy to use, then you would have increased the opportunities for small and medium enterprises to become involved in trade. You need an international legal framework. In Barbados, for example, that exists. Some of our other jurisdictions in the Caribbean, they need to sign on to, for example, the most important of those legislations is the New York Convention. And what the New York Convention does is it guarantees that host countries must recognize agreements to arbitrate. The operative word is must. The word they use in the convention is shall, which means the same thing. Must recognize agreements to arbitrate and must recognize awards, arbitration awards. Must recognize and must enforce them. So the courts in the national jurisdictions of the signatory countries to the New York Convention have no option, no discretion, but to recognize agreements and arbitration awards. And therein is the framework, the foundation, why arbitration is the preferred mechanism for resolution of disputes in the international community for trade and investment. This is a panel that's dealing with private sector and the promotion of trade and investment. If you have an arbitration clause in your contract and you are looking for financing, chances are that the financing rates that will be applied to you will be cheaper than if you did not have the arbitration clause. Why? Because the financial institution understands that there is a recourse in the event that their contracts are not honored and payments are not made. They feel more secure with an arbitration clause in the contract than without it. And I think I'll stop there in the interest of time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hamilton.
Tricia, just one moment. I've been hearing us speak a lot about logistics. And coming from Kuiper, representing the members in respect to investment opportunities in the Caribbean, I just wanted to say that Kuiper members, we actually have an online catalog, which can be found on www.investincaribbean.org. And within that catalog, there are 13 opportunities for port investments and logistics. And I do think that there are a number of other areas of investments, tourism, agriculture, but we could talk all we want to talk unless we can get our logistics and our shipping and the movement of people within the region and outside of the region right. Please please have a look, grab me at the end, and we can also speak
Thank
further.
you. I'm going to make sure that that link in that website is posted essentially in the platform. Thank you very much, Annette. There was one hand from the audience. Can we get a mic, thanks? We're waiting for a microphone for the audience.
Oh, yes.
And could you identify the panelists that you would prefer to answer your question, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Kadiri Aminu. I'm the Executive Director of Africa Business Council and also the Executive Director of Africa, Federation of West Africa Chambers of Commerce. I would like to make a comment on transport, especially maritime issue that the President of Chambers of Commerce said before. That in West Africa, we have developed a maritime program, Sea-Link. The Sea-Link already got the support from all the head of states. It's a community enterprises. When we developed this project is to connect all West Africa from Lagos to Senegal, from Senegal to Cabo Verde. And we suggested that Cabo Verde should be the runabouts between Africa and Latin Africa. So by having this type of discussion, it's good to bring it out that we have already these projects. Under the framework that we signed yesterday with Africa Business Council, we can use it as a vehicle, an immediate vehicle, because we already have the 15 head of state that sign and take it as a community enterprises. That is my first comment. The second comment is that I believe that in the room, there are many Francophones here who are speaking French like me. And since we just listen to you in English, but nobody speaking French here. I would like that we really appreciate them and enable them to bring what I can say in French. AfriCaribbean is also French and English speaking. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your rapt attention. I want to extend a hearty thanks to our panelists, Mr. Arnold, EPI, Chairman, Business Council for Africa, Mr. Adewale Tinubu, Chief Executive Officer of Onando PLC and a Platinum sponsor, Ms. Annette Mark, Executive Director, Caribbean Association of Investment Promotion Agencies and Executive Director of Invest St. Vincent, Mr. Anthony Branker, President of the Barbados Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Ms. Florizelle Elizer, President and CEO of the Corporate Council on Africa, Mr. Calvin Hamilton, Chartered Arbiter with Arbitra, and Mr. Moitaz Sami, Corporate Treasury Manager, again with the Platinum sponsor, El Sweedy. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Trisha Tanis. I'm the Chairman of the Barbados Private Sector Association, and it's been my pleasure to host Session 9. Thank you so much for your rapt attention.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Tanis. It's been a challenge, and you rose to the occasion. So lunch is being served, ladies and gentlemen. The participants, please go through the lobby, exit the building, and make your way to the tented area to your left. Please also visit the exhibits on this level in the eastern and western wings, and one level up as well. View the displays, engage with the exhibitors, and artisans are also displaying their wares for sale outside. Please be back here for the start of the next session at 2:15. Enjoy your lunch. Good afternoon. I guess lunch was very good, that people are lingering. But we're going to get started because this train needs to get to the station on time. Our next session, session 10, is on creating opportunities for youth and SMEs in today's global economy. And our moderator is Mr. Tahir Bulbulia, a business consultant with Export Barbados. We can invite him and his panel to come on the stage. The panelists, Chido Mpemba, Special Envoy on Youth to the AU, Chairperson African Union, Mr. Raphael Saul, Motivational Youth Speaker, Mr. Ryan Mosley, Manager Youth Entrepreneurship Scheme, and Mr. Khalil Kofdewala. Over to you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. It's my distinct honor and pleasure to moderate this very exciting panel discussion. I know it's a tough time coming right after lunch, and the lunch has been so lovely. And I know these sessions have been fairly long, but this one is promising to be the most exciting one yet. Agreed, panel? Definitely. Yes, please. On my panel, I have some amazing persons. Ms. Chido Mbana, Special Envoy on Youth to the AU. Mr. Raphael Saul, Assistant Director of the National Transformation Initiative here in Barbados. Mr. Ryan Mosley, he's a manager with the Youth Entrepreneurship Scheme in the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment here in Barbados. And Mr. Khalil Kofdewala, who is a youth leader here in Barbados and a member of the Constitution Reform Commission. So we're going to jump straight into it. The topic at hand is creating opportunities for youth and SMEs in today's global economy. So as I indicated, it's going to be an exciting session, and you will definitely have your chance at the end to have a few questions and answers for our esteemed panel. In Barbados, we usually do visitors first. We're a very hospitable country. So we would, and ladies first as well. So I would throw the first question to Ms. Mbana. Ms. Mbana, over the last 24 hours you've been in Barbados, I hope you've enjoyed it. But you've heard lots of discussion around building business relations between the Africa and the Caribbean. What are some key areas for us as young people that we have to look forward to with this new building partnership and marriage, as our Prime Minister called it yesterday?
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for that. I think it's such an exciting opportunity, and I think first of all, the opportunities that have been presented in terms of even yesterday in the opening should be the same opportunities that are available for young people. Because often we tend to differentiate and to separate when you talk about opportunities available business-wise within a context of a country or continent, and we separate that to how we can include young people in that same scenario. So I would say that everything that has been presented in terms of creating the various channels that ensure that there's trading between the Caribbean and Africa, those same opportunities should be presented to the young people. And these are the opportunities that we should look up to. But having said that, we also need to look and tackle in terms of the challenges young people are faced with. Challenges such as access to financing, if we're talking about small, medium enterprise. But do we have access to financing for young people to be able to build on their innovations that will also in turn, help in terms of economic development? And how can we ensure that even when we're making these decisions, we have young people on the table? Examples like governance structures. If we look at the governance structures within the context of various countries, how do we ensure that when we're making these decisions, that we have young people being part and parcel of the decision-making table too? So I think it does really present an opportunity, but in as much as it does so, we also need to look at how we ensure that we fully incorporate young people and how we ensure that there's an enabling environment for young people, because we have so many opportunities, we have so many ideas, and we come with that strength of numbers as well as innovation that we can present. Yeah.
That's absolutely true. We often leave out youth in the discussions and say they don't have a seat at the table as yet. They're too young. That's what they often say here in different spheres and different sectors. Raphael, I'm going to come to you now. You work closely with transformation and transformation of people and transformation of sectors. What do you think is needed within the Caribbean in particular to become a global hub for business and trade. They often say the Caribbean is too small and we're not ready to develop. And similarly on the African side, as per the conversations, it's pretty similar. But how can we know, what do we have to do to transform, Raphael?
Thanks for that question, Tahir. It certainly is a loaded one. And I want to pick up from where Chido left off. She mentioned, I think, a really important thing at the beginning, the fact that young people have to be seen as valuable in the inputs that they have to make. I think we can often give lip service to the importance of including young people and hearing their voices, but beyond lip service, what are the structures in place to ensure that their ideas are heard and given credit when decisions need to be made? The narrative, I think, first needs to be changed then, so that we're not thinking about young people as being the leaders of the future, but we are seeing young people as the leaders of today. And if they are the leaders of today, how can we equip them, first of all, but then furnish them with opportunities to be able to make those meaningful contributions so their voices land to the ears of those who do have the important decisions to make. And Chido hit on some very important points there. One of the things that I think is important, if we are going to effectively engage young people, first of all, we do need to change that narrative so that we feel we're not just being tolerated, but we're being effectively engaged. We don't want to seem like a temporary inconvenience to the serious matters of governance and business. Young people want to be seen as those who have a valuable contribution to make, and certainly those whose ideas don't require 20 years of professional experience in order to mature. Our ideas are good and valid from the time we create them and are bold enough to share them. Access, though, is a very important question, and it's one that Chido mentioned. We also need to ensure that in all that we create across the Caribbean, and you spoke about what will be required in order for the Caribbean to become a major hub, access is an important issue, but there are many different dimensions to access. Access in terms of information. What are we being fed? What are we receiving? Are we being given the kind of information that allows us as young people to make the right choices, to come up with the right ideas, to build the right systems, to create the right small businesses? In addition to that, of course, access to capital is a big issue. It is something, and I've had this conversation with a few persons as I've been around this morning, it's something that we've often looked exclusively to the North for. And that has been a part of our history, I think. We've looked to the North as it relates to capital and where are the big venture capitalists and so on. And that has almost been seen as a utopia. And I believe that an essential part of the transition in the conversation is for us, rather than looking towards the North, to start looking directly to the East. And we can then start exploring what are some of the opportunities there for us to capitalize some of the opportunities, or rather some of the businesses that we might think of. And then thirdly, access in terms of mentorship, and equally access in terms of markets. So where are the business leaders to whom our small business persons and entrepreneurs, young, eager, exciting people can look to, who look like us, who share similar cultural moorings, who have experiences with which we can identify, mentors that we don't, again, need to look to the North for, but can look to the East. And then markets. We've been having so many discussions, I know, locally. I've had several discussions with many business people about how you build large businesses when you live in a country that has a population of only 280,000 people. You know, that's a big code that needs to be cracked. And I think an important part of cracking that code is recognizing that we don't have to try to build a large business with a population of 280,000 people when Nigeria alone has a population of over 200 million people, if I just pull one as an example. And as long as we're able to establish the synergies to ensure that we are speaking from the same page of the book, to ensure that we see the same types of projects that we're looking to build and work on here in the Caribbean, there are persons in Africa who are looking to build and work on as well. Where are the lessons learned? Where can the cross-fertilization of ideas and experiences occur that allow our experiences to be rich on both ends, but also can allow us to have a bit of a smoother and clearer path towards building the kind of businesses and enterprises that we'd want to build? Just one more point. Go ahead. And that is on the issue of how the Caribbean, not just now as a group looking towards the East, but even as a group looking towards each other. I believe one of the keys to the Caribbean being that hub is us exploring more deeply what will be required for there to be greater and more deep and meaningful regional cooperation across industries in various areas so that we can begin to experience some of the benefits of being each other's close neighbors. And that enables us to, I think, have a louder and more significant voice on other international stages.
Absolutely. A louder and more impactful voice as well. And that's absolutely correct. And we're going to go to Ryan Mosley now, who is a manager within the Youth Entrepreneurship Scheme at the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment. Ryan, we heard Chido and Raphael touch on some very strong points, but access to capital and technical resources is a challenge for many young entrepreneurs building a small micro businesses. How can we create greater ease for these businesses? And your program does an excellent job in doing this, but how can we expand now and create access and build the technical resources and the capabilities of our young entrepreneurs and businesses?
Thanks for the question, Tahir, and it is critical that it is coming at this point in our existence, because currently within the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment, we are working on our new national youth policy. And as my two esteemed guests have said previously, what is special about this whole exercise is that young people are being given the opportunity to contribute in a meaningful way to every sector within the policy. I think there are about 11 key tenets within the policy, and young persons are the ones who are being asked daily, how do you see Barbados? How do you see your development? And they are feeding in their ideas. The fact that we are currently at iteration number 5 says that there have been many changes made. There are consultants, very esteemed consultants, working on the project, but the fact that this is the 5th version and we are still not at the end stage, it says to me that as ideas are being sought from young people, changes have to be made. We can no longer have a top-down approach. We must have an all-inclusive approach. We must make sure that the policy, when it is finished, it is inclusive, it speaks to young people, and it provides opportunities. That's a very key word. I remember sitting in a panel just as soon as the lockdown started about 2 years ago, and this gentleman from Britain was saying you have to match training with opportunities. Absolutely. It is okay to train a lot of persons, but there have to be opportunities. Absolutely. So that when they get the training, they feel empowered to take advantage of the opportunities. And I think the entrepreneurial ecosystem here in Barbados, we have seen that need to work closer together. We within the ministry, we focus a lot on youth development, targeting what persons may consider unstructured youth, but bringing a structure to their existence. There are many programs. We would have just completed some training with the National Youth Parliament, where my esteemed panelists would have done some training. So we are even encouraging young persons to have an input in the political sphere in Barbados. The Youth Entrepreneurship Scheme, we promote entrepreneurship. Our mandate is to inculcate a culture of entrepreneurship in young persons. We start within the primary and secondary schools. 10, 15 years ago, we were promoting entrepreneurship as a viable career option. I'm pleased to say now, entrepreneurship is a real career option for young people. It is no longer something that they do when they cannot find a job. Young persons are using their first degrees and their master's degrees and deciding to take advantage of opportunities for entrepreneurship, for self-employment. You know, they are creative, they're using their creative talents to develop businesses. But what would be key, as Raphael said, is rather than we depending a lot on looking north for investment, we tap into this rich source of financing, technical assistance from our brothers and sisters on the African continent. There is market We often hear market as one of the hindrances. The market there is vast. The opportunities for young people to grow their businesses, to do exchange programs, for our entrepreneurs to travel to the African continent and go into programs with, their brothers and sisters in Africa and learn how to actually grow businesses would be a great start. We have to get our young entrepreneurs out of that mindset where, as was said, Barbados is their oyster, and it can only grow so far. I mean, we really need to open up the avenues. The Prime Minister would have, I guess, spoken very passionately about airlift, about banking, cross-cultural banking. Those initial steps would help greatly in really allowing our entrepreneurs to have the scope to really grow businesses, because we have the talent here. And we just need the opportunity, we just need the markets, we just need the access to capital, the access to technical assistance to really see our businesses grow from what we call small to large. And then to global businesses. I think we want to create global businesses. We already have global talents here in Barbados. We should be pushing for global businesses. So yes, the opportunities are there, and I trust that at the end, that we will see those linkages made, that we could see global businesses started in Barbados but become global and sweep and take full root across the world.
Absolutely brilliant. I think we need to give the first three a big round of applause. I think Ryan spoke so eloquently there. Access, structures, value, engagement, opportunities, scope. We have to widen our scope. Absolutely. So Khalil, you're the baby in the group. You're the baby on the Constitution Reform Commission. How there's a notion out there that young persons are not connected with what's going on in national matters. There's no motivation. We can talk about all of this, but how, in your opinion, can we motivate our young persons to become active citizens, as we say in Barbados here, but also active change makers within their respective societies?
Thank you, Tahir. That's a very important question. I'm not sure, certainly in my interactions, and I think all of us interact at a very meaningful level with a lot of young people. I'm not sure necessarily that young people are not connected or interested, or should I say that they're not engaged. I think that certainly in my own conversations, I know that my colleagues, their conversations would bear this out too, that young people are very much engaged, but sometimes it is that they do not always sense the possibilities. They do not always sense the opportunities. And so the first step is to establish and to show that this is an area in which there is much potential that they can dedicate time. Because time is a scarce resource, and they could be doing several other things, and that the involvement in national economic life is something that is important not only for themselves, but for our countries. I think that this forum is a very good example. Ghana would have been among the first countries in Africa to win independence from the British. I think that would have been in the early 1950s. Just yesterday, or the day before rather, Trinidad celebrated their 60th anniversary. But we have been independent in Africa and in the Caribbean for so long, but it has taken us this long to really apply ourselves in a very meaningful way to reforging the links that really ought to exist as of right between our two regions. And that despite the passage of time, the fact that we are doing that today is an indication of the possibilities that exist. Those in advertising and marketing and so on will tell you that one of the key mechanisms of persuasion is to say to people that other people are also doing this thing. So when you see persons lined up outside of a store selling cell phones to get a particular brand of cell phone, what that says subconsciously to you is that if they're all doing it, then I should be going and buying that particular model of cell phone too. And I think that there are a lot of success stories that exist out there with young people in Barbados who work with the Youth Entrepreneurship Scheme across the region in Africa who have reaped success, and we have to market those stories more to indicate why it is that we need persons to move in this direction. But much more than that, I think we have to respond to persons' concerns. This morning, I saw the results of a survey which was conducted by U-Report, which is a survey-taking mechanism that exists in partnership with UNICEF, and it operates quite widely. And I saw the results of a survey conducted in the Eastern Caribbean among young persons, essentially about the transition from what they call learning to earning. And that I think 61% of young people in that study indicated that they have had some challenges in finding employment or in breaking the mold in entrepreneurship. And among those challenges, as colleagues have identified, you've had issues, they've identified their perception of the issues to be around access to capital, around the access to technical capacity, the knowledge and the skills required. And thirdly, the feeling that there is not necessarily always an alignment between the skills that they are equipped with at school and the skills that are ultimately important as they enter either the world of work or as entrepreneurs. And so I think that we owe it then to those young persons to begin to direct our minds in a very serious way towards those issues. And I think the final thing that I will say is that one of the most important or effective ways that we can do that is by involving young people in a meaningful way at the in policy making. Around whether that is economic planning, economic and social development policy discussions and so on. And that I was having this discussion actually with someone earlier this week, that it cannot only be that we are engaging certain types of young people, but that there has to be a deliberate attempt made to go into communities in which we find young people who are usually marginalized in vulnerable communities, and finding ways to empower the young people in those communities so that they are able to also contribute and have the mechanisms by which to articulate and by which to make a meaningful contribution as we seek to do that. So that those, I think, are, as a starting foray, as a starting comment, some essential elements that we have to do in order to indicate to young persons that there is value, not only value in them, but that we understand, as Chido was saying, the intrinsic value of our young people.
Thank you so much, Khalil. Absolutely. Learning to earning, because everyone touched on it on very similar points. We're so succinct today. We've formed an exceptional team already moving forward. Yes, please give a round of applause. Sure, go ahead, Raphael.
Thanks so much, Tahir. And thanks, Khalil, for those fantastic interventions. One of the things that triggered in my mind as you were speaking about the benefit to young people of seeing what other young people are doing, I also thought of the significance of ensuring that there is a comprehensive road mapping exercise. And by that I mean, one of the fastest ways to get young people disengaged is for them to feel that what they're doing is a means to no end. They can't see where this training is taking me. I can't see where this degree is taking me. I can't see where my entrepreneurial training with the Youth Entrepreneurship Scheme, for example, is taking me. I don't see where, after I begin this business, I'll be able to move to a public company. I'll be able to move to franchising opportunities. I'll be able to access bigger markets that allow my business to do better than it's been doing before. So that comprehensive road mapping exercise, I think, is also a part of us making sure that young people stay motivated, because they're able to answer two important questions. One, what's in it for me? It justifies the actions that I'm doing right now. But two, what's next for me? Which I think is also an important question that many young people ask themselves over and over. It is actually one of the reasons why young people may feel disengaged about being involved or interested in political life or in politics, because they may ask the question, well, if I do, will it change anything? If I lend my voice to economic discussions, will it mean that life will become any better for me or my family in the near or even the distant future? when there is that feeling of my contributions may not carry the weight or create the result that I hope they would create in the future, and there is no structure to show me what the guarantee is based on any roadmap, I'll start to feel as though my actions are meaningless or useless or pointless. And I start to wrestle more with why bother, which invariably causes me to become paralyzed and not to act in the way that I should. So that road mapping, I think, is important. And perhaps there are ways, throwing back to Chido and what we were talking about earlier, perhaps there are ways for us to explore what that entrepreneurial ecosystem looks like in Africa, or what the ecosystem of persons navigating.
They want to express their talent, they want an opportunity, and once that opportunity is facilitated, we are more than willing to partner with the school to come in to do the training and to assist in any way that we can.
Thank you, Ryan. I think we have one more question from the audience. Yes, just say your name and where you're from.
Hi, my name is Jalay. I'm from Barbados. I am a young entrepreneur myself. I would have gone through the young entrepreneurship scheme, that's YES, right? Youth entrepreneurship scheme. And I own 3 businesses locally as I'm working one right now. So I have 2 questions for you. The first one is with regard to investing. As a young entrepreneur, I am going out, I am making money, of course, and I also want my money to work for itself. And trying to find information on ways to invest, take the money that I use to invest. Like, how do you make that information available to young entrepreneurs? What age are you beginning to teach them about investing their money, whether it's in index funds, all that kind of stuff, to help take that money and put it back into their business to reinvest and grow themselves? That's the first thing. And on the note of finding information, one of my businesses is to write articles about things in Barbados, and I've written articles about where to find small business loans locally, how to register your business online, all that kind of stuff. I've written this information. And what I've found is that it is hard to find information on government opportunities and opportunities, even with trading and whatnot. I have clients for my web business who have amazing products that I know they want to export. I know they want to share with their brothers and sisters across the globe, especially in Africa, because these are products that are a part of them and they want to share, of course. So my thing is with access to information, we talk about all of this progress and whatnot, but the young people don't know where to find the information. You can't find it. I've been through convoluted websites where it's paragraphs and paragraphs of information that you cannot understand, especially if you're now coming in. So my thing is, what are the strategies and solutions that you guys have and you will be putting out there for us to find this information that we can actually take part in the growth of entrepreneurship in Barbados? How will we get this information? Those are my 2 questions, yeah.
Thank you for your question. And sure, are there, who would like to tackle?
I'll take that one again. Within the last year, 2 years, there has been a heavy investment in the Financial Literacy Bureau within the Ministry of Small Business, Entrepreneurship and Commerce, where there are several sessions within the community because they have decentralized the training within communities, so persons from communities don't have to travel a long distance to get the information. So you have technocrats, you have professionals in areas of investment, areas of business development. We have loan officers, who come into communities and provide opportunities where young persons, and persons of all ages, because although the focus is on youth, the financial literacy workshops are open to everyone who has a desire for entrepreneurship. That type of information is now being shared freely. You did speak about investment, which is something that probably we only started really focusing on within the last 10, 15 years. But we do appreciate the fact that investment is an important aspect of growing businesses. Also, persons looking for persons to invest in your business is also a critical component. So there are professionals who would speak about things like how to value your business, because that's probably one of the most critical aspects of investment in business. A lot of young persons, they know they have the talent, they have gone through all the baby steps to start the business, but really they don't know the true value of their business, and they may put themselves in a very vulnerable position where an investor who may have that knowledge may offer you what we call peanuts for your business, and then in another 2-3 years, as we were discussing before, the business is worth millions. So we are taking a serious interest in, through the Financial Literacy Bureau, all of the departments within the entrepreneurship ecosystem in Barbados are part of this initiative, because we recognize that there were gaps before in terms of information, as you said. And this initiative, the Financial Literacy Bureau, goes a long way in trying to provide that information to entrepreneurs about investment, business development, areas of opportunity, emerging markets, emerging type of businesses. You don't want the same old, you know, showing them where there are opportunities to indeed create businesses that can be global. So the Financial Literacy Bureau has gone a long way in trying to address the shortfall that you just spoke about.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your question. We're wrapping up now. We're running out of time, unfortunately, but we'll definitely have more conversations after. And feel free to be in the Secretariat if you want to chat with any of the panelists or myself. But in 1 minute, my esteemed panel, you are excellent. In 1 minute, just give your closing remarks.
Thank you.
Shido.
Thank you for that. I'll really try to keep it to 1 minute. But I realized that we didn't answer a question in the audience, and that question was with regards to when you talk about access to funding for young people, what needs to be done in terms of whose responsibility is it? Personally, I think it's a responsibility of both the private sector and the public sector coming together. The public sector will come in terms of setting policies that will ensure that young people have access to funding. The private sector will come in to ensure that the funding that they provide is friendly towards young people. I think, before getting to this position as representing the youth, I worked as a banker for 7 years, and specifically as a credit risk lead. And with that, I found that the challenges we find in terms of financing young people is that it comes with a huge risk in terms of return of investment. Therefore, I think we need to take it from an approach of how do we mitigate such risks. For example, if we're going to invest in youth-led businesses, then how can we train the young people, be it through a financial literacy workshops, to ensure that when they get the funding, it can be sustainable? And how can we ensure that we have a mentorship program or create an intergenerational platform that, if there are businesses that have made it before or that are being successful, they can also come in as mentors to the, startups that we have. So I think definitely you have to take us working together in order for us to build that. And just lastly, to the young lady who spoke about how can we get access to information, we need to build the networks. And when I'm saying this, I'm speaking beyond Barbados. And as much as your question was specifically to the Caribbean, but taking it from a perspective of how do we ensure we're integrated in the global platform and how do we ensure that we connect with young Africans. It will take us building that network and leveraging in technology. But in as much as we leverage on technology, we also need to ensure that the marginalized community, those that don't have access to technology, that often find challenges in getting information, are included. And we can do that through working with various districts. For example, within a ministry, if it's a Ministry of Youth, then I would assume that there are district offices as well where we can be able to disseminate information, but use it in a holistic way that it could go and create those platforms, or is it councils and networks where we can constantly share and build one another up in terms of our businesses. Yeah.
Thank you, Chido. Rafael?
Yeah, thanks so much, and Chido, amazing points. I'll just say there needs to be a general thrust of creativity, where we open up our minds to what the opportunities are for ourselves as individuals who are building burgeoning enterprises, and what these new opportunities and linkages with Africa can create and open up for us. As someone who operates in professional services, perhaps there's someone who operates in small manufacturing, in crafts, in t-shirts, in culinary, in whatever space you operate in. I think this is an opportunity to get excited about what the future can hold through the opening of doors that before were a bit mysterious and unknown to us. So if there are any business people here, and I know there are some, the policy framework within which we must operate. Of course, we must do our best to advocate for a business-friendly policy framework. We must do our best to encourage other persons who are in the private sector to work along with the public sector, as Chido has said, to ensure we're able to access the kind of capital that we need in order to build our businesses effectively. But really, it rests on us as the business people to be willing to dare to dream and to build something that will go beyond perhaps what we initially thought of when we first started out. And I'm excited that this opportunity has been presented to all of us. And I want to encourage everyone who is here definitely to make the most of it. Shake lots of hands, ask lots of questions, and ensure that this is just the beginning of an exploration of where you and your business can go.
Thank you, Raphael. Mr. Ryan Mosley.
I want to end by saying this is an excellent opportunity for the Caribbean and the continent of Africa to really set serious steps in motion to really develop our people generally, to develop our businesses, to develop culture, to develop all aspects of our development. We need the investment, we need the collaboration, we indeed need to learn from your experiences. Experience is still the greatest teacher, and if we can share those experiences, if we can marry those experiences, if we can take the positives and marry with our growing economies, I'm sure that this conference will be a watershed in the development of both the Caribbean and Africa. So I trust long live this spirit of camaraderie, and I trust that only good things will come from this conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ryan. And last but by no means least, Mr. Khalil.
Thank you very much. I want to echo and join colleagues on the panel in everything that you've said. I think that one of the, perhaps, if nothing else you take away, one of the most important themes that we spoke about up here today was about empowerment, about empowering young people with the tools and the mechanisms of being able to do the things that need to be done themselves. So that, for example, it isn't only about delivering the knowledge, but also about delivering that technical capacity and the skills that are needed. Right now in Barbados, the Ministry of Education is embarking on what is called the Construction Gateway Program. And that is teaching young people skills across the field of construction. I think about 26 construction skills, masonry, plumbing, and so on. But it isn't only about teaching a person who has chosen to do plumbing how to fix a leak or how to fix a toilet. It is about equipping them over the period of the program with financial literacy skills, with entrepreneurial skills, with an understanding, I think, even of the potential of investment, how to manage their own business, so that through the creativity of that program, it isn't only about creating plumbers, but it's about creating business persons who are able to have the knowledge and the capacity to earn a lucrative living for themselves. And that kind of creativity and policy making is essential as we go forward. And it is those kinds of things that de-risk persons when it comes to their ability to access financing. Ryan and I were talking in the green room before we got here about the fact that persons, the young people with whom they work, are much better able to repay their financing than those who don't go to their program, because they haven't been equipped with the skills necessary to be more successful. And so that is where we can also find solutions with respect to issues related to access to capital. And on that particular score, the final thing I think is to reevaluate how we look at collateral and begin to think more, again, creatively about how we can harness non-traditional items of people's possessions as collateral. So you have collateral registries that people can use, can borrow against the tools of their trade, for example. The two words that jump out to me then are creativity in policy making, and above all else, designed to empower young people not only with the knowledge, but with that technical capacity to take themselves and ultimately our collective regions to the next level.
Thank you so much, Khalil, and thank you to my lovely panel. You were excellent. The audience was definitely engaged. But if it's one thing that I will close with is let us use this conference to rewrite history of the relationship between Africa and the Caribbean. So 50, 60 years from now, let's look back and say that this conference, this investment forum, was the change in how history has been written for our relationship. So thank you, and I pass over to my lovely mother.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bulbulia, and thank all of the panelists for their contributions. On this subject of creating opportunities for youths and SMEs in today's global economy, we'll have a statement from Ms. Nardos Bekele Thomas, who is Chief Executive Officer of the African Union Development Agency.
Thank you very much. Good evening. It's always, a challenge when you are asked to speak and, it's the end of the day. People are really tired. So I'm not going to be that long. I'm going to be very brief in my presentation. First of all, I would like to acknowledge all the panelists that are there, and also to say thank you to the host country and the government of Barbados for this wonderful expanded African hospitality, and also the AfriCaribbean Bank, for organizing this. It's really a visionary intention and initiative. Thank you very much. I guess, the first thing I will do is just to explain what my organization would do. I'll just put, my intervention on the youth at the last bit of my presentation. But first, I think you would like to know what AUDA, the African Union Development Agency, is all about, and what is NEPAD, and how does it situate within the African infrastructure and architecture. I think it's very important for us to understand the fact that, NEPAD, actually the new partnership, NEPAD, New Partnership for African Development, was conceived as a result of correcting the deficiencies of the structural adjustment program and all the problems that it brought about, which defied the real principle of partnership. Partnership which is built on trust, confidence, partnership that is built to make an effective, efficient contribution, partnership that respects the dignity of countries. And that is why, visionary leaders from 4 countries came out with the NEPAD, which is the New Partnership for African Development. It's really meant to really make sure that, support coming from the various development partners is neutral, is respectful, and the ownership and leadership of the programs are, bestowed on the member states. So, that's how they came out, and they stipulated some priority programs that are foundational and that require support from the external world. The NEPAD came to an existence in 2001 and was effective in 2002. And as we went on, there were many projects that were in infrastructure, agriculture, science, technology, education, health, that were prescribed in this list of programs of priorities for African development that were being implemented. But as we went on, and the transformation of the Organization of African Unity to the AU, the OAU to Organization of African Unity to AU, which focused more on the development, having really done its part when it comes to liberation and independence, and therefore focused on the socioeconomic development. And in the process, the leader of the AU, which happened to be a woman, Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, thought of coming out with a vision for the continent, a vision that has got a long-term trajectory, a vision that will make sure that, the processes leading to a resilient continent is outlined in a paper, a blueprint, which African citizens can aspire and really express the Africa they want in the years to come in 2063. And this vision has got implementation plans of 10 years. And in the process of the implementation of the 10 years, then African member states thought of coming out with a development agency. Rather than having to focus on priority programs, they said, we need a development agency that would translate everything that is there in the Agenda 2063 and also in the implementation plan in terms of actionable programs, deliverables, results for Africans. And that's how the AUDA was conceived in 2018 and came to an existence in 2019. But as it came into existence in 2019, it carried also the programs, the priority programs of the NEPAD. And that's why we kept AUDA NEPAD. And these priority areas are from agriculture, again, to infrastructure, which is an enabler to development, science and technology, education, health, and many programs have been implemented. Many programs have been implemented, many infrastructure projects were completed, but there are still some more to come. And I came into this position, I'm just 3 months old, this is a disclaimer. and in 3 months, what I have seen is that, yes, all these programs are still our priority programs. They are still very important, but there are some things that we need to do. And I found out some key, foundational and fundamental activities that could carry our programs further. And the first one is to make sure that our vision becomes the vision of the people of Africa. That is not just the vision of the elites, the political elites, the governments. It should be everybody's vision. Domesticating this vision was critical and very important. So we are embarking now in multi-stakeholder consultations to make sure that these implementation plans become the plans of the people, and they are really accountable, but they also hold, the organization that I work in, and also the member states to be accountable for the delivery of this implementation plan. The second thing, which was very critical, is that we always tend to plan for today or for tomorrow's problems. And we forget that as we sit today, there is tomorrow's problem awaiting us. So forecast planning, scenario building, becomes so relevant and so important to build a resilient and prosperous continent for the next generation and generations to come. So we have included this in the whole planning process. The second aspect, which was very critical and very important for me after coming out from the COVID-19 crisis, is that Africa should not wallow in crisis. Africa should not be seen as managing poverty. Africa should have a long-term development trajectory. And a crisis is just an event. We overcome, but we are on the long-term development trajectory. So building the nexus between conflict, peace, and development is critical and very important. So that is the second thing that was missing. And the third thing that is missing, which is of interest to us here, is really our youth. I am sure, I'm sorry, I missed the first part of the conversations. This is really deep entrenched in my heart, the youth thing. This is what keeps me awake. And I'm sure as mothers, as parents, it is a problem. It is a challenge that keeps you awake. What is going to be the future of our children? So, really addressing the youth issue and not giving it a lip service in a fragmented manner and in piecemeals is not going to help our continent. The important asset Africa has is its people. And the youth is not only the future, but the youth is the present and the future. And therefore, we need to really have a concerted, comprehensive program that would address the youth, but also coordinate everything that is there in a fragmented manner, and really have conferences like this to look at the gap and fill in the gaps, and build on what exists and scale it up. It's not a 50,000 program here and there that will make a youth to be empowered, that would liberate our continent economically. We need to scale up. We need to be ambitious like the young ones are. And therefore, we came out with this program called Energize Africa, which we are launching on September 19 in New York on the sidelines of the GA, the General Assembly of the UN. Energize Africa, young ones, has got 3 components, and we can add more and more as we go on. It's not a dogma. It's not something that is, the Bible. It changes. It has to transform. The first component of it is really to energize our public service. You're talking about conducive environments for young ones to thrive. The conducive environment is created by the public service. And yet, in Africa and elsewhere, the public service is filled with aging population, aging public servants. It's very difficult to understand the young problems. And also, we need a digital mind, a digital system, mechanism to address the young, the youthful, energetic needs of our population. Africa has, 60% of its 1.2 billion population is youthful, is below 25 years, right? Yeah. This is a large workforce that we're missing out. And we are just making them to be hopeless, despondent, and rather than integrating them in the whole socioeconomic transformation, making them to be a threat to the society. And we need to reverse this, and it needs and requires an ambitious plan, a determination, and a resolve to do it. It cannot be done by the young ones. It cannot be done by the government. It requires the private sector to come into play. This is a huge consumer base that you're missing out. This is a huge, innovative, creative mind that you're missing out. So it should be a deliberate process. So the first part of it is how to energize the public sector, the public service, by creating a facility that will mop out all our PhDs, all our master's degrees, all our BS, all our children that are out there looking for a job. And also really building that equilibrium, because the supply and the demand are there. Whenever I go to countries and I talk to the governments, what they're telling me is that, oh, we're lacking capacity. You cannot do it this way. Oh, we're lacking capacity. And yet their children are looking for jobs. So we need to create that facility. We cannot be tied up by, budget restrictions. We cannot be tied up by IMF conditionalities. So this facility will mop out all these children from the streets and saving them from, dangerous adventures, to making them to be useful to the public. And we can train them. We give them skills and inject them in the public service. It will help us in the employment. It will help energize and regenerate and rejuvenate our public service. It will make it to be responsive to the needs of the people and the citizens. And therefore, the first aspect is really to create a facility that will bring all these people together and really make use of the energies and make use of the innovative minds of our young ones. And here, when I was just sitting and listening to the speeches and everywhere, and looking at the possibilities of the Caribbean, and African, exchanges, I see this as a big opportunity. I see the Caribbeans coming to Africa, the Africans coming to help the Caribbean countries in the public service. We are going to create a cohesive Pan-African society in the future. And it really makes sense. I just came from having a discussion with the visionary leader that I really admire and love, the Prime Minister. And when I was telling her, the problems of really the youth bulge in Africa, she says they have got the inverse problem here, an aging population. Here it goes. Rather than exporting poverty, we can export wealth, human resources that are the most critical ingredient for development. And therefore, this program becomes more and more exciting for me, more and more important for me. And the second one is the Innovation Hub. Go anywhere in Africa, under the trees, in the rural areas, with a smartphone, the young ones are creating solutions for Africa's development. Anywhere you go. And every single time I open something about innovation, I see an African young one, educated and not educated, you'll be surprised, coming out with a solution to our problems. Can you imagine what it would mean if we give them the opportunity, if we give them the facility, if we create the conducive environment? The young ones in Africa, in the Caribbean, and everywhere will transform our world. So therefore, it's a determination, and I need the support of the private sector. And I'm so glad AfriCaribbean Bank is with us, and I truly, truly, deeply appreciate that. The creation of innovation hubs in each and every country becomes more and more critical to translate or to express the creativity and innovative minds of our young ones in terms of solutions for our own development challenges. And in order to do that, and in order to commercialize their technologies and innovations, we need to make sure that they have an intellectual property rights, safeguards. So we have agreed with AfriCaribbean Bank that we would create the mechanisms for intellectual property rights and also quality assurance and standards. And that way, we're not talking about micro enterprises, graduating from micro to medium, These people do not need that anymore. In a very short time, our young children could be millionaires and billionaires that transform not only our societies, not only Africa and the Caribbean, but the world. And I appeal to the private sector and to the business community to join hands with us. And the third one, which everybody does, is the support to startups, the support to MSMEs. And we do it I was hearing, the comments that were coming and your comments that were going to the audience. We do it in just piecemeals, and yet a business requires a judicious mix of all ingredients that would make a business to be successful. You cannot just give 50,000 to a business person and tell them to make it happen. It doesn't happen that way. We need to have everything together, package together for them. It's also very important that we do not subject our young ones, the women, to do tailoring, the women to do hair salon, you know. No way. It doesn't and should not be like this. We have our African free trade area. We have the growth pillars. We would build the value chain using the youthful energies around the value chain. It requires a lot of work. It requires value chain analysis in each and every country. It requires a regional value chain analysis. And then it requires reorienting our support to the young ones vis-à-vis these growth pillars. But we can do it. It's possible. And there is no other way. These fragmented efforts have not yielded any results. And I tell you, in 1990s, I used to be a private sector policy advisor, going all over the place, trying to build business associations and also giving entrepreneurship training and skills development. To my dismay, when I went back to see what others are doing now, how many years? More than 30 years. It's the same module that we're teaching people, our young ones. We need to upgrade them. These modules that we used in the 1990s are no more relevant today. And therefore, this facility would also try to get all the knowledge and upgrade this knowledge so that it becomes relevant to the evolution of our demands. So, you know, that is very important that we do. And therefore, you know, I think what we are doing is really coming out with a very comprehensive program that responds to our socioeconomic transformation needs, our aspirations to build an Africa we want, and, you know, it's a holistic approach, and I appeal to you. Lastly, you know, the AUDA is having a summit on infrastructure, investing for infrastructure, a summit in Dakar. And these infrastructure projects have got many, this road, water, it's railway, it's air, and everything that is included, because infrastructure is an enabler, and we need it, it's a prerequisite. To this effect, I would invite, you know, our investors to be present with us in Dakar and support, and also, you know, venture into building infrastructure. We are with the ADB, we are the bigger banks. There are, you know, IFC is with us, and, you know, all these European development banks. But we need African banks to get together and support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, panel. We're coming to the end of this journey for Active 2022, and I've been informed that I should advise you that the session will end by 4:30 no matter what. So the train has to get to the station by 4:30, so all of the speakers coming up need to be mindful of that and considerate of the program. Our next session, the final session, will be Building Africa-Caribbean Value Chains for Exports, Imagining Caribbean-Africa Free Trade Agreement. We have an opening statement by His Excellency Mr. Albert Muchanga, who is African Union Commissioner, Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, Industry and Minerals, and he'll be speaking on behalf of His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission. Sir?
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremony, and I greet each and every one of you this afternoon. And go straight to say that I'm extremely very happy. I'm extremely happy to deliver the opening remarks at this session on building Africa-Caribbean value chains for exports, with an added call for us to imagine a Caribbean-Africa Free Trade Area agreement. It is clear that there are actually two topics in one. The first one is on value chain development, while the second one is on the establishment of a Caribbean-Africa Free Trade Area. We are lucky in the sense that yesterday, the Executive Director of the International Trade Center, Dr. Pamela Coker-Hamilton, launched a study report on expanding African-Caribbean trade, which sets a good tone for discussion of both items. This is because the report offers useful insights on these two issues. Let me bring just 4 of them for the sake of brevity. The first one is of the 4. Its key insights is that trade exchanges between the Caribbean and African regions are currently very low, less than 1% of their respective global totals. The second key insight is that even with this low base, there's potential to increase trade flows between the two regions by as much as 25% within 5 years. This translates into $1 billion in two-way trade flows. The third key insight is on commodity composition. Travel, transport, and business services have huge scope for export growth to Africa by Caribbean countries. On the other hand, Africa has huge scope for its agribusiness, fertilizers, and health programs, health products exports to the Caribbean region. However, trade barriers stand in the way, and this is the fourth key insight. Tariffs are average around 28% in some sectors, and since there's no free trade area agreement, this is a major issue of concern. There are also non-tariff barriers related to regulation, among others. Against this background, in spite of identified constraints, we see scope for discussion of value chain development and institutional free trade bridging the two regions. And this is in line with the tagline of this forum: one people, one destiny, uniting and reimagining our future. So, let us do it. The starting point would be to create stronger diplomatic ties among Caribbean and African Union member states. Vibrant and dynamic diplomatic relations between Africa and Caribbean states open up possibilities for enhanced engagements on matters of economics, trade, and investments, and in the process, contribute to inclusive economic growth, sustainable development, and resilience in our two regions. As I end this issue of diplomatic engagements, let me say that I had a meeting yesterday with the Excellency the Secretary General of CARICOM, during which we agreed to conclude a memorandum of understanding between the African Union Commission and CARICOM as a matter of urgency. Let us now imagine the idea of creating a Caribbean-Africa free trade area. The first point that we have to recognize here is that there are prerequisites to this level of commercial engagement between the two regions, and CARICOM has them. CARICOM is an economic union with a common external tariff. Working at a higher level of economic integration, CARICOM is now developing a single market and economy. However, the African Union is not yet an economic union. We've just laid the foundation towards this by establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area. Over time, we will move to, say, a customs union or common market anchored on a common external tariff. That would enable the African Union to emerge as an economic union with the capacity to enter into free trade agreements with organizations like CARICOM and the European Union. At this stage, let me point out that the agreement established in the African Continental Free Trade Area provides for bilateral free trade agreements between African countries and the rest of the world for as long as the benefits accrued from those undertakings are shared with other member states in the African Continental Free Trade Area. So far, the information we have at the African Union Commission is that no state part to the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement has notified other state parties of its intention to go into a bilateral free trade agreement with some external trading partner. Though provided for, bilateral free trade agreements pose strategic risks to the effective operation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, as well as the continent's industrialization. The vision of the African Continental Free Trade Area is to create one market. This means defragmenting the currently fragmented markets. Bilateral free trade agreements would sustain this fragmentation and in the process become a stumbling block towards creating one African market. Furthermore, bilateral free trade agreements bring with them the risk of transshipments or trade deflection in the emerging market of the African Continental Free Trade Area, and with that, the added risk of deindustrialization. Without industrialization, the African Continental Free Trade Area cannot generate high levels of intra-African trade. So, a Caribbean-Africa Free Trade Agreement would be ideal if CARICOM and the African Union each had a common external tariff. With this state of affairs, do we give up on imagining a Caribbean-Africa Free Trade Agreement? And the answer is clearly no. While agreeing that Africa must be accorded space to go through the technical process of creating an African Customs Union/Common Market on the basis of the African Continental Free Trade Area, on the basis of which we could establish a comprehensive Caribbean Free Trade Agreement, we can start somewhere. In this respect, I urge this meeting to investigate possibilities of liberalizing trade among the sectors of high two-way trade between Africa and the Caribbean as part of the process of eventually moving towards a free trade agreement. I also call on you to investigate possibilities of coming up with common quality infrastructure standards and other regulatory harmonization measures as a way of removing non-tariff barriers. Let me now address the second part, which is in fact the first part of the discussion, which is on the development of regional value chains. The starting point, as earlier indicated, is to enhance diplomatic engagements between the two regions. Let us, in this respect, develop commercial offices across our region to facilitate enhanced trade and investment exchanges between the Caribbean and Africa. This should also be followed with fora like this one, which could mobilize the private sectors of the two regions to come up with concrete follow-up activities. I'm also looking forward to business deals coming out of this forum, where I'm told we've had 1,200 participants from 41 African countries and 16 Caribbean countries, as well as participants from 25 non-African and non-Caribbean countries. And we're encouraged with the signing of a memorandum of understanding yesterday, establishing an Africa-Caribbean Business Council. This should be able to really energize the private sector to go into concrete business-to-business transaction. We came on a Boeing 787-800 charter plane yesterday. I asked and was told that there were 103 passengers on that chartered flight. I'm sure there were other chartered flights from Africa to Barbados, bringing participants to this forum in addition to scheduled connections. The task for each one of us in this forum is to build on this through regular travel between Africa and the Caribbean and vice versa. If we sustain this process, the airlines will see the figures rising and start scheduled flights. With direct air transport links between the two regions, we have removed one major barrier, which is lack of transport connectivities. The good news is that African Export-Import Bank is ready to finance the development of transport and logistic links between our two regions. So, private sector, take advantage of this. Networking and engaging in business-to-business transactions through trade fairs is another platform that will aid us in developing value chains between Africa and the Caribbean. We'll be inviting governments of the Caribbean states and the private sector to participate in the French-African Trade Fair editions. the next week of which will be held in Cote d'Ivoire in November next year. We look forward to the Caribbean governments and the private sector inviting the African Union to participate in their trade fairs as well. Availability of reliable information on trade and investment opportunities and general statistics are equally important. In this respect, we have, in collaboration with the European Union and the International Trade Center, developed the African Trade Observatory, which has already started offering trade information on Africa as well as the rest of the world. Work is also underway to develop an investment observatory in collaboration with the OECD, Pan-African financial institutions, the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Area, and regional economic communities, in addition to Auda Nepal. In order to develop a strong foundation for the development of regional value chains between Africa and the Caribbean, both regions need to enhance investment in productive transformation by leveraging the entrepreneurial spirit of the business people to boost innovation, diversification, and productivity. Our 2019 Africa's Development Dynamics Report focuses on this issue. One of its key highlights is that since 2000, domestic demand has accounted for 69% of Africa's gross domestic product, and this is expected to increase with the operation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Manufacturers and agro-processors across Africa are seizing this opportunity to increase investments across the continent. The report further highlights the need of developing strategic clusters of firms, facilitating regional production networks, as well as enhancing firms' abilities to thrive in new markets. Achieving productive transformation invariably involves development of strategic value chains. Our 2022 Africa's Development Dynamics Report focuses on regional value chains such as automotive, wood, agri-food, energy, and among others, pharmaceuticals. Beyond this, working with partners like the European Union, International Trade Center, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, and GIZ of Germany, we are also undertaking mapping exercises of regional and continental value chains. We now need to move beyond the African region and start work on developing regional value chains on a continent-to-continent basis. The European Union and CARICOM are two regions that have shown interest in this area. In this case, the Africa-Caribbean regional value chains, in the case of the Africa-Caribbean value chains, I'm now making a public announcement or statement, and unfortunately, I don't see any board from the African Export-Import Bank. And the announcement is that, there you are, and you should say yes. The announcement is that I'm going to make a request to the president of the African Export-Import Bank to finance 2 or 3 studies on the development of regional value chains between Africa and the Caribbean. Tell the meeting that you agree. So there you are. In the case of the African Caribbean value chain, we are also in 2024 going to have, in the Africa's Development Dynamics Report, case studies of the development of regional value chains between Africa and the Caribbean, as well as between Africa and the European Union, because these are the 2 regions which have required us to go into value chain development. I thought I should give a broad introduction. It's now over to the panelists. If I add too much into your time, my apologies. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now invite the final panel, it's a very high-level panel, to come to the stage. The moderator is Dr. Demi Sinanan, who is Manager Competitiveness and Export Promotion at the Caribbean Export Development Agency. Ladies and gentlemen, please come. Ambassador Wayne McCook, Mr. Chinelo Anohu, Ms. Chinelo Anohu, Dr. Janice Remy, Mr. Shegun Ajayi Kadir, Mr. Anthony Ali, and Dr. Richard Bernal will be joining virtually, I understand. Now, I just want to remind you of the information that was passed on to me to advise you that everything has to wrap up by 4:30, so you have to be very skillful and very focused in your remarks. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Mara.
Hello, can you guys hear us? Yes.
Yes, we can.
Well, good afternoon. All protocols observed. As you hear, we are operating under significant time constraints. We have about 30 minutes for the panel, and I'm conscious it's the last panel of the day, and everybody wants to get to all the fun and the cultural activities. Just allow me to briefly introduce the panel. We have Ambassador Wayne McCook, Assistant Secretary General for the CARICOM Single Market and Trade, CSMT. We have Ms. Chinulu Anohi, who is the Senior Director of the Africa Investment Forum, African Development Bank. We have Dr. Janice Remy, Director of the Shreve Ramphal Center for International Trade, Law, Policy and Services at the University of the West Indies. Mr. Sigun Ajayi Kadir, Director General of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria and Co-Secretary General of the Pan-African Manufacturers Association. Mr. Anthony Ali, CARICOM Private Sector Organization, Executive Committee Member and Director and CEO of Goddard Enterprises Limited here in Barbados. And we have Dr. Richard Bernal, who is the Principal Research Fellow at the P.J. Patterson Institute for Caribbean Advocacy at the University of the West Indies, and he's also a professor at Salisis. So as you can see, we have a very high-level, very distinguished panel. So let's jump right into the discussions. When we were having our little powwow backstage, I had one question, and I was asking who would like to answer that question. And our three representatives of the Caribbean were very eager. So I thought, in the interest of getting a wider discussion about an Africa-Caribbean free trade agreement, we can get the differing opinion from not only CARICOM, but academia as well as the private sector. So I will open with Ambassador McCook. We heard from Excellency Machanga about on the African side in establishing a free trade agreement between Africa and the Caribbean region. Tell us from the Caribbean side, how can we get that done from the Caribbean's point of view?
Thank you, Demi. First thing is that the title of the session is Imagining an FTA. So I think we are given quite a bit of latitude in the discussion. I think Commissioner Muchanga laid out certain sort of statutory considerations that would need to inform the establishment of an FTA. But an FTA is not the only vehicle through which you can have structured trade relations. And there is an hierarchy of trade arrangements that one can look at for the future. I think the conversation now is really about the momentum that is being built on the back of the decision of the Africa CARICOM Summit of last year, for which this forum is a beneficiary, from which it is a beneficiary, and the discussions that are taking place here. So what can we envisage? We can envisage looking at different areas of potential for trade and assessing what kind of arrangements would be needed to support it. And I would want to rest there to allow particularly our business colleagues to talk about what they need, because the agreement really would need to serve those who trade. It's firms who trade. And the agreement we envisage, whether it's an FTA or other arrangement, would need to be consistent with what business requires in order to do better in the opportunities that exist now.
Thank you very much, Ambassador McCook. Hopefully we can get second rounds in the FTA, give some more remarks. This segues very nicely to Mr. Ali. I know we said Dr. Remy would go first, but I think it segues quite nicely to Mr. Ali, being a private sector person and being on the executive committee of the Private Sector Association. Maybe you can jump in here and give your thoughts on imagining a free trade agreement between Africa and the Caribbean region.
Thank you. Well, when we think about a unilateral liberalization of trade between the two organizations or the two countries, two regions, we have to really think about how do we make this something that's concrete and factual, and not talk about the imagination, but the practicalities of what do we need to put in place in order to make trade effective. And part of that has to really understand, do we have the infrastructure, the regulatory environment, and the political agenda within both regions to make this successful? And so the first thing I would say is we really need to focus on our houses here in CARICOM and within the AU. Both of those regions have to basically put in place the necessary infrastructure to allow intra-regional trade to occur, and then focus on the extra-regional trade between the two regions. And so I think there is huge, huge opportunity between the two regions. And we have to make sure that in order to capitalize on that, we put in place through the political agendas, the private sector agenda, and I will use the regulatory environment to make sure that the policies that are there enable us to be successful. And I think that's where we really need to start.
Absolutely, completely agree. Dr. Remy, perhaps you can sort of jump in here and give your point of view on the topic.
Thank you, Dami. It's very strange for the person wearing the academic hat to be the most concrete. And what I want to do at the end of this last session is lay out a sort of a roadmap that I think I can set out. So pencils out, I hope, that I think will take the ideas and all of the wishes and all of the great ideas of taking forward this process and frame it in something very positive and very concrete. And I have 3 points to make. The first one is I think we need to, like a ballast in a ship, we need to ground this process in an overall structure. And I think the first thing to say here is that models, theories, and ideas actually do matter. I'll hazard a guess that these have been emphasized by the private sector as well as the political arm, that we sign MOUs and that we sign agreements for the business to proceed between these two regions. But what I want to say is the zeitgeist is in favor of advancing a counter-narrative to neoliberal and market-based approaches to development. And although we were given a figure of 1 billion of potential trade between these two regions and all the welfare maximization that can happen between and within these regions and the continent of Africa and the Caribbean, I think at the end of the day, both regions are about using trade to advance structural transformation. By design, the AfCFTA, and by evolution, I would hazard a guess, for the CSME, is about this process of structural transformation. Africa's thinking and scholarship and the shape of its AfCFTA reflects a sustainable and inclusive approach to trade. And it is embedding that counter-narrative in the very language of the agreement. It's talking about things that usually are just whispered outside of the open liberal approaches, things like variable geometry, flexibility, capacity building, building on the regional economic agreements. And it's also creating protocols on women, youth, the environment, e-commerce. These are things that all of the world is now moving towards, moving away again from neoliberalism and really using a bottom-up approach towards advancing our economies. So the first thing we need to do to concretize this process is learn from each other. How can CARICOM, with its own ideas, contribute to the idea of how we structurally transform our economies? And how do we teach and learn from each other and represent that jointly in the fora where agendas for the SDGs and other types of structural transformative ways of development actually reside? The South-South cooperation is important in bringing these ideas forward. The second point that I want to make is that the process demands structure and design to reflect our realities. And here, I want to pose a series of questions that I think it would be useful for our policymakers who are guiding this process to answer. Which sectors do we want to privilege? If anybody is from Nigeria, they would know this part of Burna Boy's song. One idea I have, we know we need Igbo and Shayo. Now, if you go to Last, like me, and you try to figure out what is Igbo and Shayo, it's really drink and it's weed. Correct. And these are areas that the Caribbean thrives in, our rum sector and our marijuana sector. How do we leverage the opportunities that are indigenous to us? I will never think of Burna Boy's song in the same way again. But these are areas, which sectors do we privilege? The second question I would ask is, which entities do we privilege? We are made of MSMEs. We are small. We are women-led entities, especially in Africa. At what level do we want to promote this interchange? Is it at the country to country? Is it at the secretariat to secretariat? At what speed do we want to promote these changes? We've heard in CARICOM about enhanced cooperation and 3 agreeing to move and the others will follow. Do we do that with Africa? How do we make decisions among ourselves? What shape will the affiliation take? Is there room in our regional agreement for associate institutions from Africa? Or do we become full members of the AU like Haiti tried but was unsuccessful in? How will we settle dispute? So rules and structures and a process are important. And the last concrete point that I do want to make is that I think what could be proposed coming out of this forum is some sort of steering committee. A steering committee that will guide the thinking, frame the process, have young leaders, and for that, Africa should be commended for Wamkele. Ambassador H.E. Wamkele was a friend of mine in Geneva, but is now the head of the AfCFTA. We also need think tanks, we need business, we need the CARICOM, and we need the AfCFTA, we need the AU, we need young people, and we need women. And so I think if we have a steering committee that will frame the thinking and kind of frame the great will generated from here, that is a positive and an actual process that we can proceed with and move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Remy. I think, that's what we need. We need a way forward. And I think that's what we want to get out of this forum today, a way forward. No talk, talked enough. What's the next step? So with that being said, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Ajayi Kadir, who, you're a manufacturer in Africa. We heard Excellency Muchanga basically say to the Africa Exim Bank, let's do a study on what are the potential for trade, what are the comparative advantages and the competitive advantages that both regions have. I want to get your thoughts on that. From a manufacturer's point of view, where do you see the avenues for trade between Africa and the Caribbean region? Where do you see it happening, in what sectors and what products from the manufacturing side?
Okay, thank you very much. I think Commissioner Muchanga hit the nail right on the head. We need to do a study. We need data on what is available and where, in what quantity, and what is the level of awareness concerning how it can be scaled. Because nobody told us not to trade amongst ourselves. Even in Africa, AfCFTA is to promote intra-African trade. But nobody put a gun on our heads, you can't trade. The reason why we can't trade is because there are binding constraints that makes it unprofitable for you to trade. If you want to export to Côte d'Ivoire and you need to take the product out of Africa and bring it back, when it comes back, it's not going to be competitive with the one that is coming straight from France. And my brother in Abidjan will not buy from me because it was produced by his brother in Nigeria. He is going to obey the law of his pocket. And in Africa, our disposable income is low. So in terms of how we can trade amongst ourselves, I think we need to do the first thing first. AfCFTA started in Africa more than a year ago, but we've not been able to trade. And that is because there are binding constraints that need to be overcome for us to translate it into reality. Should we dream? Yes. Should we fail to dream because there are binding constraints? No. But we need to fully understand what the implication of our dream is. And we need to wake up very quickly so that we don't just continue to dream and have conferences one after the other without realizing it. Because we trade in primary products, for instance, agriculture, minerals, and so on. So, but the vertical fragmentation of production and the steady rise in intermediate products has offered huge opportunities for us, even though we trade in similar commodities, for us to be able to create niche areas for ourselves, for us to be able to have the South-South kind of linkage that we want. So I think it's right for us to think to have an FTA between the Caribbeans and Africans, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done. There's need for information. We need to be sure of infrastructure that limits our capacity to scale, because there's no point if you can't produce on a large scale in Africa, you are thinking of bringing it to the Caribbeans. You are not going to make profit. There are also the logistics that is required. You need to be able to get local companies that will be able to engage in the provision of such logistics. It will not be wise for us to look forward to shipping lines that come from Europe, Americans, and so on, to help us to take our goods. I mean, if you can use it to transport slaves centuries ago, we should be able to carry goods. So those are the things that I think we need to look at. Thank you.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I think very good point. And I just want to say, law of his pockets, I think I'm going to be using that one going forward. So I've officially stolen that, that phrase. So let's go over to Ms. Anohu. Ms. Anohu, the Africa Investment Forum has a very, very good platform that I was privy to earlier today to help promote, to help encourage investments between entities. How can we leverage that very good platform that the Africa Investment Forum have to encourage cross-border investments between the Caribbean and Africa and the Caribbean?
Thank you very much for the question, and I thank our partners, the AfriCaribbean Bank, and of course our gracious hosts, the people of Barbados. The AIF, which is the Africa Investment Forum, is a multidisciplinary, multi-stakeholder platform primarily set up by the African Development Bank in conjunction with 7 other partners, of which AfriCaribbean is a very active partner on the platform. The European Investment Bank, the Islamic Development Bank, the Africa 50, the AFC, and the DBSA and the TDB. And the reason is simple. How do you facilitate investment? How do you remove the bottlenecks in the investment? How do you prepare projects for bankability? How do you accelerate projects to financial closure? And this we have done since inception in 2018 to remarkable success, gathering investment interests that span over 100 billion, both from international interest, global interest, but most fittingly from the domestic resource mobilization pathway. And what we do, and this is in response to many of what I've heard, not just on this platform, but across since yesterday, that what's the next step? Transactions. We have to distill a lot of the talk into viable projects, into things that happened yesterday. The Prime Minister gave an electrifying call to arms, and most of us left this room yesterday. We didn't go to sleep. We started thinking immediately, how do we curate the transactions that will answer to the transportation problem? How do we stop Honorable Minister Amadou Hort from spending 28 hours just to get to the Caribbean? And when you think that way, it becomes solution-oriented. And we step away from talking, which is good. It's good to talk. But what do you do with the talk? And unless you distill it into bankable transactions, with all the attendant problems that we have seen, it will be naive of us to believe that there are no barriers to what we need to do. But then it will be also self-destructive to focus on the barriers and not the solutions to the barriers. So we do not have a direct flight from Nigeria, for instance, Cote d'Ivoire, for instance, to Barbados. What do we do? Do we sit and talk about it? Do we wait for any airlines to come? Or do we sit down, as we're doing now, to curate a transaction with willing airlines, private airlines, commercial airlines, cargo airlines, the whole gamut? And it's in thinking that way that the things some of my colleagues in the panel have talked about will spring up. What are the enabling laws needed? What are the policies that governments need to put in place? And when you present a government with a solution to a problem, it's far easier to implement, rather than saying to them, oh, this is not possible, this doesn't exist. If things don't exist, what we do on the platform is to create them, to open up the thinking of how we can solve these problems. The comparative advantages Africa has far exceeds its limitations. We were talking yesterday, and what is key about the African continent is that we have just as much above ground as what lies beneath. We have the mineral resources, abundant by all ramifications. And on top of that, you have the mental resources, the talent, a comparative advantage by any standard. She talked about Burna Boy. He's been discovered, and you wonder what happens to him 10 years from now. We're focusing on the creative industry. That's where we have a complete synergy with both Africa and the Caribbean. The music is in the soul, and it comes unbidden. How do we harness that for profit? How do we harness that for sustainability? And these are the questions we need to ask and reduce to transactions. We talked about women. How do we move away from, if a lady is weaving baskets, you think more of how she owns a factory that produces them at 100 baskets a day. How do you deal with promoting them, as we do on the platform, as investment champions? The total amount of the women-focused investment champion deal is about $5 billion. And this ranges from refineries to textiles to agribusiness. So to answer your question, the very thing you need to focus on is the ability to get things done, and is the will to pursue what you have to get done with all the attendant problems and how to surmount them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Absolutely. All right. I'm assuming we have Dr. Bernal with us. I'm not seeing him on the screen, but I'm assuming he's there.
Yes.
Dr. Bernal, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. So, Dr. Bernal, let me pose a question to you. We spoke about promoting trade between Africa and the Caribbean region. What role do you think the diaspora can play in doing that? Because we've heard it from the point of view of the private sector, we've heard it from the point of view of governments. What do you think can the role of the private sector be in promoting trade and investment between Africa and the Caribbean region?
Thank you, Chair. Let's begin by understanding two facts. First of all, a trade agreement between Africa and the Caribbean would be a large, very complex undertaking, both politically and technically. I think before we move to contemplating that, there's much we can do to promote trade. The second fact to recognize is that it is not countries that trade, it is firms, and it is firms that constitute international value chains, and therefore our focus right now must be on energizing firms, using their entrepreneurship, the impulses of the market to drive the search for opportunities. In this regard, the diaspora has considerable entrepreneurial potential to effect these changes and to seize opportunities. There are 4 practical recommendations to move trade and promote expansion of trade while we contemplate a free trade agreement. First, more information. Here there's an important role for governments, the investment promotion agencies, the export promotion agents, providing much more information about the opportunities and the potential for trade and investment. Secondly, we should make every effort to facilitate trade and investment through the removal of barriers which now impede those possibilities. Barriers which may be tariffs, non-tariff barriers, and customs duties. This can free a lot of trade potential. Thirdly, it is important to develop institutional mechanisms for dialogue between governments and between private sector organizations such as international chambers of commerce, manufacturers associations. And finally, the next step which can promote trade is for there to be a major intergovernmental private sector summit on transportation to address the difficulties in shipping and air travel between Africa and the Caribbean. I believe these 4 measures are things which are practical and can be followed up relatively inexpensively and can promote trade, relying on the energy of the private sector, the foresight of governments, and the potential of the diaspora. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bernal. Appreciate that. All right, so we're doing fairly well on time. We have about 5 minutes. So I'd actually like to go back to Ambassador McCook because he had a very short response. So I just want to sort of go back to him. And maybe you can sort of summarize the takeaways that you heard from the panel and maybe add to what you think should be the way forward, because that's what we're looking at here. We're looking at the way forward to imagine this construct that will take trade and investment between CARICOM and Africa forward. And if we have a minute, we can do a question from the audience if we have time.
The first thing I'd say is that if all the efforts we have reflected in this conference are successful, a free trade agreement would somewhere in the future reflect the natural outcome of the success of the business-to-business engagement we want. Such a free trade agreement would reflect the ways in which free trade agreements are entered into by developed countries. That is, agreements consolidate the framework within which trade succeeds. So what one could envisage, at the moment, for example, CARICOM's exports to the world is valued at 18.6 billion US dollars. Exports to Africa is 4.4% of that. CARICOM's imports from the world would be valued at $33 billion. Africa's exports to the Caribbean represent 1.8%. So you begin with the first question, opportunity. That 33 billion is being sourced somewhere. Now it takes us to the fundamental challenge that I think both Africa and the Caribbean face, which is a challenge of competitiveness and supply side capability. For the CARICOM side, I can say there is now a momentum building to address at long last our supply side challenges, beginning with agriculture. The 25 by 25 project aims to transform agriculture from a dependent-based approach in sugar and bananas of the past to one that looks at best practices in competitive production. We intend also to approach industrial development in the same way, and the president of Suriname, who is chair of CARICOM and was here, is leading that process. Equally, when you read the objectives of the AfCFTA, it is to break the barriers within Africa, to build the value chains and drive competitiveness. I recall my African negotiating colleagues always saying in Geneva, the need to preserve space for industrialization, and colleagues mentioning that in certain African countries, deindustrialization had taken place. So if on both sides of the Atlantic we focus on fixing our supply side capabilities, the pocket question, then the agreement that we would write would follow the practices that we would define. There's a colleague who used to say, define by doing. So if we begin to strengthen our firms on either side, address what Richard has mentioned regarding the connecting links, and once the links are there, the supply side competitive production will find ways across the Atlantic between the markets. The way of negotiating the FTA is simple. The AfCFTA negotiations reflect the capabilities in Africa of fashioning a 21st century agreement. The CSME and the CARICOM revised Treaty of Chaguaramas reflect a very good treatment of single market arrangements in a trade agreement. So I don't see a difficulty in the future having the experts on both sides, public and private, engaging in creating a fit-for-purpose agreement. But I take the private sector's lead in the discussion. We need to get there through the path of the pocket, fixing the things that allow goods to be sold to market in conditions that promote purchasing not for sentiment, but for practicality. And if we can get that going, then the means of doing it, Genevieve mentioned the multi-stakeholder approach to negotiate, and that is the way in which agreements are now being done. You don't have smoke-filled rooms with a group of men negotiating an agreement as we would have seen in any of the pictures of the old trade agreements. What you have now are consultations that have demanders. If the private sector tells us what they want and the negotiators deliver it, the day after you don't have to go to promote your agreement. The private sector will come and say, thank you very much, we don't need to see you unless something goes wrong, and they go off and trade. That is the envy of the future, and negotiating from the Caribbean side, and I suspect also from the African side, on the basis of enabling our entrepreneurs to add value, maximize advantage, and grow trade. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador McCook. All right, we are just approaching 4:30. I'm actually going to take an executive decision to take a question. I believe I saw the gentleman in red. Yes, I know everybody had their hands up, but I saw the gentleman in red. He had his hand up first. So I don't know if we have a mic. Here we go.
Hi, good evening to the panel. My name is Andre Petit, and all the talk you all are talking about in terms of transportation, I have the solution for you all. I am actually the person here present at this conference who has the solution in relation to starting a regional fast ferry service in relation to maritime transportation and linking the Caribbean from North, Central, Southern Caribbean, as well as Latin America region. And I'm looking to start this fast ferry service very soon. I'm here seeking financing to start the regional fast ferry service. Maritime transportation is very key here in relation to this whole program, as well as, yes, it was my birthday, and I actually had a meeting with one of my directors yesterday. We were discussing transportation from Africa to the Caribbean.
Can you keep the question short? I mean, we have very limited time. Can we jump straight to the question if you have a question for the panel?
I don't have a question. I was going to offer the solution in maritime transportation, sir.
And we can offer the solution, we can offer it, but maybe at a different forum.
No problem.
Thank you so much.
I'm here to offer the solution, maritime transportation.
No problem.
Thank you very much.
Speak to everyone afterwards. Thank you so much. One more. Wrap up. All right, well, apologies. I really wish we had more time for discussion, but we will have to wrap up the panel there. We have more time? We have 1 minute? Okay. The gentleman with the mask there. Yes. Yes.
Thank you. I know in the interest of time, my name is Langton Shirinda. I traveled all the way from Australia because I believe the conversations we are having here is very critical. So what I want to say is, I think I've been listening to all these sessions. I'm making a comment, 2 seconds. I've been listening to all these sessions and everything, and what is coming out clearly is that we have diagonized our problem. We know we are not manufacturing using our mineral resources as raw material. Number one, we know we have got the young generations to be driving the economic development of the continent. But what we don't have is the answer and solution to that. And the solution to that, in my view right now, is that some of us have come up and researched a lot on what is the answer to solving this problem. And the answer as we speak today is in 3D technology, which can allow our young people to be new entrepreneurs in new industries. That can create the private sector that has got the momentum to drive this conversation. Because my view is that we don't even have the private sector with that caliber that can drive the kind of future we are looking for. So my recommendation is that I wish all the decision makers here are able to speak to people like some of us, so that we move from rhetorics, we move from philosophies to practicalizing this conversation like today. Let's use our mineral resources to make the car parts, to make the parts for our infrastructure projects and everything. And we can do it today. So I think this is what the comment I thought I wanted to make to the panel and to everyone who has been here, that we have heard enough of the diagnosis of the challenges. Let's get to the solution. It's sitting with some of us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think that sums it up quite nicely. Time for talk is over. Time for action has started. I think that's the message coming out of this panel. And from we have persons with solutions. We have to listen to the persons with solutions. We have to utilize the tools that are available. Thank you so much to my distinguished panel. I appreciate all your candor and all your good words. And we look forward to continuing discussion afterwards. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Photo time.
For talk. Hardly any time to say anything.
Yeah.
She comes to the middle. Yeah.
Testing. Yep. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are now to the final segment of this very exciting two-day program that we've had thus far. Let me, first of all, thank the outgoing panel which spoke about building Africa in the Caribbean value chain exports, imagining Caribbean-Africa Free Trade Area Agreement. We certainly believe that all that was discussed allows for us to really chart a roadmap forward, both in terms of intra-regionally and interregionally, with the benefit of our consumers. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can take your seats, please, so that we can conclude this aspect of the program. If you can take your seats, please, and if you can all encourage those on the outside to come in. We're at the end, but of course, this is a very important aspect of the program. Merci beaucoup. Now, as I said, we've had 2 days of rich dialogue in this inaugural AfriCaribbean event, focusing on trade and investment. Of course, the government of Barbados is the host, and we had Export Barbados, Invest Barbados, and also the African Export-Import Bank. But really, this provided a historic moment for a number of reasons. One, business, trade, development, but bringing our two regions closer than ever before. And in order to set that final context in terms of thanks and gratitude, there are a number of persons who are going to come and speak to you with regards to the way forward and the importance of this event. So first on my list, I would like to invite Mr. Dennis Tenia, the Executive Vice President of Finance, Administration and Banking Services of AfriCaribbean Bank. Please, sir, you have the floor.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I know I stand before you in the garden party, but allow me to spend 5 minutes to thank those who have made these 2 days successful. Allow me to stand on the protocols that have been established already. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to make this vote of thanks. On this special occasion, we shall be remembered in history as the day we laid the foundation of institutionalizing the engagements between Africa and the Caribbean. We have a proverb in Africa which says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And of course, we know that a journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. And over the last 48 hours, we have taken steps to make this happen. The AfriCaribbean Trade and Investment Forum 2022 has marked in history the moment when enhanced commercial ties between Africa and the Caribbean were birthed and steps taken together towards a journey that will result in the prosperity of our two peoples. Most speakers during the last 2 days highlighted the fact that Africa and the Caribbean have ties that are deep-rooted and based on shared history, culture, and a sense of common identity, and thus creating a need for institutionalizing the engagement between the two regions. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank our host and champion, the government and people of Barbados, for their great partnership and generous hospitality in organizing this event. Let me pay particular mention of the Prime Minister for her guidance, her leadership, advice, and commitment, and the time she took to share with us her vision for the Afro-Caribbean relationship. Your Excellency, your speech was very captivating, and it rejuvenated our zeal to collaborate at various levels as we facilitate trade across our regions. You challenged us not to allow another generation to pass without bringing together our two regions for the betterment of our people. Indeed, as you rightfully said, Africa and the Caribbean have the collective brain power, creativity, discipline, and resilience, and more importantly, the capital to define our future. I also want to express my gratitude to Professor Benedict Orama, the President and Chairman of the African Export-Import Bank, for laying out the foundation of how African institutions can work together with CARICOM community to forge an unbreakable partnership. There is no doubt that having CARICOM nations as AfriCaribbean members will yield tremendous results in improving trade and investment flows between the two regions. We have heard about practical steps to implement what we have been discussing today. Professor Orama promised $700 million in addition to the already existing $250 million for Africa, Caribbean trade and investment, and the commitment to establish regional office in the Caribbean. Yesterday, we signed an MOU and partnership agreement which will catalyze and build bridges between our two regions. My sincere thanks also go to the various heads of state and government, ministers and senior government officials representing heads of state, heads of delegation of international, African, and Caribbean development institutions who are here present. I would like also to thank the CARICOM Secretariat and the African Union Commission, under whose auspices our countries are pursuing integration for the prosperity of our people, for defining the tremendous opportunities ahead of our two regions, and your guidance on areas to look for in order to boost trade, as highlighted by Ambassador Mchanga recently. I'm also very thankful to our co-organizers, Invest Barbados, Export Barbados, for helping us organize this event. And as you know, an event of this magnitude cannot happen overnight. It did take dedication, hard work, and commitment. Please accept our sincere thanks for the excellent support you provided in organizing and hosting this event. My gratitude also goes to all the speakers, the panelists, directors of ceremonies, moderators. Words are not enough to express our gratitude to you and for the role you have played during the historic event. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not my intention or task to recap the outcomes or the takeaways from the 2 days of deliberation. But I just wanted to mention one, which was highlighted yesterday. This integration that we are seeking should be inclusive. It should include big business, it should include SMEs, and it should also include women and our youth. I think that is important for our future. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it will be remiss for me not to acknowledge and thank in a special way our bold men and women who are seated here, who took time from your busy schedules and established networks in order to make the integration a success. I would like to pay particular attention to you, ladies and gentlemen, for sparing your time to come here. Let me also take the moment to thank our sponsors, without whose support this event would not have been possible. I am not forgetting our exhibitors who partnered with us and showcased products that are available for trade. To our entertainers, I say thank you. The poets who put up a great show, thank you for your participation. We partnered with a number of institutions to make this happen, and I would like to say thank you to all of them and mention the important ones. Export Barbados, Invest Barbados, Africa Business Council, African Union Commission, AFCTA Secretariat, CARICOM Secretariat, International Trade Center, Barbados Tourism, and National Cultural Foundation Barbados. Thank you for your partnership. Let me conclude by thanking all of you who registered and attended. As you heard from Ambassador Mchanga, over 1,200 participants participated in these two events. I know some of you spend more than a day to travel from your countries to Barbados. Thank you very much for your sacrifice. Thank you for attending.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dennis. Now at this time, ladies and gentlemen, I invite to the stage Ms. Kay Greenidge, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Invest Barbados, CEO.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Ladies and gentlemen, the past 3 days of this AfriCaribbean Trade and Investment Forum 2022, Active 2022, have been exhilarating, enlightening, productive, and groundbreaking, given its historical context. What it has also been for more than our 1,200 participants, and over those 3 days, and yes, I'm including August 31st, because that was the welcome reception, was a unique opportunity and space to make meaningful business-to-business connections, explore the expertise and resources on both sides of the ocean that separates us, and to see, feel, and touch brand Barbados beyond the beaches. This singular event has also awakened our diasporic connections, who have long desired a more tangible economic, legislative, and diplomatic platform on which to establish and expand our African and Caribbean business relations. This forum has been an invaluable boon to greater understanding of the capabilities, resources, expertise, and markets to be tapped. Maybe before attending Active 2022, you had misconceived that in the Caribbean, our populations and country sizes were too small to become important markets and partners for African goods and services. And maybe some of us in the Caribbean were overwhelmed by the distance, travel, and shipping challenges of doing business with African enterprises and governments that we didn't just bother. However, with global telecommunication advances, electronic payment platforms and apps, new air travel arrangements, trade and investment treaties, as well as compliance rules governing how we engage, and we are equipped to become the champions of a paradigm shift in African and Caribbean relations. Our region's university graduates and young professionals are looking for new opportunities to spread their talents and advance their dreams. So too are Africa's innovators, producers, and investors who are seeking fresh markets and professional service providers. We trust that the space and platform we've created here in Barbados will be used to concretize and action many of the connections established at this forum, and that the forum was the launching pad necessary at this time in our collective histories and global economic realities. We in Barbados were thrilled to have hosted participants from 41 African nations, 16 Caribbean countries, as well as several nations across the Americas as far away as Oceania. Our delegates, who have come with eager anticipation, were afforded opportunity to see our facilities and better appreciate the areas of technical and human capacity, while we in this region gain insight into many prospects on the African continent. Of course, as host country, we have been excited by the buzz created by this forum on the ground in Barbados and across the region. It was represented by overwhelming response of enterprises with a range of products and services. From among our local participants, there was real estate, educational services, information technology, legal and compliance, insurance, cybersecurity, culture and entertainment, tourism, medical and pharmaceutical, marketing and branding, project management, film and advertising, solar and alternative energy were well represented. From our other registrants, they were providers of a range of services and products, including financial services, agricultural products and processing, shipping and logistics, advisory services, construction and design, agriculture, procurement, jewelry, and art. This gathering has simply been phenomenal. We believe that the cooperative approach adopted at the event signals a new trajectory of our nations and businesses. We at Invest Barbados were honored to join forces with Export Barbados and the African Export-Import Bank, AfriCaribbean, to deliver this forum to you. We were supported by PRMR and Branscom, and I want to personally thank the collective teams of individuals from those institutions who worked long hours to ensure its success. We were also provided with valuable assistance from several national and regional agencies and sponsors who put their financial and human resources behind the staging of this highly successful event, and I also thank them. Additionally, I thank the dedicated teams within several government departments and ministries, including the Prime Minister's Office, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and the Ministry of Tourism. The contributions from our partner institutions were also invaluable. We thank the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc., the National Cultural Foundation, the African Union, the African Business Council, the world's largest free trade area, the African Continental Free Trade Area, the CARICOM Secretariat, the CARICOM Export Development Agency, and the International Trade Center. We, of course, could not have this forum without our many sponsors from Africa and the Caribbean and Barbados. And for their unwavering support, I want to actually give them a hand. We thank you. We also express our gratitude to the presenters, led by our Prime Minister Mia Amour-Montley and President Benedict Orama, who championed this forum and has been determined, visionary, and focused in bringing us together today. Our unwavering thanks also goes to our Master of Ceremonies, each and every panelist, the artisans who showcase just not talent, but export potential. It has been our absolute pleasure hosting this forum and trust that you've all made the most of the offerings. As noted, this has been Active 2022, so named because we anticipate future active gatherings. So thank you again on behalf of the Government of Barbados and the people of our island for your presence here. We wish you safe returns to your homelands, knowing that a warm and welcoming investment climate awaits you on your next journey here. So as our theme says, one people, one destiny, uniting and reimagining our future. I thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to that point in the event where we say, merci beaucoup, muchas gracias, vielen dank. Thank you very much. And it certainly has been a rich, shukra. Okay. How can I forget Arabic, no? Very good. And simply to say, on behalf of the government of Barbados, as you've heard, the Africa Export-Import Bank, and all of you, I think you need to give yourselves a round of applause as well. Because without you, it wouldn't have been possible. And I simply want to say thank you very much. This evening, just a matter of housekeeping matters, at 6 p.m., there will be a garden party with fashion from both Africa and the Caribbean, and a musical performance. And I understand it on good authority, you really don't want to miss the musical performances that we have in store this afternoon. I repeat, you really don't want to miss the musical performances we have this afternoon. So I strongly, let me take my glasses off. I strongly encourage you to go to Ilara Court. For those of you who don't know where it is, it's literally next door to this compound. But anyone at the information booth can tell you where it is. 6 p.m. So get comfortable. It's also a very good time to continue the networking that you've been doing over the last three days. So it's simply left for me to say thank you very much. And I look forward to seeing all of you this evening at the garden party. So thank you. Let me also say, no, please, we're finished, but to the press, there will be the press conference in a few moments, but we're awaiting the arrival of the Prime Minister. So if you can just come closer to the front when everyone goes and set yourselves up. And then as soon as the Prime Minister comes, her and along with the other parties, we will commence. So thank you very much and see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister of Barbados. Thank you very much. Okay, we are at the stage now of the press conference, and to lead these proceedings, I'd like to invite to the stage Mr. Wole Famurewa of CNBC Africa.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Chad Blackman. Thank you so much, everyone, for staying and sticking around for this engagement with those that we have on stage. And I would very quickly introduce them, and we'll get right into this press interaction. We have, of course, she just walked in, Her Excellency, the Honorable Mia Amon-Motley, the Prime Minister of Barbados, joining us. Thank you so much for your time. Yes, you can put your hands together for her. We also have Professor Benedict Orama, the President and Chairman of the Board of Directors of the AfriCaribbean Bank. Also on stage right now is His Excellency Albert Muchanga, who is the Africa Union Commissioner, Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, Industry, and Minerals. We also have Her Excellency Ms. Nardos Bekele Thomas, the Chief Executive Officer of the Africa Union Development Authority, NEPAD, also on stage. We have Dr. Amani Asfer, the President of the Africa Business Council. Pleasure to have you here. And last but certainly not least, we have Mr. Patrick Antoine. He's the Chief Executive Officer of the Caribbean Private Sector Organization. All right, so before we get into the Q&A, I would like to now invite His Excellency Ambassador Chad Blackman, the Permanent Secretary of Barbados to the United Nations and WTO. He would be reading the joint communique and declaration on the inaugural AfriCaribbean Trade and Investment Forum, and then right after that we'll, of course, move on to the Q&A. So please welcome him as he comes back.
Thank you very much, and just for clarity, not the permanent secretary, but the permanent representative. And I read, we, African Export-Import Bank, Invest Barbados, Export Barbados, in collaboration with African Union Commission, Africa Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, International Trade Center, African Union Development Agency, African Business Council, Pan-African Manufacturers Association, the CARICOM Secretariat, Caribbean Export Development Agency, and CARICOM Private Sector Organization convened the inaugural AfriCaribbean Trade and Investment Forum 2022, which was held during September 1 to 3, 2022 in Bridgetown, Barbados. Having deliberated on the theme, One People, One Destiny, uniting and reimagining our future, recalling the decision of the African Union Executive Council that the African diaspora be designated as Africa's sixth region, acknowledging the decision of the Assembly of the Heads of State of the African Union, recognizing the African diaspora as a substantive entity contributing to the economic and social development of the continent, having regard to the decisions of the September 2021 meeting of the African and Caribbean heads of state and government, aware of the cultural and economic ties and benefits of an integrated African Caribbean economy towards driving industrialization and development, cognizant that the COVID-19 pandemic and the current crisis in the Ukraine pose an unprecedented threat against Africa's and the Caribbean's economic growth and development aspirations, stressing the critical importance of enhancing trade and investment ties between Africa and the Caribbean as the key drivers of integration between the two regions. Having examined the immense opportunities for cooperation and the major structural challenges to enhancing Africa-Caribbean economic collaboration, being cognizant that fostering economic and social transformation in Africa and the Caribbean will require substantial financial and non-financial resources, recognizing that economic diversification through an inclusive and sustainable development agenda that builds upon Africa's and the Caribbean's resource potential is dynamic tools for poverty eradication, economic resilience, and structural transformation. Acknowledging the synergies between the African Union's Agenda 2063 and the vision of the Caribbean community towards unity, integration, and prosperity that is centered on its people. Hereby, reiterate our resolve to achieve goals and objectives of industrialization and sustainable economic development through mutual cooperation to reduce Africa's and the Caribbean's vulnerability to domestic and external shocks. Reaffirm our commitment to strategic commercial partnerships between the business communities in Africa and the Caribbean, with the objective of fostering bilateral cooperation and engagement in trade, investment, technology transfer, innovation, transport, tourism, culture, and other services. Commit to the upgrading and diversification of our economy's productive capacities through boosting of trade and investments between Africa and the Caribbean, as well as easing constraints to trade finance, trade services, and trade payments into the two regions. Support data sharing for effective trade information and customer due diligence. Request the African Union, CARICOM, the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, and other relevant stakeholders to formalize Africa-Caribbean political relations to advance economic cooperation and bilateral trade and investment. Call upon the African Union and CARICOM to explore an Africa-Caribbean free trade area to enhance market access and trade. Welcome the signing of the partnership agreement between AfriCaribbean and 7 Caribbean governments of Barbados, Antigua and Barbuda, the Commonwealth of Dominica, St. Lucia, Suriname, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and encourage other Caribbean states to sign and ratify the partnership agreement expeditiously and become partner countries. Welcome the announcement of AfriCaribbean of a US $700 million facility to support trade and investments in the Caribbean partner countries, and welcome the proposed establishment of the Caribbean Export-Import Bank to support trade and investment between Africa and the Caribbean. Encourage CARICOM member states and institutions as stakeholders in AfriCaribbean as a means to enhancing bilateral economic cooperation and unlocking financing from AfriCaribbean to the region and boosting Afro-Caribbean trade and investment opportunities. Welcome the establishment of the Africa-Caribbean Business Council, involving the Africa Business Council, CARICOM Private Sector Organization, and AfriCaribbean. Commit to a collaborative approach to take advantage of bilateral trade and investment opportunities in and amongst others, tourism, logistics, financial services, health industries, creative industries, the blue economy, and agriculture. Urge African and Caribbean financial institutions to support African Union and CARICOM member states to significantly scale up trade and investments as a fundamental priority for sustainable development. Commit to supporting the action that contributes to building and strengthening of the private sector, economic investment, trade relationships between Africa and the Caribbean. Resolve to strengthen the collaboration and engagements between Africa and the Caribbean, including through the institutionalization of the AfriCaribbean Trade and Investment Forum as a platform for annual bilateral engagement. And with the vote of thanks aspect of the statement, we thank over 1,200 participants from 41 countries, 41 African countries, 16 Caribbean countries for their participation and contribution to the success of the forum. We further thank the registered participants from 25 non-African and non-Caribbean countries that also participated and contributed to the success of the forum. We thank the government and people of Barbados for the hospitality that they have afforded to all participants and for the courtesies which ensured the success of the Afro-Caribbean Trade and Investment Forum 2022. Finally, we wish to extend our gratitude to the 25 heads of state and their representatives, heads of international organizations and other delegations, AfriCaribbean, Invest Barbados, Export Barbados, and their partners for successfully convening the African Trade and Investment Forum 2022 and adopted on this 2nd day of September 2022 in Bridgetown, Barbados.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Blackman. It's been a great co-MC, I'm sure you would agree, for today. And thank you so much for the information you just shared. Now, before I go on, 2 things I need to certainly address. You would have noticed I mentioned 6 names earlier, but clearly there are 7 people, so I must have missed out someone. So my sincere apologies. I'd like to also welcome to the stage Ambassador Wayne McCook, who is the Director General of the Office of Trade Negotiations, OTN, the Caribbean Community Secretariat. Please, if you can put your hands together for him. Thank you very much. And my sincere apologies for that. The second point I would make is, as we mentioned earlier, this is a press conference, and so no doubt I am going to be prioritizing the press. So I see, obviously, there are quite a few people here, and you want to be informed. Potentially, you would like to engage those on stage as well, but I really would be prioritizing the press. So if we do have a moment, we'll come to the others. So I just thought to make that point. So without further ado, I'd like to now invite the press to ask their questions. Please raise up your hands. I have Deborah with a microphone. She will be coming to you. Please introduce yourself and the media that you work with. Please make it concise so we can take more questions. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Greetings, Madam Prime Minister. My name is Brian Ngugi, a Kenya-based financial journalist, here to cover this important forum. I listened to your impassioned speech yesterday and that of Dr. Orama, where you both traced through historical and academic context why our regions are where they are economically, but also how we can move them forward. My question is, do you have practical timelines on when we would have direct flights from African aviation hubs and here?
That was to Professor Rama? Oh, I see. Okay. All right. So when will we have direct flights? I think our approach will be to take the responses and then we'll come back to take more questions. So please, over to you, Prime Minister.
If I could twiggle my nose and make it happen now, it would happen tonight. The reality is that we've started more serious conversations than I've seen before. And as recent as yesterday evening, my Ministry of Tourism and International Transport met with a number of persons from the bank and from other countries. We're trying to see how best we can create a framework that will allow for charters first, if necessary. Barbados has indicated that we are prepared to work with one or two African countries to be able to do the co-marketing because you have to be able to sustain the traffic. And we hope that we can look at anchoring maybe a city out of North America as well to help with the traffic load. The second component, apart from the multi-destination trip, would be to allow us to carry cargo. If we can put stuff in the belly of the plane, it can then help reduce the cost of air traffic between our two countries, our two regions, sorry. So I'm hopeful that within a few months we can make a reality of this pipe dream that has been spoken about, not in terms of air travel alone, but remember what Marcus Mosiah Garvey said when he wanted to be able to move people back to Africa and the ship. And in fact, the quotation that President Orama used yesterday from Marcus Garvey is perhaps the most appropriate quotation that we could have, that a race that depends on others will never achieve economic resilience. And the first thing we need to do, as I said, remove the middle leg, remove the middleman, and remove the scars of the Middle Passage. It is wrong that our people have to go to the North Atlantic countries, US, UK, Canada, Europe, in order to be able to get a visa, a transit visa, not to stay there, but to come to us. So a Kenyan, a South African, a Ghanaian, a Rwandan, coming to Barbados, coming to St. Kitts, coming to Grenada, you've got to go via London or New York or Miami or Frankfurt or Amsterdam. That's wrong. And if we have not just a sense of history, but an appreciation for the economic activity that it will unlock, then I think that the case will be well made. But like with any child, you must creep before you walk. And like with new routes, we need to support it for the first year or two until it can sustain itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Okay, so let us begin from this side and we'll move.
I think President Orama wanted to add.
Oh, you want to make a point? Okay, please,
Thank you.
Professor.
Just to add one or two words to what the Honorable Prime Minister said on this subject. Those who are as old as I am will recall that in Africa, it used to be that if you wanted to go from Accra to Lagos, you flew first to London and then flew down back to Lagos. If you wanted to go from Lome just, because better people drove, you flew to Paris, and then from Paris you flew to London, and then from London you came to Lagos. But at a point when indigenous capital started becoming available, and there was a determination to change this, that began to change. And I'm proud to say that AfriCaribbean contributed to it. We started financing indigenous people to buy aircraft when people said it wasn't a good idea. So today, you rarely see where people have to do this kind of round-the-world travel to go from one point in Africa to the other. And I believe that is what will happen here. The determination, and I think the Prime Minister of Barbados, Mayor, is committed to that. I think a determination that will change this. And you have a bank like AfriCaribbean that says, good ideas that come, we're not going to use the standard ways of assessing that credit to assess it. Our results will be, what we regard as success will be being able to have something that is sustainable. Will it be so smooth? It will not be. But if we keep at it, I tell you, in less than 5 years, this will be history. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rama. Can we have the lady on this side, and then we'll make our way this way, if you don't mind. We'll come back to you, sir.
Thank you.
Once
Thank
again,
you.
if you can, please let us know who you're addressing your question to and introduce yourself and your media.
I am Hassan from Al Ahram newspaper from Egypt. Thank you very much for attending this fruitful forum. My question to Dr. Orama, I would like to kindly break down the deals that were signed during the African-Caribbean trade and the total amount of the agreements. The second question for Prime Minister of Barbados. I want to first say that I really admire your character as a leader woman. The second thing I would like to know what did you discuss yesterday with the minister, our ambassador, Egyptian ambassador, and what's the message you delivered to Mr. Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, our president? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let us start with Her Excellency the Prime Minister, and then we'll go to Professor
Thank you. I
Rama.
actually met with the ambassador when it was Jerome about 4 weeks ago, and we discussed our cooperation. First and foremost, to fight the climate crisis. Barbados will be at COP this year, and we believe that the work that has to be done is part of a continuum. We recognize that there is some pushback on the key issues of loss and damage, and also on adaptation financing. And we therefore talked about how we could make sure that these were central to the discussions coming up in the meeting in early November. We also recognize that your country, of course, is one of the meccas of tourism globally, and therefore we believe that there's opportunity for cooperation in tourism. Barbados is a mature tourism destination in the Caribbean, and therefore we think that there can be substantive cooperation between our two countries on that. And yes, the matter of airlift came up, because once again, we feel that we need to be able to ensure that our people can move to all parts. Interestingly enough, and President Orama will speak to what he has, but one of the key companies, for example, that has been discussing things with Barbados has been an Egyptian company, and we've been able to also link them with other countries within the region in terms of what we want to do there. You heard me say just now that if we can fill the bottoms of the planes, we can ensure that the flights are affordable to all. And therefore, we're looking not only at moving people, but moving goods. And we're looking at Egyptian investment as well into the region. And I think you saw some wonderful examples of it in the exhibition here. And I really want to thank President Arama for opening up that side in addition to the conversations we had with your ambassador. The last point I'd like to make, of course, is that we believe that the financial services, and President Arama and I talked about this last night at length again, that potentially we need in the Caribbean to have a greater presence in Cairo in order to be able to have that link with our financial services sector, which is critical to our economies in this region as well. So I hope that this is the beginning of many, 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 many more engagements. And I'm sure that we can continue to work together, not just on climate and tourism, but on other fundamental issues such as financing for development and the SDGs, which continue to be a bugbear in terms of our pursuit for them, especially as we face these crises globally today. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Arama, on the question about the deals, perhaps you can summarize for us. I'm sure there are many.
Oh, thank you very much. I think we can have our staff do that summary because there are quite a number of deals that were signed outside here, signed in the different meeting rooms. Okay. Normally what we do is that at the end we compile, we do a summary and then we release it. We haven't done that yet, but once we do it, you'll get the data you are looking for. Thank you.
Thank you for that. All right, let's move over to this side of the room. If we can have the gentleman who put up his hand earlier. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. This is Samson from the Reporter newspaper. I came from Ethiopia to attend the forum. I wanted to ask about direct flight between Africa and the Caribbean island. My question is for Prime Minister Mia. As you know, Ethiopian Airlines, the largest African carrier, this week made a historic flight in over half a century. What's your advice in keeping up the momentum for African aviation companies like Ethiopian Airlines so that they would launch direct flight from Africa and Caribbean island? Do you think there is also a market potential for them to do so? My second question is also for Prime Minister Motley. It's related to with coffee, as I can see here, that's the most consumed item. So you may know that Ethiopia has the finest coffee in the world, and our government in Ethiopia is also trying to diversify the market and reach new markets. Do you think there is an opportunity for Ethiopian traders to export coffee to Barbados? Thank you.
Thank you. Interestingly enough, the Rwandan minister was just telling me they have the finest coffee in Africa. and the Kenyans tell me they have the finest tea, but so do the Rwandans. What I love about it is the traditional family rivalry. But needless to say, my answer to him was, I think we can buy some tea from Africa instead of Lipton's, and we can buy some coffee as well. The truth is, in the Caribbean, we also have in Jamaica the production of coffee, and there are other islands that are dabbling at it too. The bottom line is we must support each other's products. And right now, we're not in a position to do so because we go through a middleman. The middleman pushes what the middleman needs to push in order to get the volume, and more often than not, the middleman is pushing what he can put in that container that goes either to the Caribbean or Africa, which means that we may or may not get there. No different from a merchandiser in a supermarket who helps to position what they really want to sell by how they position it on the supermarket shelf. So I do hope that we can get to know each other. One of the things that I've asked us to do in Barbados is to have our national television station, CBC, enter an information exchange agreement with those countries that would wish to do so. So we package a CARICOM program and send to you every week, and you package a program from African countries every week. And why do I say so? I don't need to convince anybody on this stage. I don't need to convince anybody in this room. You're here because you believe it. But the people who we now have to bring on board are our ordinary citizens. And they must see that the people in Ethiopia or the people in Rwanda or the people in Senegal, in spite of the language differences, are just like us. Similarly, you must see that the people in Barbados or the people in St. Vincent and the Grenadines or the people in Belize are just like you. And once we begin to do that, you'll then say, oh, I didn't know. Bajans are watching Nollywood movies now for what? Last 15 years? It's huge. But nobody came and promoted it here. It's just on the ground. And then through word of mouth, people shared with each other. We say no, word of mouth is not sufficient. We need institutions, because institutions will sustain trade, as President Orama and others on this stage will tell you. We need the institutions. We need the institutions that will allow transport to happen, maritime and air bridges. We need the institutions that will allow banking and insurance to happen, because once you're dealing with trade, you need to be able to pay. If you're dealing with the movement of goods, you need to be able to have insurance in the event that something happens. And then we need also to look at how can we facilitate the movement of people. There's an interesting fact that most people are not aware of. Africa, as you know, has a huge youth demographic dividend in the next few decades in this century. Caribbean, for the most part, regrettably, is underpopulated as well. And if we can work with each other in the areas where skills are deficient, then it will help to propel growth in a meaningful way. I just did an interview and I said, you know, in Barbados we have a statement, global citizen, Bajan roots, because we recognize that we cannot live in this world alone. But I really believe that one of the outcomes of this conference must be for Africans and the African diaspora everywhere. Global citizens, African roots. And if we can do that and have people move where their skills are needed, then we can ensure that you don't have an oversupply of labor and we don't have a shortage of skills to be able to propel growth. Because part of the anemic reasons for the anemic growth of the region is our lack of skills to be able to propel that growth, not just capital alone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If we can go towards the back, maybe further back to the third or fourth row, and then we'll come again to the front.
Good evening, everyone. President Orama, Prime Minister Motley, Mishran Robinson here from Capital Media HD 99.3. There seems to be a lot of enthusiasm on the ground amongst entrepreneurs locally and further afield, but for the ordinary citizens, what blessed assurance do we have that practical moves will be made to ensure these ideas and proposals don't stop here, and how soon will we see them starting?
And you are directing that to President Orama. Okay. So they would like to know how we ensure that it goes beyond talk today and we execute on some of our ambitions from here.
All right, thank you very much. We keep our promises. We're a bank. We didn't travel all these thousands of kilometers to come and make a show. We came here for a purpose. The coming here is an investment towards that end. The way we work, we have to realize the benefits of that investment. And the benefit of that investment is concrete results coming out of the commitments we make here. So you're going to see in the next few weeks and months actual things on the ground. We're going to have a mission come to the CARICOM Because one of the things we thought we would have done after this conference, thanks to Prime Minister Motley, we've almost achieved. We needed the basis, the framework to enable us as a bank do what we wanted to do, and that was the membership agreement we called the partnership agreement. Before we came here, only 3 countries were ready to sign. Yesterday, 7 signed. We are expecting 1 tomorrow and 1 next week. That's already 9. So, and it tells us that before you know it, we'll probably get the whole CARICOM. But 9 is more than enough to get started. So we are sending a mission here to understand the market better, develop a plan so that we begin to deal with the low-hanging fruits. Because we know that the reason for poverty in Africa and poverty here, the reason why others who come to our continent or to our countries do better than us is because we do not control our capital. We will tackle the capital problem aggressively. One of the things we've discussed with Prime Minister Motley is making sure that, apart from us, that we bring commercial banks here. We need the Caribbeans, we need Africans to have control of the banking system here. Because that's the only way the small Caribbean business person can have access to credit. Because otherwise, what has been happening is that the banking system is controlled for the benefit of those who have other objectives, which is different from ours. So the banks finance them to achieve the objectives, and sometimes making us poorer. So we will deal with that because that is the beginning. And once we begin to deal with that, other things will follow. I hope that by the next time we speak, you will be the one telling me either that we are moving too fast or, or you will suggest ideas about how we can also accelerate.
Thank you very much, President. All right, if I can come to the front row now. Let us start with this gentleman with the jacket. His hand has been up for a while.
Prime Minister, President, members of the panel, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say...
Sorry, introduce yourself, if you don't mind. Thank you.
My name
and make
is
it very concise.
Chris Elems. I work with Channels Television, Lagos, Nigeria, one of the biggest brands in Africa. You can Google it. It's been a forum for proposals, and I was going to make 2 proposals. One is to have a 100-meter dash with the Prime Minister, because the way she ran up the stage, showed that she's actually very, very fit.
That's 5 meters or less.
Thank you. And of course, the second one, you just spoke about it, because yesterday President Orama talked about building that bridge. No matter how you want to do it, but build it, even if it means intermarrying. And that was the most I took out of yesterday's. And I've been looking around, not for me, for my younger brother, because I'm taken already.
So if you can just keep it type for benefit of others, please.
So, and then you spoke about, because today I was with someone from CBC, I was actually talking about the need for, because it's the fastest way to build that bridge. If we can't do it physically right now, we can do with the exchange of programs. And I was with someone at CBC today. We were discussing this. And I know my chairman, John Momo, is one man who would be committed to pushing this. And if there's anyone I should be talking to right now, just let me know so I could put a call across to him. He would be very willing to give us a platform for the exchange program.
I'm going to ask Invest Barbados representatives or Export Barbados, one of the two, to make sure they make the link with you. But you started in the right place by talking to CBC. That is who I've also asked the Rwandan minister to ensure that they speak to as well. And we will not only do it for Barbados, we'll do it for CARICOM because, as I said, we ourselves are sharing programs within CARICOM as well.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, just one thing, but you know, you can also make sure that every month you do interviews from Lagos with Caribbean people and make sure that you bring it live every month, and we will help you facilitate that. Promise made, promise kept.
All right. Gentlemen, to your left.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. My name is Bosin Amof. I am the anchor of Arise Exchange and Arise News Network out of Lagos, Nigeria. The war in Ukraine and the whole crisis, I was thinking I would hear so much about the network and collaboration between the Caribbean and AfriCaribbean Bank in terms of energy sustainability for both regions in the face of what we face in the aftermath of the ongoing crisis in Ukraine and Russia. So in what areas would we see collaboration and cooperation in terms of sustainable energy supply between the two regions?
Right.
And how that will, and how AfriCaribbean Bank will support that particular initiative to ensure that when we have perhaps another shock such of this nature as the current one in Ukraine, Africa and the Caribbean will have a sustainable energy within the global supply chain as well, outside oil. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
By the way, we're also bidding at Arise News for that news network, and I'm anchoring that particular show.
Thank you very much.
News. Thank you.
Thank you, Bosin. I believe that is to Professor Rama.
And the Prime Minister.
Okay, basically, he would like to find out how this collaboration is going to drive energy sustainability in both regions, given what we've seen in terms of the shocks created by the Russia-Ukraine crisis. More and more countries are looking to be more sufficient in terms of energy and collaborating to make sure that they have enough energy. So he wants to hear more about how this can help that process for both regions. So to the Prime Minister and also to Professor Rama, I believe.
I think that we are very clear that the opportunity for us to collaborate is now imperative. Let me put it another way. I think it was President Kagame who said that he would not believe that 1.3 billion people can be held hostage to a country that has, 43 million people with respect to the provision of grain and the provision of fertilizers. I say similarly that I do not believe that the region of the African region or the Caribbean region, both of whom are rich in energy resources, ought to be held hostage. What does this mean? That apart from the international arrangements we have with multinational corporations, many of us have state oil companies, and we need to start to see where the opportunities for partnership are with those state oil companies. We also need to see how we can improve the level of local ownership participation to ensure that where we do need support, we get it from those who have that capacity. Barbados this week in Houston, for example, would have announced that we will open a bid round for blocks on the 1st of December of this year. We've already awarded 2 blocks. There were 3, but 2 effectively. But we have a state oil company too, but we don't have a long and deep tradition in oil and gas. Trinidad does, Nigeria does. There are other countries in Africa that are equally emerging as major players globally? How do we work together through the provision of technical assistance, financial support and investment to be able to make these things happen? And I think that the example of what happened in Ukraine shows us that we cannot rely on others to guarantee our stability and our security going forward. And I therefore hope that this will be another area in which that partnership can happen. And I say another because yesterday I mentioned to you the Africa Medical Supplies Platform. In the midst of the pandemic, when we couldn't get PPEs, when in those days we thought we needed ventilators, and we couldn't get equally the conversations to have access to vaccines. It was the collaboration with the Africa Medical Supplies Platform, undergirded by the financing of the Africa Exim Bank, that made a difference to our people. Now, I'm aware that there is a similar platform, for example, for fertilizer and grain. And while our needs may not be as acute with respect to grain, our farmers have seen fertilizer costs go way through the roof. Our problem is that our scale is just simply not there. And we therefore may have to look to work collaboratively outside of CARICOM with others in the Caribbean, be it Cuba, be it the Dominican Republic, be it northern Brazil, be it Venezuela, in order to ensure that in working with Africa, that we can ensure that our prices, the prices at which our farmers access the fertilizer, are far, far more affordable than they are as a result of this war. And I can go further with respect to common procurement platforms for water. The colonizers put down water mains in all of our countries 100, 120 years ago. And almost every one of our countries is facing a severe problem with non-revenue water. But if we were to pool resources in terms of the procurement such that we can get better prices, the fact that Barbados has less than 300,000 people and Nigeria is what, near 300 million, that you will not therefore see a disparity in the unit pricing because we're coming together to work together to be able to access it in the same way that we did with the Africa Medical Supplies Platform. I'm sure that there are other opportunities in the energy sector as well, but I went broader than energy to just show you that what matters is not so much the subject area, but the attitude and approach, one for collaboration and two for de-risking, that we come now to today's moment to be able to deal with. And that is the importance of this inaugural African Caribbean Trade Forum, because it allows us to see how we can work together to unlock those very difficult issues that have only been made worse, regrettably, by matters beyond our control. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Rama, please go ahead. And I do know that Dr. Asfor wants to say a couple of things about this too. No, but you can go ahead, sir. Okay, whichever way. Can we switch on her microphone, please?
Hello?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Go ahead.
So thank you very much for this question about energy, and I believe Prime Minister have really responded very adequately. As Africa Business Council, we already signed yesterday with the Caribbean Private Sector Organization to establish the Africa Caribbean Business Council, and I believe the driving force will be the private sector with it from Africa and the Caribbean. We need the public-private sector dialogue. We need the conducive environment. And with reference to LNG, one of the sponsors, El Sweety Electric, he is chairing the energy sector of the Africa Business Council. And already yesterday, he already said that they are ready to come and invest in renewable energy here in the Caribbean. What we really need is information. We need, as Ambassador Moshenka have said, regional studies of mapping exercise, what is existing on the continent, what is existing here in the Caribbean, and how we really match make those business opportunities and investment in the Caribbean and making those very important business linkages. So it is very important that we already signed as private sector. We are ready to help in different sectors, and we need the blessings of the government and the conducive environment and the finance of AfriExim Bank. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Rama?
Just let me add quickly to what has been said. I think, excuse me, I think that the energy sector, especially oil and gas, is where this partnership we are building will be most impactful in helping the Caribbean region realize the potentials they have. Africa has built the experience, the expertise in oil and gas. You have it in Nigeria, you have it in Egypt, you have it in South Africa, you have to some extent in other countries. Sure. But Egypt and Nigeria, I think, have quite substantial capacities in oil services and so on. And because the sector is capital intensive, it needs capital, it needs expertise on how to structure the financing. And again, with humility, I can say that today, AfriCaribbean is the largest oil and gas financing entity on the continent. And the expertise goes all through the value chain, from upstream to midstream to downstream, all the structures you have, and advisory. But because of the need that is arising in Africa, because many of the banks that used to finance along with us have all withdrawn because of because they were told to stop financing Africa's oil and gas. So most of that financing has fallen on us. So we now collaborated with the Africa Petroleum Producers Organization to create Africa Energy Bank that will be focused on this. Because Africa is in a bit of a situation, COP27 will be discussing this. The idea that Africa should just all of a sudden cut off financing oil and gas and so on is like saying, Africa, to promote the idea of decarbonization for the graveyard. Because without it, we are not going to be able to develop. To the extent whereby we will then gradually move away from fossil fuel. And I'm sure that will be the same question that the Caribbean will be facing. But the good thing is that AfriCaribbean has the capacity, has the expertise to support the kind of activities the private sector will be doing, as Dr. Asfor mentioned, to help develop any opportunities that arise, to help also to use oil and gas to create the wealth that will then make it easier to transition to renewable energy. To use the oil and gas services sector to create the ability to have certain, the kind of technology that is required. For example, if you do a lot of pipes, which the oil and gas sector requires, you are then able to perhaps be able to produce big guns, because it's all about pipes. So I believe that is where we can contribute much here. If more oil and gas fields are discovered and they start producing. Thank you.
Thank you, President. Okay, so we really have to begin to round this up. I know many questions are coming, so I'm going to go to this side and perhaps to the middle again. Let's start with the lady on this. We'll take the questions together. Let's start with the lady. Please, if you can make it really brief and introduce yourself and straight to the point.
Sure, thank you. My name is Chidom Pemba, and I'm the African Union Special Envoy in Youth, representing for the 55 member states in Africa in the cabinet. And what I found is that the common theme when it comes to young people across Africa, which is the largest demographic, has been in terms of access to opportunities, access to financing and funding. And I found that that's also common in terms of speaking to my peers within the Caribbean. So my question is, in terms of deals, is there anything that would take into consideration access to financing to the youth for trading and investment? Because often we're saying that financing is not so friendly to young people.
Right.
And what needs to be done for youth to get access to these opportunities? Are there any programming? And how can we leverage on the youth that we have in Africa as well as in the Caribbean? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's take the question from the gentleman raising his hand back there. No, right there, right there. His hand has been up for a while. Thank you.
Clayton Clark, Tobago Channel 5 News and Tobago Media and Services Solution. My question is to President Orama and Prime Minister Motley. Yes, we haven't fully come to an end and an evaluation has not been done as yet, but how would you assess achieving the goals of this conference? Meeting the goals, have you met, exceeded, and what are the highlights for you, both of you, of the conference?
Thank you. All right. If I sneak one more, maybe I should come again to the front
maybe
here.
From one of our Francophone.
Okay, Frank, do we have any of our Francophone speaking? Okay, please go ahead.
Your Excellency, should I ask a question in French or in English?
Oh, no. English is good.
Okay, my name is
We
Joël.
just wanted to make sure we...
Okay, my name is Joël Asoko. I'm a business reporter for Jeune Afrique Media Group. I had just one single question for the panel as a whole. If within the next 12 months, just one concrete thing, a law, an agreement, a contract, whatever, has to happen to move forward the goals and the ambition of the forum, for you, what should that be? What would that be?
Thank you for that.
Next 12 months.
Thank you for that. Unfortunately, I really have to come back to the panelists now to respond to these questions, and we may begin to wrap. So we have 3 questions. The last one, very strong one. Over the next 12 months, what could be a concrete achievement that we're targeting? And then we have a question about Professor Rama's assessment of the achievements of the goals of this event. And then we also have a question relating to access to finance for youth. I'll hand over to the Prime Minister to speak to perhaps the first one.
In terms of concrete achievements, clearly the air bridge, air travel, sea travel, opening up our markets. But we've also been able to discuss the possibility of joint marketing with some of the African ministers who've come here, because we believe that we benefit from the same demographics, and therefore that can happen. With respect to the question before in terms of the evaluation, it hasn't only been at the level of the specifics, and you heard me speak about some initiatives that have sparked conversations over the last 24 hours or so in terms of substantive investment, but we've also, for example, had very good conversations this evening with the Africa Development AU Development Council, and seeing how we can let them work with the CARICOM Development Fund, because they have the same approach and they have the same objective in terms of bringing development to our people, particularly recognizing that while we are seeing growth, in order for it to be sustainable, we need to move people out of poverty, and that therefore requires multiple types of actions on all fronts. So I'd like to say, and you just heard about the cooperation between the Africa Business Council and the Caribbean Private Sector Organization, which is a key entity for us, because I keep making the point, governments don't fuel growth themselves by trading. Governments facilitate the environment within which households and companies and multinationals will trade. So that engagement is critical to the outputs that we want to see in terms of spurring growth in our region. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Rama, on the point about access to finance for the youth, and then, of course, your assessment of the achievements of the objectives of this event.
Thank you very much. For us, we have the creative industry, which is largely youth and women dominated, especially on the continent. That has a special facility, not only for on lending side, but also on the equity side. And we have developed special criteria for assessing the credit and eligibility of those who are able to access them. Of course, we also have our SME program that makes it easier for us to support the youth, because the program combines not only financing but also training and capacity building, market access, and all of the other skills that we believe that the youth require as they begin to develop their business. So we have dedicated functions that look at this, and although we don't call it a youth program, they are essentially youth dominated. We're also collaborating with the African Union Commission. We run during the inter-African trade fairs, along with a company called AE Trade. We have a youth pavilion where we expose the youth to all, first of all, to markets, and of course the other services that are required to enable them have access to finance. We're working also with the African Union Development Program. I think there is something that will be launched very soon, but we've been working with them to support the youth entrepreneurs. I think we selected, I don't know, maybe you should talk about that program. I don't know if it's Thomas. But through these collaborations, plus others, time will not allow me to permit, with other NGOs, we have been able to touch the many youths across Africa. And we hope we'll bring the same here to the Caribbean. I think Honorable Prime Minister Modley has touched on what we regard as success. I will also add that I will regard our establishing here and beginning to lend money here as success. I will also say that our fostering investments here, not plans, but clear investments here, I will regard it as success. And it should happen within 1 year, so that we can demonstrate that we recognize the urgency of now in what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Because President has asked me to say something, I will just explain what I just had. Actually, there was a session on Energize Africa, and also explained what are, the various tools, products that we'll make available, and that is the collaboration between AfriCaribbean Bank and the African Union Development Agency. And under the Energize Africa, we'll have a special window for capital available to youth enterprises. And this will be complemented by the African Development Bank, which has already dedicated $1.5 billion for youth enterprises. And then we will come to the nitty-gritties of the cap, and also the various details of how you would be accessing this fund. We're working on that, and soon you'll be hearing from us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. And I think on that note, we have come to the end of this interaction. I do see some other hands up, but sadly we have dinner to attend, right? So you certainly would have the opportunity to engage after this. And we want to thank everyone that has been on the stage for this interaction. And before we round up, I would like to invite Dr. Asfer, the President of the Africa Business Council, to step forward to deliver some gifts to, first of all, Her Excellency, the Prime Minister of Barbados. If I may ask for the Prime Minister to step forward. Thank you very much. And second, to, of course, no doubt, one of the other chief facilitators of this event, the president of the AfriCaribbean Bank, Professor Benedict Orama. Thank you very much, Dr. Asfer. And on that note, I want to say thank you again to all the members of the press that have come from all over, especially those from Africa. Thank you so much for making it. And we look forward to reading your reports on today's event. And on that note, I want to say thank you, and we look forward to having you at dinner later on tonight. Thank you so much, and have a great evening.
Thank God. We got to the end of